crazy pullback, and it's not really, hasn't really set up a good long opportunity off the volume weighted average price yet. And if you remember CoreWeave here, I'm trying to get this one underneath the volume weighted average price. So I still want to be net short this stock. Feels like it's incredibly weak relative to the market because we're near the local highs on the NASDAQ. Here we go. Breaking up, this is breaking down. So I should still be net short this, even though we just got out the last time around these levels. Maybe I should be shorting this under $100. I'm not there just yet. I still want to try to get under the volume weighted average price. CoreWeave, I think it's its day to fall. No, NVIDIA is still going higher, and this is dropping lower. It's a short all day.
I just want to, before we run this, I just want to show you one thing here. Like NASDAQ came right into the 50-period moving average, so we got to, you got to cover when things like that happen, or else some things like this happen. So I didn't cover everything, not even close, but we are at about half, out about half of our position. But it's looking not good right now as we come right back here up to the upside. A quick little reload and then an out if we do break above 66.50, which is that high of the day, which we almost broke. So we'll wait to see if that wants to hold right now. But hey, look, if you do scan that QR code below, you can get into Trade the Pool, and they're redefining what risk means for traders. No more risking your life savings to prove yourself. They give you access to over $200,000 in company capital to trade real stocks, no CFDs, and your downside is limited to the one-time fee that starts at just $47. And you can get even a better deal with the 10% off code right there by scanning that QR code. That means no blowing up your personal account. You get to trade with serious buying power, all while knowing your loss is capped at that $47. All you need to do is pass the evaluation. That's it. You get funded. Make sure you do scan that QR code, as we had just mentioned, to get on board with Trade the Pool and let them know you're coming from Trader TV Live. All right, well, today, if you've taken some of the trades that we've given, then maybe you might not be getting funded unless you were long there today. But right now, the market is almost, I mean, we're down, we're now back over that 1% level there, now down 0.93. We just got a little, I mean, we just talked about reloading a little bit there. So this could still blow up in my face, that is for sure. We're short right now at 30s. Let's take something out here if it comes back into the low 20s again, just to make this risk, try to make this worth it a bit. Then something else again in the teens. But right now, a little bit worried, obviously, as this NASDAQ trying to figure itself out. And look, man, I mean, we've just bounced. Okay, there we go. We get some levels out now. Okay, that was a good reload. That is for sure. Hey, man, we're going to be happy about that one as that's coming back down in. But we're not getting that, there it is. We're not getting that complete collapse. But if we do get back into the 50-period moving average, that we are going to cover more than we did the last time. So there's another out right there at 15. So, I mean, I'm sort of trading as I preach here a little bit, taking off some value as I'm going to take another 13 here. Look, there's one thing, and it's Neil's line, but I mean, it's a good one there. We don't want to stay wrong. And if we've been sort of going against the trend here today with all of these shorts, you need to reward yourself. And it's a monster trade. Like, I'm down more on Apple than I'm up on the TQs right now. So your boy's going to be red, obviously pending on whatever happens right here. But, right now we're temporarily red because we took more of a hit on Apple. And I feel real stupid about it just because, and again, it's what traders do. And I do it all the time too. It blew through the 196 level that we had written down. So I should have stopped trading it at that point. But we did wind up getting a nice downside play there, but we kept on bouncing off of VWAP here on Apple. So like the market was telling us, we're not going underneath the average price, which is what VWAP is. So if you're not going beneath it, then you're only going long. And that was a stupid decision by me. And obviously taking, responsibility for it is the first step, as we all have our issues there. But there it is. I mean, not that that's an issue or anything. It's just we got to look at the charts and learn from them. And I mean, that's what we're doing every single day, whether or not it be a small cap gap or whether or not it be anything. It's like something that trades one way today may trade differently tomorrow, but your trade strategy has to remain like in the pocket.
Yeah, that's the best.
You can alter them, that's fine. you know, but like if Apple's not working, I'm going to go over to something that has been working today, and that's been this futures short. So I am now like basically 10 pennies away from being positive on the day right now. So that was a really good move, and we were able to take a lot of money, obviously. My number one P&L name today so far is IMNN, but we are position pending on this one right here with the TQs. This is by far my biggest position net-wise today is the TQs, but as far as an early trade and a one and done trade, IMNN was just super clean. You know, we bought it off the first break of $1. We did all of this live, by the way. Oh my gosh, here we go again on this name. I don't even know if I have any offers out there. Oh, I have a 38. I have a 38 offer. We said that we were going to do that ahead of 40. So let's see. It just bounced off 35. Let's see if we have an IMNN trade right there. But another out for us down here at the 50 period. We said we'd get out of a significant piece if it fell back in. So we're doing that right now on the TQQs. Let's hope we get a nice downside play there on that one. I haven't looked at NVIDIA today or Tesla or anything. So maybe we have a look there.
I mean, I have NVIDIA up because I think if you're trading CoreWeave, you want to have NVIDIA up just in case. Like, if I see something stupid to the upside on NVIDIA, maybe don't be sitting on the offer of CoreWeave. Like, that's the idea. Right now, yeah, Apple just, again, Apple's not losing at 97. No. But QBTS, just quickly here, it took a trend break from the open. But really, when you have a bottom like that on news, I should have drawn the all-day trend line, which essentially, when you sober up and have a look at this for real, all it did is bounce off the trend, and I took the steep one short to get stopped out. No, now there's an all-day trend line that if it breaks that, fair enough. And why am I going short unless it breaks that line? So QBTS, that's what I'll wait for. CoreWeave, I'll see if I can. I've now adjusted to trying to get it underneath $100. Like, as far as like if the market's going to hold higher lows and this is going to consolidate underneath yesterday's low, then I want to be short under the $100 level here on CoreWeave. I'm watching NVIDIA pretty closely as well. SMR, I am on the bid trying to get SMR. Oh, no, let me just cancel that. See, when you miss, and it's right back at the high, so I'm just going to cancel that. Yeah, SMR is the one that's going to get me. No questions asked today. Like, I'm down slightly more on Apple than CoreWeave, but the reality is I'm down on a stock that was literally the best trade I could have had today was on SMR. That's unfortunate, but it happens. You just get back on the horse, try to catch that next dip, and go to Satea for the crypto look. Let's go 110.
Oh, wow, back to 110.
What is up, everybody? You guys know that I love crypto, so today we will be getting into Bitcoin and Ethereum. So we know within the last 2 days that Bitcoin has hit all-time highs around that 111, 112,000, depending on the platform that you're using, mark. And we are seeing a little bit of a retracement here, but not to worry. I do think that overall we do have a positive sentiment. But the levels that I would be watching for in this yellow median here around this $105,000 level, I would be looking for a little bit of a pullback there, looking to accumulate for the next leg up. But a conservative level that I'm also looking for is around $100,000 for a potential dip buy opportunity as well. So 105,000, 100,000 is the key pivotal levels that we really need to pay attention to. If you really want to see whether it's going to break out from above this all-time high or stay within the range, I would say if you're wary, I would wait for around this 114,256 level. Hopefully, if we exceed that, then we continue higher. I could see this going to around 118, 120,000. Maybe taking a little bit of profits off the top, maybe around 18, 19K, maybe not necessarily looking for that psychological level of 120,000, because if you're greedy, you may not get it. So let's just pay attention to that. And then just looking at the overall market, we'll look at Bitcoin and Ethereum. So we can see within the last 24 hours, it seems that people are taking a little bit of profits. Bitcoin down 1.1%, Ethereum down 2.7%. But don't you worry. I think that just give it time. And for those long-term hodlers, keep holding. Back to you.
Yes, keep on hodling like we all do around here because, hey, holding is life. And, well, I don't know if holding is going to be life on SMR. We'll see if the nuclear names are going to be just as good. This can't break $30, everybody. Like, it's just gone up here time and time again. It might have done it. We start our charts here at 6 a.m. I could look at Blue Ocean, but I doubt this has a ton of volume on it. It might have broken 30 like early in the morning. but it's rejecting it time and time again. So this is the next available dip into the 29 level that hopefully we're able to get. I'm tracking that. And QBTS for a trend break. Now, sometimes you might be thinking, well, why not just go long on it? I just think when you have, and ultimately when it broke the trend yesterday, I think I had this trade, and it only gave you like 30 or 40 cents. That said, this is now a double top and a much more like closely followed trend line with, I think, a lot of room underneath, because 17 seems like an obvious spot this could go to. Like that's $1 change potential on that short trade, or you're long into overhead resistance. I'm just gonna wait for QBTS to break this trend line, and I'm going short. IonQ, if you're watching, I'm jumping from one to the other, I get that. IonQ, similar look, it already broke a heavy trend line, but holding above the volume weighted average price. Obviously, if you see the group start to go, you can always back off being short one of the followers, because I guess everyone calls this one the leader. I don't know if that's true, but I'm willing to have it up there and use it as the futures for my quantum plays if we make any here today. Because QBTS, it's going to have to be specific. It's just going to have to break that trend line, and it continues to go higher. I see Joseph, you like that, and that NVTS. These are the guys that got that, they got the NVIDIA deal. But unfortunately, it hasn't done much with it. I think this is why we haven't really traded. It's still in the same range, though. So like the $4 level looks like you can buy it, but it can't get past the $5. Like it'll get there, go like 10, 15 cents and fail. It's a monster level here for NVTS on the daily. But I think you need it to even break, like this is 5.25. So if it can get above 5.25, I think you get a little bit more excited with this for a long trade. Otherwise, wait for the low, the breakout just not happening on this. But it's the right catalyst, right? Like partnership with NVIDIA is always good.
Apple's trying to break lower as well. The TQs, I mean, it's a good job that we were able to get something out down into this area again on the TQs. So we'll reload a small piece now, but it's looking really strong. Like it just keeps on bouncing. Like we said before, we're not going to make that mistake like we did on Apple. And if anything, Apple might be at a good reload spot right now, backing off into 197, 196.70, bouncing. Yep, right now off of the 50-period moving average. So I think Apple, you may want to look a little bit lower just to see what this market wants to do. But we are waiting in this area, 195.50 or so, 196 is a great long for Apple. So if that comes in, obviously our hope, not obvious, but like the futures are going upside here, Apple's coming down. So I was going to say if the futures drop, maybe Apple comes with it, but it's kind of doing its own thing right there. Nailed the level of 197, but it goes up to 197.70, making that look, yeah, it's questionable for sure. All right, nice little play back in here for the TQs. Let's get something out again around in the mid-teens if we're able to. It just went into that level again, and we didn't have any bids there, so let's put a bid. This is a pretty wild thing to trade, but listen up. The first month is completely free with eSignal. That's right, we're waiving those fees. Trade smarter, not harder. Upgrade to an elite advantage. Analyze, strategize, and capitalize. Our platform, it has everything. It has infinite data, instant trading, lightning fast market insights, game-changing charts, predict with backtesting, reliable real-time data, global markets at your fingertips, all in one on this platform. It's eSignal. Execute your best trades now. And if you are ready to do that, you know, just scan that QR code. It's the only way to get your first month free on eSignal. And again, you know, we did run through some of those examples. And I mean, this is, you know, it's easy for me to call it up. Oh, SMCI. So this will automatically give us some ideas on trades, like instantly. This hot rate, it's called hot list trade rate. So look at SMCI, nice move upside right now, busting through some volume. So giving us some ideas as well. There's Tesla. And this is just, look, there's a lot of scanners out there, that's for sure. But there's QUBT, MLGO, QBTS, Oklo, Apple. Like they're all here, right now. So definitely look at eSignal for your advantages, right? I mean, this is where we get Sunrun. Sunrun yesterday actually
down a bajillion
got 40% slapped as the bill yesterday, no funding there for solar names, and you could see cutting funding, I believe, actually. $11 into $6. I mean, there you go again from eSignal, giving you a good idea here of a potential name to look at. Sunrun coming all the way from $22 back in August down to $6 there. Don't know enough about this versus First Solar versus any other name, but right now we do know that the TAN ETF yesterday was down 7+%, and I'm guessing now that the bill's been, I guess it's in the Senate right now or the House or one of those. So we'll wait to see if there's any sort of a love on that. But looks like right there, First Solar back upside as well. Sunrun, the biggest beat down yesterday, seems to be reacting okay today. But yeah, interesting day there. It's 10:40 already. Man, this day is getting on. And join us with Sharif and Joe on the midday. And I just wanted to see how many of y'all are watching right now, because hit the like button. I mean, we got Satya, we've got Crypto Talk, we've got, 1.5K. We like that. Over 9,000 of you watch. So if 1 in every 5 of you hit the like button, man, we'll probably set a new record right there. So let's see if we can get up to 2,000 likes for sure, man. Do it for Neil, do it for Satya. Let's see if we can get going on that like.
Do it for Satya. Also actually, you know what? Also do it for Sharif. His birthday's coming up, everybody.
Yeah, that's right. Sunday.
Yeah, birthday's on Sunday. I know we have the running joke. It's like, pick a person and then, hey, it's that person's birthday today. But it's legitimately Sharif's birthday on Sunday. So I don't think we're going to get that Bitcoin 125 for his birthday. So we can put a smile on his face. I mean, I don't know. The news today and...
Yeah, it's not looked the greatest.
Yeah, like it just felt like you needed what you needed IBIT to be doing. We're going to go to Satya in just a quick little second for Money Talk. What you needed to be doing today is if you were doing yesterday, like consolidating, holding the highs or breaking out those highs. Right now we're consolidating underneath yesterday's range. That's not bullish enough. That's not going to give us the juice, unfortunately. So that's why I'm a little bit skeptical. Strength into the weekend and maybe you do like a 10% move. But right now, let's see how the US dollar is. Wait a minute, nope. Not yet. It's sector watch.
Yeah.
Let's go to Satya. Get ahead of myself.
So the sectors that I have on watch today is the technology sector. So we're looking at Microsoft down 0.71%, Google down 0.69%, and Meta down 1.09%. So taking a hit there on the technology sector. So investor concerns over AI investments. So recent comments for tech leaders have signaled that returns on AI investments may take longer to materialize than previously anticipated. So we can see that, we're red. So, and then there's also ongoing tech sector layoffs. So there's layoffs in the tech industry, and this continues to face challenges. We have 22,000 job cuts reported in 2025. So just be aware of that. This trend reflects ongoing reconstructing and cost-cutting measures with the sector, further dampening investor sentiment. And then also I want to get into the energy sector. So the energy sector here. And we want to get into recent data indicates unforeseen increases in U.S. crude oil inventories, signaling weaker demand and contributing to downward pressure on oil prices. In addition to this, U.S. gasoline prices have dropped to a 4-year low, averaging 3.17 per gallon. This decline reflects reduced consumer demand and further pressures the profitability of oil producers. Back to you.
Thank you very much, Satya. And 2 things just happened. 1, Corey broke the top again. Well, okay, no, for the first time.
Okay.
It broke the top just now. I did have the short on the curl, and some people have been saying this week, don't trade without stops. What? Or trade without stops, I should say. That was on the break. It may end up, even if it wicks in, I'm not taking the wick top re-entry on CoreWeave because the high is 105.60. So to re-enter the short and give it to the high would be giving it $2, which is a little bit insane. I'm absolutely not doing that. That said, that was the level we're looking for, was the 104. And now that you've breached it, I can be patient. If it's going to trend up, I can wait for some of the highs. It's a head and shoulders at 110, which is, last time I checked, like $6 away from here on CoreWeave. I still want to favor the short, but ultimately, we're able to get away with it today. But if it goes mean crazy, you want to stay away from that stock until it sets back up again. QBTS is so close to breaking the trend line. It keeps on bouncing right off of it. It's not looking as nearly as strong as it was before because you cannot break 19. You're barely breaking the high of the day, so you got a flat top into these ascending wedge is the word I'm looking for. So a flat top into an ascending wedge. I'm looking for the break of the wedge to the downside. And one of the reasons, and not the only reason, but one of the reasons I'm looking at this is it's the free locates. The other, rejection of 19 even yesterday on that crazy upward move. So you have overhead resistance and a clean trend break. So just waiting. If I have to wait all day long for it to break the trend, so be it. Like this, it didn't break the morning trend until 1 o'clock yesterday. So if it does that again today, then maybe I'm not in it till 1 o'clock. It's entirely possible. Ooh, VWAP just came in on SMR as well.
Yeah, I mean, Apple's near that VWAP
Not a
there.
New Zealand
Maybe
stock.
we could do that a little bit. Let's check out what Alex Karp is doing. We just got some more outs there as the futures went back to $66 for us on the TQQ. So it looks like we just keep on wanting to bounce here on the NASDAQ. So that TQQ position definitely coming into jeopardy at some point there. I'm actually going to put another bid in the teens. I'll talk about that in a minute, just looking for something else. So Palantir strong today, so bang on that one, man, as we get a face slapper on Palantir. It seems like most days this is what's wind up happening with Palantir. The bull just keeps on kicking. Obviously, when the market gets hit, so does Palantir. We saw, some nice aggressive moves. If anything, the beta on this is very, very strong versus the market. So 120, held, but scary thoughts right there, 123.50, kind of yesterday's level that we broke right there at the close where we fell pretty good into 122 and change. So, right now you're watching this 50-period moving average. And as you can see here on a 1-minute chart, it's really done quite well for it. It broke it right there. I mean, whatever, you're not going to take it at 7:45 in the morning, but there's the break down. And then there's us kind of thinking about it. And then there's the break higher. And again, you can't just take every break higher because it breaks higher right there. And then it wants down and there again. So I like to say it breaks, then you're looking for like a key level after that level break. So that would have been right in and around here. So I think a good long would have been 121 for Palantir. So potentially if we fall back into 121 or so, you have a nice little dip buy opportunity that happened already at 121. So, even if you don't see all of this, you still can see that 121 was the top there and some action right into here as well. So, that looks to me like a good break regardless of that support. And then you got the support. So it looks like a real good looker right there for us on that play. So this is what I was talking about with the Qs. We had already said before, when it bowed, it was right here. When it came back in and didn't break the 50, that gave us outs, right? So that gave us the outs at the 50 again and again and again. And right now, this 50 period is creeping up real nice like. So I'm now bidding again in the teens. I'm bidding 16 to get out of 5% of this. And then we'll bid another tranche down here. Okay, here we go. I'm not doing it now, but I'm going to bid another one down at 05 for, again, maybe let's just get out of 10%. All right, we'll get out of 10% at 05 right there. Then maybe we break lower, and then we see if the trend continues to be your friend there today. The banks today, the whole market's down 1%. So JP Morgan takes out 260 there, but still a little bit better, looking to break higher. We talked about some of these high breaks possibly there today. I'm not sure there's going to be enough action in this market right now on some of these names, but JP Morgan looks like it wants to hold, right? Looks like it wants to hold this 258. So, a nice play right there for JP Morgan, trying to give it a couple seconds here. So, good job there on some of the trades, but looking for some more love. If there's any other names, Tesla, uranium is up.
Ben, we have a super chat.
Okay, what's up, Ben?
Ben wants to talk about, I almost said Tesla because you said it, NVIDIA and Tesla, both of them on here. Thoughts overall on gaps on the daily chart and their influence effect on price movement to refill them. NVIDIA 118, Tesla 308 gaps concerning for your long. Yeah, I tend to agree when you get a little bit bearish, you get really concerned about those gap fills. First things first, NVIDIA is testing the all-day trend line right now. As you can see, it could break any second. I was on the stock anyways. There's a line that people say all gaps get filled. It's obviously not true, but in a certain sense, you're just going from supply zone to supply zone. And it's been a very good rally. If I was swing trading NVIDIA dip buys, which I'm not, it's a long-term holding for me that I'm not getting out of, the 130 breaks, and outside of it coming back into some of these 123 or 120, I guess it's more like 122, you got the 200 period moving average. I usually expect that's where I would be looking to first buy the dip because people look for previous support levels, previous supply zones. So yeah, I would be concerned, but that's a big if. Look at this candle right now. If we close above 130 on NVIDIA, Well, it broke that bottom. Did we fill in the gap? No. We're still closing above as of right now. We're trending back to the upside. This could, if we end up closing today on all that negative stuff, getting back to 133, I'm going to sneeze in a second, back to 133, that turns into a bullish candle, everybody. That means you're, and this, the day's not done yet, so don't at me if this doesn't happen. But I'm just saying, like, it's a bullish candle if we take bad news, hold the prior support, not fill in the gap, and then we can presumably head right back into the top of this range. So that's what you got to deal with it as you see in front of you. Like, I'm drawing a trend line for a short, and as you can see, like all the other shorts, like, where's it going? Up, 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 and away on NVIDIA. So while that's happening,
The whole market's blasted.
yeah, while that's happening, SMR off of VWAP.
What about a high?
Like we just broke 29s on SMR into the volume weighted average price, a little bit better than my last. I'm rolling my eyes because I'm not going to live this one down on SMR. Like it was right to our level at 27. I still managed to screw it up. So hopefully it's unable to break the $30 level right now. So it's in a 28.5 and it's trying to get to 30. I'm going to get out. This should be on the north end of 29.5. So I'll put an offer in like the 2/3 and see if this can break the $30 level. It breaks 30 and you let it fly here on SMR. But to just finish the thought on NVIDIA, I think this is looking incredibly bullish if it holds on to this trend line. And if it breaks it, you could still hold here 129.75, 130 and look pretty good on the daily chart. So we're not at that point of, I think, concern just yet if you're in a short-term swing trade, but everyone's risk is their own. You have to know your own time frame on a trade, a swing trade, or a long-term investment. For myself, none of it concerns me because I'm thinking years in NVIDIA. But if I only want to hold NVIDIA for a couple of days, then yeah, if you're in the profit from those recent dip buys down in like I don't know, it could be here at like 112 or maybe you're in like the 90s. Yeah, like if it closed underneath 130 and I was swinging it, I'd probably get out something. It's been a great rally. Like you're up 50% from the lows, you're up 30% from the local bottoms. Nothing wrong with taking profit. Just know your own time frame is all I would say. Let's go to Satya.
What's up to all my Forex traders? So today we are going to go into the US dollar index, the DXY. So nothing too crazy happening. We are off the highs significantly from the beginning of the year in January. So we're currently around that $99.30 mark. So I drew this downwards trend line just to show that we are in this downwards trend channel. And then we also have this green line here kind of showing that when we approach these levels around 97, around 102, around these levels, we start to see a little bit of a bounce. But just keep in mind here that we do have resistance around 101.87. So just keep that in mind as well. And then $100 being the pivotal level. Back to you.
I think it's showing.
We're just
We should have bet more.
We're looking up our bets over there. Yeah, well, we meant to bet more
I totally
on
forgot.
that game last night for OKC. So, yeah, it's 10:52. We'll do lunch in a minute. Her mic is still on there. Andre, thank you so much for that. We may be positive. I think it's still on, Andre, her mic. All right, so 65.95. We just got a nice little fill there again. Let's see now if we want to crank lower, man. We're on this name. We're on the futures. Let's make it something special. We're hopefully going to go green for you guys here this afternoon or this morning. We just need the TQs to get down just a little bit more, breakthrough VWAP. If we can get anything like that, it's going to be a good morning for me. Green, but not a huge morning, just green. So that's always good when you can stay on that side of it. But let's go. Nice little downside play there. IMNN, we're at 10%. We're at less than 10% now on IMNN. That fill was there. We were waiting for 38s. We didn't get it. All right. Neil's going to go. Then we're going to come back and figure out what's for lunch.
Yes, sir. Because as we were talking about, everybody, if you're looking for unbeatable odds, then ProfitX it's it. We keep talking about it. You can check it yourself against any of the major books. You're going to find very competitive odds. But the key is peer-to-peer platform where you get to set your own price. It's not one size fits all. You're customizing your plays, bid, ask, like we know how to do as traders, in your own picking strategies in real time. So you get the best odds, you can track the action and watch your plays come alive. It's total control at every step because it's sports playing reimagined. Use the code TRADERTV to get the sign-up offer of 2% cash back up to $300. And big shout out to Profit X. We did have, we should have added to, we didn't do it. OKC, obviously, go SGA. They won a little bit. They're on the road come Saturday. I guess tomorrow, if you're into the Pacers right now, you can
I'm
go
not
Pacers,
sure about
Knicks.
that one.
I'm not really sure about that one. That's a wild one to be able to pick between the Pacers and the Knicks. I mean, I feel real good about OKC. I think they're going to have no trouble, but
2-2-4
yeah, that's a tough one. I think that's going to be the most entertaining series by far because I don't know how you pick between those two teams. They're both fantastic. They're deep. I don't know. They both have one Raptor.
I mean, the Knicks should have won.
The Knicks should have won, but it's like, one's got Siakam, one's got OG. So if you're like a Toronto fan,
we're definitely for that.
I can pick either one of those teams. Although Indiana has Benedict Mathurin, I believe his name is. He's born in Montreal.
Oh, they have Nemhard.
And then, but they have two. Well, that's the one everybody knows. But the other guy, most people don't know, is also Canadian.
Yep, exactly.
I can't even pronounce his name. That's how much I know.
Hey, man, Canada has already taken over the NBA, so.
That's how we do.
Maybe I shouldn't say that. We have so many U.S. people watching. But international players in the NBA in general, it's something like 8 of the last 10 MVPs are all outside the U.S. You have Luka, you have Jokic, you have Giannis, and then yesterday, a couple days ago,
USA
SGA
versus the world
as well. But yeah, as far as overall team, versus the world, okay,
what
yeah,
they should
but
do.
Team USA always seems to
That'd be sick.
win when they need to. Canada yesterday, what a fail for that, man. They got kicked out. They lost to Denmark. In hockey. Hello, right there. Okay, but now that Joe's sitting there, we have an opportunity.
Yeah, that's embarrassing.
We're doing real well right now on the TQQs, by the way, as it's made that move, and we're starting to cover a little bit more of that one. No, this is still IMNN. Here it is, Andre. Look at that, man. Good fill right into that level again. Let's see if we can get even lower. Today is Cajun, and it's a good thing that Dara's not here, because she wouldn't like the Cajun flavor. I mean, spicy ketchup turns her the other way. Cajun tilapia with my favorite, roasted baby potatoes. I love those things, with seasoned veg and a salad. So, hey, man, we don't have fish. Wow, here we go. We don't have fish around here too often, but we like, I think that'll be tasty. They're Cajun tilapia. So I don't know what all you guys are doing for lunch, but that's what's for lunch here. And I don't know, yesterday was sandwiches. So I had tuna sandwiches, what they gave me.
You had a tuna? I got the
chicken or?
Look, it was Montreal smoked meat.
Oh, good.
Like it was, but it kind of wasn't.
Right.
I
get you.
Like here's my thing.
Covering more, let's go.
There's a certain degree of quality mustard that needs to be on a Montreal smoked meat
you've said
sandwich.
that. You've said that before.
And if you don't have that, then it's not Montreal smoked meat. So that's all I'm going to say. It was delicious. I'm not hating on it. It's just like, it's not how I would do it, but yeah, to each their own. We only have 3 minutes to go here. Whoa. 3 minutes to go, not imminently. So 2 things. First, I'm going to go back to SMR because NVIDIA will not break this trend line, and it's annoying because I'm going to short that the second it does. But I think this is the last salvo at VWAP on SMR. Like it just bounced. You're getting lower highs. As a matter of fact, I'm going to take a leg out here because I think you're breaking down. And if I look at this, like you broke trend there, and even if you're being snooty about it, you broke trend there, and it's consolidating under the trend line either way, and you've got resistance. So yeah, I'm going to get out of this thing. I have a stop underneath the 50 level, but NVIDIA is the other name that, go from a New York stock and type it too fast to a NASDAQ, that's what happens. So if this breaks the trend line, we're jumping into NVIDIA. It's still pressing the top, but it cannot break the top. This trend goes from the pre-market lows all the way to the current high. So the second NVIDIA breaks out this trend, it's that and it's QBTS, which has a similar one there, but it keeps bouncing off of it. I took 1 short on this stock, but it hadn't even broken. I just took it at VWAP. We're going to wait patiently for these to reverse the trend and then just take that 1 shot in, and hopefully we get it nice and clean for sure. Crypto Millionaire says, goes to show you only need a trend line and VWAP. I don't agree with that. You need whatever works for you. That's the best way to put it. Maybe you like Fibonacci. I say this every time. Maybe you like Fibonacci's. I don't, but you might. Fibonacci's, I'm being...
Come on, Neil.
Apparently, I'm supposed to say Fibonacci's. Look, man, maybe that's what you're into. Moving averages are fantastic as well. RSI, like it, whatever works for you, man. It's Joe likes to look at some of those big, put walls, call walls, like big levels on options. Like that's all that really matters. Like I don't care. Like I don't care what indicator is going to work on a given day as long as it works. So SMR, I'm going to hop on out of it. No matter what the result is on SMR for me today, I can't live this one down. So ultimately, I get a little bit back, but I like this a heck of a lot more at the bottom, and I had the perfect entry and managed to bungle it. So regardless of what happens today, you just got to be able to move on. I think you could fill that gap into the low where I would take another shot, but for the next thing, it is going to be, NVIDIA is really riding this to this trend line. It's almost a matter of time before it breaks.
All right, I know it's been a tough morning for sure, but right here, though, we're going to go green, thankfully, finally. It only took till 11 freaking o'clock right there, but finally the TQs does come back in. And again, man, this is why just watch the stock, make sure that you have your levels. And if this blew up, man, we were going to get stopped out, right? Our stop out is 12 cents away. We now have 65 cents in the money. So like we were getting stopped out if it broke 50, right? We're short here at 38. So let's give it 13 cents to win 70. I mean, this is kind of what we're trying to do and trying to hold on right now. I have more than half left. So it's pretty good so far here for the TQQs. But all right, here we go, man. Nice move down. Let's keep this rally going. And there's the move higher right now. So like, I don't know, we were just a little bit downside. Let's offer bid 71s again. See that little pop up right there? This is just wild times, man. Like this is what the algos are doing. Do you know how much money it takes to move the NASDAQ? A lot. And like it just bumped up right there like nothing back into VWAP again. So I'm going to take another piece out. Thank you so much to everybody for watching again today, man. Another record day for us here. And I'm going to call the wife. We're going to sign up for CAA. Because, well, no, the thing is that the car is 4 years old or whatever. And then what ran over with Volkswagen, they give you the... So I just found that out. I was chatting there. And they're like, nah, you don't have coverage, my guy. I'm like, you don't have coverage. But CAA is only $7. My wife is.
It's cheap.
Yeah, it's $75 a year.
It's cheap, man.
Is that? I wonder what that includes because doesn't one tow cost like?
To be honest,
$200?
But here's the thing: Anyone
have any coupons?
I've never had to use it, and I've been paying. I've had CAA forever. So that's how they get you, man. Like it sounds cheap. But I've literally never used the service, and I've probably been paying for it for how old am I? 20 years, maybe.
Yeah, but even that, but
they win, dude. They're trusting.
Oh yeah, but that's like insurance scam.
Yeah,
I mean, look, the world needs insurance because when you get run into or whatever, someone needs to be responsible for all of that.
No, it's true, man.
But it's just like how much I paid $2,000 a year or something for the car. If I've been doing that for 20 years, that's $40,000. I don't even have one claim. Never had an accident. Never had a speeding ticket. Nothing like that. No claims whatsoever.
Investing in
Yeah, that's why. I mean, that's why I'm buying some Burke B.
Yeah.
Every time it goes down.
Or you could buy some Doug.
Or you could buy some Trader TV Live coin. What is Doug?
Oh, Sharif's in Doug.
Oh, Sharif's in Doug. All right, well.
Do the Dougie.
He is doing the Dougie over here. So let's get ready to throw it to him. All right, good day today. We're back at 2 p.m. here for Neil's final 2 hours before he goes on vacay. So join Neil back then. He's going to Budapest. So we all have, we're really lucky being here. The owner sends us everywhere, and we're able to take all this. Being in Paris, being in Rome, being in London, Budapest, soon to be some spicy areas in Spain where we'll go see Luis Barbado and we will do a show live from our Barcelona office. All right, ciao, everybody. We'll see you then.
See you then.
You owe us 3 minutes, Joe.
No way, man. That's from Boom! The Katita Man says we owe him 3 minutes. Good greetings and salutations, beautiful people. Welcome to the Midday Show. That right there, dancing up a storm, is your boy Joey Options, and I'm Sharif, and I'm in a better mood today.
I have CAA insurance.
All right, guys. Let's shout out everybody coming in from the chat. Shout out to Robert, Isaac, Kobe the Kid. We got Miggy Mogmo and Nick whatever. Moy, Casando, Scott H, Oscarito, how about Vern and Cristobal, Mr. Henry L. I see GameStop. I talked about GameStop yesterday. We got Ahmed, we got Jesse, we got Brown Lighting, Flow Grade, Miguel Pereira, Echo Max, Travman, Adrian, Fiddleback, Tobbs T. Shout out to Holly, waving right back at you, girl. We got Chef Joe, Umberto G, Steve Day. We got Ryan Davis and the Piper. Who else, man? You guys are moving too quickly over here. I can't read that. Rodney Washington, welcome to Trading TV Live, my friend. We got Ayo Lewis, Sahil, Tyrone Hamilton, my guy. Peace back at you, baby. Small trader. Nick, there are no small traders, guys. They're just only small trades. We got the Ozen in the house, Unfinished Dreams, Atif, Sports and Stonks, Paul Goodson, Joseph Scott J, as well as Trading Today for Tomorrow.
Makes sense.
I hope
sense.
so.
I like that one.
I like that one too, man. Good morning. How's it going?
Good, man. I mean, yeah, we're having a good time here this morning. We took a couple trades, man. If you guys go and check my X posts, I put it on there. Joey Bag Fumbler is my new name here. Sure. Yeah, because we're putting on the trades.
Nice.
We're in the right area, but we're just not holding on. I don't know what's going on. This would happen sometimes. It is the name of the game, but here we go. We were trading some IonQ earlier in the morning, guys. That was a half decent one. I talked about just putting on size and not changing that psychology. So a couple mishaps. You've seen what happened to us in the likes of Google yesterday as well, too, folks. So we want to start to avoid that, and we just got to toughen up. Diamond hands, Deontay Wilder, some things here. Yeah, and that's the name of the game here. Let's go through our trades here on the morning, guys, and I hope everyone's having a happy Friday. And that's all that really matters. Red or green, there's always going to be Monday. All right, let's roll through it. So here we were trading IonQ. That is going to be our best trade of the day here, guys. We were also in some Rigetti.
Knees are
spaghetti. Knees are sweaty. We got really aggressive here, guys, on this trade. But then as soon as I seen some orders flush on the bid, as soon as we cracked this high, and I'm like, oh, okay, let me get out of this. And I locked in a little bit of gains there, but you can see entry one, double it up, triple it up, and then I was going for that break of the high of the day, but we just didn't get that momentum that I was looking for. And I mentioned previously, that this is more of a grinder, right? With these lower price stocks, they're not going to they're not going to just get those clean moves like we see in some of these higher mega cap stocks. So that's one thing I have to note and be patient on. We also took a trade on iBit. And yeah, it's actually my largest size of the day here. Yeah, but Sharif,
it's okay.
Hold. Yeah, exactly. But it's all right. We had IonQ and everything. It took 2 attempts to get it going. I'm like, you know what? We're going to get that high day break here. I'm like, let me load this boat. But then I just took a little bit off there, guys, and then I just didn't sit through that pullback, which is unfortunate, but that's okay. There's going to be plenty of trades to put on here today, and I'm going to be patient and wait for those opportunities.
The Owens Sailing Diary.
Ooh.
You know what he said there?
What did he say?
Saying hello to the chat reminds me of a kid show in Australia Play School. I feel like I'm too old when you blokes are on. No offense, just feel like you are being a bit narrow demographically, brother. I'm 43 years old on Sunday. I ain't young, so you're in the right place. Shout out to you, my man. Thank you for joining us today. I don't know why you feel that way. I hope nobody made you feel that way, but I don't know what this Australian show is. It sounds like a doozy. Let me know what it is.
What's the old instrument they got over there in Australia?
They play
instrument? You know which one? Come on, chat knows immediately which one I'm calling. It can't come to me. I don't know, brother. I don't know. I appreciate it if you didn't call me Devin Haney. You know what I mean?
Devin Haney.
Call me Paper Hands out there.
Yeah,
it is what
bro,
it is.
come on.
It's like a chickadoozy or something.
Dude, I watched a couple of old fights from Devin Haney.
Why would you
see
do
the one that? Because I don't know. I was in a mood to be really disappointed. I don't know. But did you see the one where he got clipped? He got clipped hard, then wobbled back to his corner. Like it didn't even nothing happened. Really? Oh, I gotta send you this. Hilarious. Hilarious.
Yeah, there we go. A diggery-doo is what that's called. Do you know what those things are?
Yes, I've heard of them. I've heard of them. I've never played one, Joseph. All right. The only instruments I've played, the clarinet and the trumpet.
Clarinet.
The clarinet. The reed, what'd you play, Katina Man? The Katina Man played the bass clarinet. Those were the ones with the thicker reeds, right?
Yeah, and it's long.
And it's longer as well. Yeah.
Dang, shout out
to the Katina Man.
Katina Man for that one.
All right.
I played the guitar and the flute.
Hey?
I used to play the old little.
Well, I did play a little bit of acoustic guitar in grade 10. Took that class.
Yeah.
Skipped like half the classes.
Bad.
Yeah. That wasn't a good use of time, Joseph.
no.
It was not a good use of time. All right, guys. Thank you guys for the birthday wishes. Really appreciate you guys. Here's the deal. We're in a couple of trades right now, Joseph. This one, Neil put on the watch list this morning. Lottery.com, LTRY. I'm long at triple twos. We've wet the beak there all the way up to 30s. This one is feeling very ascending wedgish, but it is a bamboozler. When it breaks into highs, it's quick to retrace into the lows. So if you're going to trade this one, set up some resting orders. Offer, as the Katina man says, I'm offering at $2.30. I'm offering at $2.33. I just say I'm waiting at that level. That means I'm looking to sell at that level. So we'll see what this one does. Several outs on this one so far. As zigs and zags with that volume weighted average price, which is right around that 2 1/5. The other one I'm involved in right now, no prints on this one. Doug on the New York Stock Exchange.
Doug.
It has, I know, sub Doug. Dougie. No, seriously, it has a seller here at 92 and has had a seller there for a while. I'm still yet to get any prints. I've got 90s on at the moment. I've layered my orders with this one. Another one that I have perceived to be an ascending wedge, higher low, higher low, higher low. That's what I'm looking at right now. I've already loaded up on this one, and anything below my stop, obviously, we're gonzino there. I see you, Legend League, URA, nuking everything else. Yes. In a very pun-filled way. Adair's not here, but we can pick up the slack. Obviously, Donald Trump slated to have yet another executive order signing ceremony in the Oval Office, of course, where he will be talking about deregulating parts of the nuclear industry in the United States, as well as kind of trying to rely less on Russian and Chinese uranium. And Hey, Donald, we have a lot of that over here. It's called the province of Saskatchewan. Give us a call. We'll hook you up, brother, but we're not going to pay those tariffs. All right, guys, I'm just trolling over there for all my American friends in the chat. Joseph, what are you looking at?
Yeah, I'm here on IONQ. I think this space is still continuing to climb. That's why we were looking at it this morning. Yeah, I mean, we're having a decent day here. We're nicely green on it, so we're going to be precise on the session to see what we can get involved in. You don't want to be buying the tops of these ranges just yet, but what I'm looking at, if we are as strong as I think we are, then if you can catch the lower end of this consolidation phase, then I think you should be okay, and maybe we get a nice consolidation and then that additional leg higher. I mean, it's hard to say that you won't get any follow-up, especially with yesterday's session here on IONQ, so that's exactly what I'm looking for. It's unfortunate that we didn't participate throughout this whole trend, but I can't complain. A nice 1 minute ABCD pattern right there, guys. And then we just piece out conservatively, right? So again, the execution was there. I'm happy about it. The size necessarily wasn't. I was just more of a, I don't know if Sharif recognized this morning, but I was just in a relaxed state. I'm like, I'm here chilling. I was was it Fat Joe leaning back? And that's it. But
something else to do with lean there.
Oh, you were talking to me about there. No, just leaning back there with your good. I'm not going to say that as your friend because he's not our friend.
No, he's not our friend.
He's not our friend.
Oh.
But yeah, I mean, in all seriousness, guys, we're going to wait for this consolidation. We might get a liquidity grab. If we punch through the lower end of the support level, then maybe there'll be an opportunity. So I'm looking for any form of indecision within this phase here in order for me to get in. Or if we come in and test the lows once again, I'm going to be keeping my eyes on the time of sales to see if there's a defense there. Saying, okay, we're not going to allow the price to go any lower. So that's what I have my eyes on. I want to point out here as well too, guys, I'm continuously posting up on the options chain. I'm doing my scans as well. I posted my scan this morning as well too, so you can see all the tickers that I have here. Here's the scan on my profile here. So there you go. You can see it. I just run it. There's a certain criteria. Anything less than 1,000, greater than $10, and greater than 1 million shares. Right. So there you go. You can go follow it. I'm going to be posting the scan in the options chain on my X. So go and follow me at Trader TV Joseph, and go follow at Trader TV Research as well too. Adara is off for the couple of days, but she's always posting on that and on Trader TV Live. So go follow those 3 handles right there, guys, and see what we got going on. 401. there, Sharif. There we go. We were talking about that not too long ago. So much appreciated, and thank you guys all for even hitting the like and etc. But yeah, it goes a long way. It goes a lot farther, and it even motivates me more to like continuously post these things because it seems like the individuals who are looking at it kind of like that as well. So yeah, that's what I got going on, Sharif. Waiting for the lower end of this range. Maybe we take that second leg higher, liquidity grab. Let's see what this market's up to. But I think there's going to be a good opportunity in order for us to climb higher in IO and Q.
I have a very good feeling about that as well.
Yeah.
All right, guys, I'm in the two positions that I've already talked about. I'm waiting for any prints on DOUG. I've got a few on LTRY. I'm looking now to set up on OKLO. I perceive this to be a bull flag here on OKLO. So if that is my perception, if that's my belief, then my move here is let me work into the bull flag. Well, what are the bull flag components? We got that pull up, and then we got that sideways consolidation, right? So if we're going to get a sideways consolidation, typically we'll have a pseudo range, a decent range that we can gauge. Maybe 50.5 to the high side, 48.5 to the low side. That's kind of what I'm seeing on OKLO. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to post here. Try to get some money fills in the low 49s and in the high 48s. It's all the way up into 50 right now. I get that, but I'm looking for a move down. So let's go ahead and post here. I'm going to wait at 49.25 for half the shares. So 49.25. We're going to post here as a resting order, and then I'm going to wait at 48.75 for another entry. 48.75. We'll go like that, and we'll go just like that. All right, so that's my move right now on OKLO, trying to get a money fill rather than punching into a level that we keep having trouble with. You guessed it, it is that $50 level. Okay, so this one's a bit more expensive than the ones I typically trade, so obviously I'm going to use a smaller size, but I do happen to like that catalyst today. Let's see if we're able to make some money on it. Let's move back to Doug though, because Doug is coming down into the 10 exponential moving average again. I have my stop quite close to here, so let's see if we can get something here on Doug to the high side. We're still putting in what I perceive to be higher low, so I'm going to take advantage of that, and we're going to go long over here. But now, because I've added to the position, I have to adjust my stop, right? Otherwise, it'll get me out, but it'll only get me out for a small amount. So let's go ahead and wait over here, and then we're going to give it right down to there. And it's how many shares we've got on right now. So there we go. So we're going to go and adjust that. So now we've got our stop in for DOUG. It's going to have to hold up above the 10 exponential. Otherwise, we're going to have no smoke with this one. All right, back to LTRY. Where's that one at? There we go. So we've got a few prints on this one, and I'm still quite happy with the pattern that I'm seeing. As generally here, we are getting these higher lows. And now you've obviously had outsized what am I called? Retracements, where you get these big bull flags and then you kind of give back almost 2/3 of the move. That seems to be kind of a characteristic of this one. You get a big move up and then you give back about 2/3 of the move. So keep your eye on LTRY. It is a bit of a bamboozler. And if you're going to get into this one, again, what I'm going to try to tell you is take these put resting orders there so that if it spikes up, all of them can fill and then you can get into the money quite quickly. So that's what I'm looking at. I'm also looking at QUBT. So we were trading, I think we were trading Rigetti yesterday, and another good day, Joseph, for these quantum names. I perceive yet another bull flag here on your friend QUBT. This one, the Katina man had a banger on yesterday, so we'll see how this cookie ends up crumbling. I also am interested in getting in at LTBR. Here we go. This just came into the 10 exponential again, and here it goes again. So I'm going to get into LTBR, and I'm putting my stop at current bar low. So it'll have to hold up 15, 14. Otherwise, we want no smoke with this one. So that's what I'm doing right now, Joseph. We're in 3 positions.
Yep.
Let's see how they do.
Love it. All right, so I had a good question here, and I'm going to be honest with you, Ugar. Ugar Kagri Yamaz. Sorry if I mispronounce your name there.
Nazem Kadri?
Yeah, not maybe his cousin there, but I don't know anything. Hey, Joseph, good day to you. Good day to you as well, my friend. Thank you. I'm giving you a headache with all the questions. No, don't ever think that. I love the questions, so keep sending them my way. Would you be positive on a Euro USD May 30th $1.15 call? What do you think of today's Trump news on Euro USD and DXY? why. Okay, so I'm gonna just be totally frank with you guys. You're asking, I know absolutely next to nothing about Forex, so I don't want to mislead you. And I didn't even know that you could trade Forex options. Did you know that?
No, you know I don't know anything about Forex.
I don't want to mislead you in any way. I'm sorry, I don't know anything about Forex trading. I mean, we know what's going on. Donald wants to slap a 50% tariff on these guys. So just ask yourself, what do you think about it? Is it good or positive? But how these pairings work in Forex, I actually have no idea, to be honest with you. So again, I don't want to mislead you or anything along those lines, all right? So we'll just stop it off there. Okay, so we can see here on IONQ, we're cracking this little secondary downtrend line right here. So this could be a positive sign. Maybe we start really, really small and look for the continuation. Oklo was just absolutely going insane.
Joseph, I got nothing from that, man.
As you mentioned it there, Sharif, I'm like, okay, let me take a look at it. So what I'm trying to hear, so this is what I want to kind of just analyze here, guys. We're going to put some charts in comparison.
Strategize too?
Yeah. Oh, and then we're going to look to capitalize right after that. But no, in all seriousness, look at the similarities here in this Oklo pattern, and then look at it here on the IONQ pattern. So, I mean, if we get that breakup, we are now heading into this resistance zone. If we clear through 45.69, there's a pretty good buy opportunity. We're constructing these higher lows, positive sign, and then I showed you that little secondary downtrend line that we have now cracked and then sitting on the opposite side of. So maybe we can get another leg there going in IONQ. So I'm going to be keeping my eye on that. But Oklo is just going parabolic right now, up 30% on the day, Sharif, and continuing to climb. So you can see we gapped through some key levels here and heading to a really, really key pivot. I mean, it is about 7 points away from where we're currently trading at. But with this strength, that's a positive sign, Sharif. What do you got going?
Well, we're doing it live here on LTBR. I took some all the way up into about 82. This one did work into that 85. I still got one out left on this bad boy. I'm looking for a breakout into 16, so I don't want to take it out. I've got 54s on right now. It's showing me 69. So here's the deal. We're going to give 50. We're going to give 50. So we're going to go 15.48 stop. And then we're going to go, so then we're going to cancel the old stop, clean up your stop orders, people. Don't forget, don't be an idiot like me and to forget to do that. So there we go. We've cleaned that bad boy up. And then we're going to let this thing do its thing 25. All right? We're going to let it go. Let's see where it wants to get up to. 16.14 HOD on LTBR. It's up a very respectable 47, 48%. So it's really knocking on the door of that 50% level. Let's go ahead and post at 98s, Joseph. So we're going to post at 98, see if we can take something in and around there. So that's the winner that I have on right now. LTRY is a decent winner too, but we've only got a few outs on this one. It's really going to come down to DOUG and whether it or not it continues to hold the volume weighted average price and whether or not it keeps putting in these higher lows. Because right now on Doug, we got 89s. It's showing me 84, so we are out of the money. But I've got substantially more size in DOUG than I have in any of the others. So a move up here could, put me on a good track on the day. Nice. OKLO, Joseph, I got diddly squat on that. I tried to get a dip trade. It gave me a gesture that we're not allowed to do on YouTube. And it's on its way. Getting into the high of the day there, Joseph. It just got to $51.99, so a $52 touch and drop right now on OKLO. What's the move here on Oklo? So it just got into 52s. I'm going to go ahead and wait at 50 1/4. I'll tell you why. The 10 exponential moving average is at 50-10, 50-15, something like that. So if this thing dips back down, glances at the 10, I'd like to be part of it. So let's go ahead and wait over here. We're going to post at 50.25, and we'll try to get something. We don't. That's simple as that. So OKLO trying a dip trade here again at a higher level, and I perceive this to be a bull flag. I mean, I should be punching in here. Yeah, this is a bull flag. There's a bull flag.
Yeah.
And then there's a consolidation. There you got the consolidation break.
Pop on the old 1 minute time frame.
Yeah.
And when we get that consolidation break, let's look at the volume profile.
The one is though. But look at that. Yeah, fantastic.
Yeah.
The volume profile's curling up.
Bang. Yeah, there you go. And then when you break out, you get that volume step in. It's a face slapper.
So I don't know, Joseph. It's not letting me in, so I'm trying to back my patience right now with this one. We'll see what we get. I put that 50 1/4 dip trade, but whatever. Thank you, Day Trader Cut, Scott Besant. speaks at 11:30. That is 8 minutes from now. We obviously have Sate at the big desk covering for Adira, who's on a much-needed vacation. So yeah, anything she hears, I'm sure she's going to tell us about it. She's got her button there where she can, come on in whenever she'd like. So we're waiting on that, Joseph.
What's up with that?
What's going on?
No, I just seen. I don't know what. No. Do you say the Leafs?
No, there's beef?
Yeah, I got beef right now on my
Why?
activity log right now. It's giving me a yellow thing, or I don't know what that is, but we're all right.
You can scroll to the right, and then it'll give you the error message.
Yeah,
keep going.
yeah.
Yeah, you should be able to see what
gateway.
the issue is right there, right?
Yeah.
Does it say, or no? 'Cause I can't read it from there.
Yeah, no, it's not really saying anything, and you know I need glasses apparently these days.
You
So.
and I both, bro.
But yeah, no, good luck here, guys. We're in that IonQ trade. We were talking about the potential setup. We're seeing that volume step in here on OKLO. And that's all we need here. If we get the volume to pick up on the 1 minute time frame, then we're gonna be Ponyboy Golden at this point. So I mean, Shreve, did you get that one, Ponyboy Golden? Did you ever watch that?
No, Joseph, you always make me look bad. You're always embarrassing me, bro, in front of everybody. Bro.
Everybody
I don't know
knows.
what these movies are, bro.
It's the Outsiders with I'm not even gonna go down that list, man. I don't even know what's going on with memory these days. But everybody knows, stay golden, Ponyboy, as the old saying goes. Yeah.
Sorry, guys.
It's all good. It is what it is. But I know a lot of people in the chat know what I'm talking about there. Patrick Swayze's in it.
Okay, well, I know Patrick Swayze.
Yeah.
I know who he is. Like, I'm not that
Tom
out of
Cruise
touch.
in The Outsiders. Yeah, stay
The
golden,
Outsiders,
bro.
Jordana
Yeah, that's what I'm
says.
saying. But I forget
Okay.
it. That's why I said Patrick Swayze's in it and so everything. That's an old school book. Yeah, Ponyboy. So everybody stay golden.
Hold on, what year is that from?
Ooh, it's old, man. I read that way back in the day, that book.
Okay, it's a book.
Yeah,
My bad. Okay.
Well, they made a movie of it as well.
okay,
Yeah,
okay,
they made a movie as well, too. So, yeah. All right, here we go, guys.
Yes, sir.
We didn't get that volume to step in like we wanted to, but we'll be patient in this. Going to start really, really small. Yeah, Tom Cruise is in it as well, too. Young Tom Cruise. He's really young at that point. But, yeah, so, again, not going to panic or anything along those lines. The thing is, when you are buying at the top of the range, I suggest that you start extremely small because you don't want to just give yourself a stop out in the middle of the range. Why? Because look where the price action's trading, right? So the chances of you getting stopped out are significantly higher. So you want to start small, especially if you're buying at the top of the range, and then just wait. You're not essentially wrong. Your thesis isn't wrong until you open up below this support system, and then you're like, okay, let me get out of this trade. But here you can see I'm buying at the top end. I was expecting that that volume to step in. We didn't get it just yet, but as long as we continue to hold, then I think we'll be sitting in a good position. If it does step in, then we'll also have the ability to add here, and that's exactly what we're going to look to do on IonQ. But it looks like Oklo is the trade of the day so far, Sharif.
Oh, absolutely, Joseph. We're going to have to see if this one ends up holding or what the situation with Oklo is. All right, so let's go ahead and throw some stops over here for, yes, my friend over here. We're going to give that the old college try. What else we got, man? I've been waiting here for a hot minute for Doug to do something. It's above VWAP.
Wow.
It's still putting in higher lows. My first end or profit takers waiting at 90s, so we'll see what we get there. So on this one, QUBT is breaking down below the volume weight, or sorry, the 10 exponential moving average on the 5. So I was about to work my way into this one, but I don't think that that's the right thing to do at the moment right now because it is coming down. So I want to see if the money fills are going to be in between the 10 and the 20. That's often the case with these ones. So that's what I'll be waiting for there to see whether or not we kind of just stop the descent on QUBT kind of in the middle between the 10 and the 20. That's been happening a lot lately where the money fills are just somewhere in between. That's been my observation anyway with some of these bad boys. So I'm going to keep my eye out on that. What else we got over here? I'm looking for that Oklo dip now coming into 51s. That's one of the breakout areas here on OKLO, around 51. So we're at 51.50 right now. So let's see what we can do. We can get in here, and then I can look to defend in about 50.5. But that'll put me $1 out of the money if I do that, okay? So I'm going to go ahead and do that, all right? So let's go ahead and do that. Let's get into Oklo at this level. We're at 51.50 on the dot. Now, again, I will be interested in adding at 51 and all the way down to 50.50. So I will have those planned DCAs. Let's go ahead and do that as well. So we're going to wait down here at 51.05. And then I'm also going to wait at 50 55. So we'll see if we can get something in and around there with these bad boys. Maybe we get a nice pop back up. So it's probably incumbent upon me to throw some profit takers there in case that 50-50 level holds. You never really know. Okay, so I'm throwing them out there. Let's go ahead and throw some in the 80s as well. That's what we're doing. Okay, so we are selling off here on a little bit on OKLO. Let's see if we can get that print at 51.05. 51.20s now it's showing me, so we're 20 pennies out of the money, at least for now. Nothing printing to the downside quite yet, as it hasn't gotten into that $51 level. So we're going to keep tabs on that. Let's go back to Doug. We continue to stair step a little bit, higher highs, higher lows, but by no means do we have that parabolic effect that we had certainly at around 10:15. That's when this one started doing volume. It really had been doing nothing until that time. So DOUG certainly on watch for me. LTBR is coming down. So I got stopped out of that one, I guess, for the last remaining amount there. Where is my LTBR? There it is. Okay, so let's flip back to the 5 on that. So we did well on this one, then we got stopped out break even for the last remaining amount. So that's okay. I can stomach that. That's no worries there. All right, I think I got filled there on OKLO for the dip trade. So let's have a look. Ooh. So now we've got 50.27 on now. So what are we going to do? We have to post in the 30s. All right, and then we have to post in the 40s now. So here we go. We're doing it live right now. Let's see what we get here. Joseph, what do you got on your side?
Yeah, same thing here, guys. So we're now at the lower end of the range. I don't often average in here, but I think it's a good opportunity. I mean, we could have got in here, would have given a significantly better RVR, but that's okay. I'm still going to exit at 44.60s. If we crack that support level, then adios muchachos. We'll find something else. It does look like the whole space in general is starting to pull back, but if we're holding up this strong, then maybe you just got to be a little bit more patient, wait for that additional program to step in, and then you can get that break up to the top side. Excuse me there, guys. So yeah, I mean, the market not doing too much either. I mean, we are recovering. I've seen somebody said, why is the market rallying? I wouldn't necessarily call this a rally, right? Or maybe a cover rally, but we're still negative on the session. So, I mean, there it is. We get that big move down on that news there, guys, and then we're just kind of just a nice pullback. You can see the indecisiveness within the PA, and it's not as orderly and strong as it is to the downside. So, at some point, if we do squeeze and we hold some of these key pre-market levels, then I'm just going to look to get involved with a short. I'm going to look for some topping tail signals, etc. I'm going to be keeping an eye on the volume profile as well too, to see what that's telling us. As we climb higher and appreciate in price, what is the volume telling us? Is it stair stepping down or is it increasing? That can tell us a lot too, especially as we run into key levels. So I think that's something really important we need to keep our eye on here throughout the session. Bitcoin slowly recovering as well. I was trading that this morning. Could have done significantly better on it, but shoulda, coulda, woulda. It's all about what's next. You're only as good as your trading is today. It doesn't matter what you've done yesterday, because that is now in the past, and we have to stay forward-looking. So yeah, here we go. A nice recovery in Bitcoin. I mentioned that I was heavy on size right here. Would have caught a nice move. That would have been a big-time day right there. But it is what it is. We just got to relax and accept the fact that we decided to take profits there. But you can see that we established this shelf. We cover it. We break down through some of these support levels, and then through VWAP, but look at the volume. It's accelerating to the downside, and now as we start to recover, look at the volume again, right? So at some point, if we run into some of these resistance zones and we come into this next level, there might be a potential opportunity for you to get into that short as well there. So that's what I'm looking at right now, Sharif. I got IONQ on my mind, and I got some Bitcoin on my mind.
All right, guys, LTBR starting to kind of put in a bit of a double bottom. The candle at 1125 held up at the low there of 1503, the current candle low 1506. So I have something off which to work. So we're going to go live right now. We're going to do it live for you guys on LTBR. Tight stop. Anything below 15, we're out. Simple as that. Oh, wow. Okay, it already popped up there like 15 pennies. Quick as you like. Let's take some profits here. Let's take some profits at 30s, and then we'll post again in the high 30s. We'll see what we get there. All right, so let's go ahead and put the stop at 98, and wow. Okay, that was quick.
Oh, because you like, eh?
That was quick, bro. I mean, the spready ones, they just give you the orders. Super quick on this. All right, so here we go. We're going to post at 55s, and then we're going to post at 69s as well. You guys know how this works. It's not new. All right, so that's the deal right now. That's what we're doing. We're doing it live on this one. LTBR, good move up. Let's go have a look, though, at what our friend... what's it called? OKLO is doing. So now we got that 50-50 ad. Okay, so now we have 51s on the dot. All right, so my move here is it's gonna have to hold 50, okay? So let's go ahead and post at 25s, see if we can get something up there. Just making sure how many shares I have there. There we go. So we'll put that there. Up into 50, 83 we go. So we do find support at that 50-50 area. That's really what I'm looking at right now. Seller at 86. Okay, we shook them. Now it's going to really be about the whole dollar here if we can make it up to the whole dollar. So I'm going to keep my eye on this one. Anything below 50, we're going to have to give this one up. Give you some levels on OKLO. The volume weighted average price is at 48 1/5, 48 1/4. So we'll see how that one ends up doing. Not a bad look right now on OKLO, but we're out of the money, full disclosure. Ooh. So we're gonna have to work our way back into this one. DOUG continuing to kind of just do nothing, but I am worried now that I'm seeing more pronounced lower highs and I am seeing higher lows. That concerns me, especially because the last three bottoming tail candles starting at 11, and then 11:15 and 11:30. So literally, if every 15 minutes, interesting, it has a bottoming tail candle, and each one of those has basically the same price. So we've got lower highs, but we've got the same area low. That's a descending wedge, and that could be, oh no, don't tell me. Flat bottom break. That's not what I want. I ain't short this name. So I am kind of concerned, full disclosure, about DOUG at the moment. Back to OKLO as it's back at 51s. So let's see if it can clear 51s here. It has a bottoming tail candle off the 10 exponential moving average on the 5, but it is not creating a new high, nor is it clearing 51. So our profit taker as well, we've just got one measly profit taker there. We would definitely need a lot more than that in order to do well on this. So keeping my eye on it. Again, anything below that 50 level, Joseph, I'm Gonzino.
Yeah, love hearing that there, my brother. All right, so yeah, let's check it out. Ozan was like, Joe, let's make the Qs great.
Great again.
Yeah, you've seen that. I'm like, yeah, I mean, we're there. We're pretty great, I think. But guys, okay, Sataya. Okay, all right. Yeah, Fabian with the psych out there. Okay, thank you for that one there, Fabian. I mean, guys, let's kind of just zoom out right now and just realize what we've done here in the past month or so. Just a little bit over a month here now, right?
Okay.
And where we're currently trading at 26%. If we were probably closer to 30 at the high, we were 3% off of those all-time highs. I mean, this is a nice run. We have multiple gaps up, but I'd be surprised if the market comes in and fills the majority of this gap or half this gap. No, not at all. I think that's going to be a fantastic buy opportunity, in my opinion, right? But it just like today, you can see that some of the deals aren't necessarily, like, I mean, we got some good Saudi deals. I can go on about that all day with specific companies. But as from a tariff perspective, just like that, you get the 50%. So there's a deal that maybe not be going in Donald's favor right now. So what does he do? Bam, slaps him with some more tariffs there. So that's how it's going to work out, I think. But as more deals get strung together, I do believe that we will get to those all-time highs. I mean, we were only 3% off, but we just have to be patient. Unfortunately, we can't just go up all the time, and that's my trade thesis here. We've gone up over 30 or close to 30% off of these local lows here, and then now we're starting to pull back. That is healthy. Look at this gap down, and then you get a good candle. If you enter this gap at all to the downside, this is exactly where I'm going to be looking to buy. I was talking to Brankos earlier this morning. I said, yeah, I'm going to wait until 125 to start grabbing some more NVDA. Well, actually, as a matter of fact, I think I have even potentially more time and be even more patient to grab it, because if we are going to fill the gap and the overall market is going to be weak, I might be able to get 123s, 122s even, if it does decide to fill this downside gap. And I think that's a great buying opportunity. So be patient. If these pullbacks are displaying lower volume, this is going to give us another signal and more confirmation within our style of trading to say, hey, I'm just dip buying, looking for that next leg higher. And then if good positive news happens to string along while I'm positioning myself and it trades the market higher, then you've done exactly what you want to do and executed correctly. So that's exactly what I'm thinking here, Sharif.
All right, Oklo has trouble at 51 here, okay? It's been having trouble. I've been taking some out just a little bit above 51 into the 20s, but it is having trouble with that $51 level. 52.17 high. I perceive there to be support at around 51 because it was a former area of resistance, but it's really having trouble taking that $51 level out. I was able to extract a couple of profit takers, but yeah, this one is looking like it will retrace below that level now and continue to put that lower high, lower low pattern in. That's what I perceive. It's still technically above the 10 EMA on the 5. But it doesn't look like it's going to be able to shake 51. It looks like it is on the way down. And so anything below 50, we're going to get stopped out. So let's go ahead and throw that on there because we're out of the money on this one. By the way, Scott Bessent is talking right now, guys. He is live on Bloomberg. So be careful. You know, anything could be. It's a wild card at the moment, okay? So just keep your eye out on that. Scott Bessent on Bloomberg right now giving comments. So make sure, you know, if you're in the queues or anything like that, you are aware of that. All right, so I want to move up my stop, on OKLO south of that $50 area. So let's go ahead and do that. We're going to wait right over here. Sorry, just guys, I'm putting in my stop there. And no, you're good. You're good to go. You're good to go. So there we go. So we've got that one in play. All good there. Keeping my eye on QUBT as well, because QUBT is coming into the volume weighted average price. Here we go. 14.13 high a day. The volume weighted average price almost $1 south of that. It's about 13.15, 13, maybe 20, something like that, in and around that area. So let's see what this one does. Let's put a resting order on QUBT right around that 13.20. So I'm going to go ahead there and we're going to wait at 25s and see if we can get something a little bit ahead of that volume weighted average price, possible retracement there, because it does look like we will get stopped out of OKLO, and that's the way the cookie crumbles, baby. Yeah. What do you got? Yeah,
it does exactly how it crumbles. I'm probably going to get stopped out of this IonQ eventually as well too. So it is what it is. I mean, what do I got? I've traded 3 names this morning. I've had 1 wrong. I'm 3 for 4, something like that. Maybe I'll go 3 for 5 here momentarily if we don't want to continue that. But yeah, just trying to keep it positive on the session. Let's see what we got going. We did punch through that high a day on OKLO, but now it's coming back to the top end of that range that we just previously broke. So we'll keep that in mind here. The volume did pick up. As we're pulling back, it is cooling off as well, too. So maybe just a pullback. And then you can look to get involved on that one. But, Catherine Yala, much appreciated as always. Yeah. Thank you for those kind words. She said, just thank you guys for all the incredible jobs you do, both of you, and full of knowledge and entertainment. I mean, that's what that's what we try to do. Hopefully we're entertaining, and I don't know about the knowledge for me anyways, but yeah, we're just trying to display what we got going on. I got a scruff. I think I got to shave and get a haircut, but that's all right. But yeah, I mean, here we are, guys. So I told you 44.60, I'm out of this trade. I was anticipating that breakout, and we're just not getting that right now. We've seen the continuation in strength in the earlier half of the session, but it's not following through here. As you can see, we're running around that lunchtime hour. I'm not saying that it won't happen, but just right now it doesn't look too positive considering how this consolidation is going. But one thing to know, let's focus on the time of sales right here, especially at these key levels right now, and I'll even make it easier for you guys. We're going to do some quote highlights to see if we have any form of imbalance on the books, and that will help us determine a lot as well too. So yeah, let's see if we can get that defense. Here you go. You can see we're flushing on the bid. We're not getting the defense that we like. We're continuously flushing. I think it's really important to recognize, see, that is not a positive sign right there, right? So that can display weakness, and you can see us start to punch through some of these key support levels. And if we continue on this path and break through 44.60, I'm going to have to hop out of this trade. I'm not going to be holding on to it any longer, because it's better off for me to get the lower end of the range and then try to get back to the top end of the range instead of me trying to anticipate this breakout and that volume not stepping in necessarily. So that's my game plan right now, Sharif. Let's see if we can hold these levels.
All right, man. All right, still no dip trade right now in QUBT, but it is stair-stepping stepping down incrementally. I'm posted at 25s. The volume weighted average price for me is at 15s or so. It's basically, there's a couple of intervening green candles on the QUBT move down, but it's mostly a red, it's just mostly red candles. The green candles are, these doji candles of indecision. It is not coming quite down into that $0.25. It seems to find support at a third. We'll have to see how that ends up doing. I've already kind of throwing my order out there, so I'm just going to let that be. Let's see what OKLO wants to do. It's got a hammer candle here. Back in at 30s. Still no prints over here as it's finding support at the 20. And it found support at the 20 before as well. It found support at 10.55 at the 20, yet again at 11.05. So I'm looking for support over here and for a move back up. Out of the money on this one at the moment and negative on it. Put my stop on current candle low. So if it loses 49.60, that's where the trade ends there for me. Still waiting on something on QUBT. Okay, so we just got filled at the volume weighted average price now. So now we're going to have to give this one a little room here and see exactly what the situation is. I'm going to go ahead and wait a little bit below the volume weighted average price. Let's go at over here, and then we're going to give it down to here for that. So there we go. Now we've got that on. It continues to sell off. So the market does look like it's a little bit weak here on well, for mostly everything. Really nothing really running to the high side, at least not the things that I'm in at the moment. So yeah, we'll have to wait and see if we can extract some profits off this one, because right now it's not looking good, at least for me. Back to OKLO. Show me the $0.25. Again, generally holding the $50 level, which is not a bad look, but it is not putting any higher highs or higher lows. So that is a problem for me. Who is this?
Who's what?
Catherine Ayala. I pray.
Ooh.
Sharif soon has the courage to play with the large cap stocks, but 1,000% love his dedication to the smaller caps, in my opinion, are way scarier. I'm not interested in the large caps. Thank you, Catherine. So we're going to keep an eye here on OQUBT. There we go. OKLO taking out some highs over here. There we go. Now we're taking some prints finally on this one. Let's go ahead and wait in the 60s now. And then we're also going to post in the 70s as well. So let's see if we can get this hammer candle to give us something to the high side. Also, LTBR also coming up over here. So I didn't take that one out. Or did I get stopped out of LTBR? Yeah, I did. Okay.
Oh.
I didn't realize that I got stopped out there.
Punch
but I
her
did.
back in.
Yeah.
Pick them up.
Let's have a look. Is it the right thing to do? Let's have a look, Joseph.
All right.
LTBR for no. It's still putting in lower highs and lower lows. So I'll pack my patience on that one. But OKLO is giving me something to be happy about right now, because it's taking out all my levels and we're nicely in the money on this one. So let's go ahead and post now. Did I take out my 70s prints? Yeah, I did take out my 70s prints. So let's go ahead and wait in the 80s as well. We're doing it. We're doing okay here on OKLO. Still negative on it.
I thought you were doing it live for a second.
Right, no. All right, so we're going to look to take some profits on this one. We got shares on this one. That's the thing. Ooh. So, yeah, and I don't usually take big share size, but I have much larger than I typically take. And here we go again with the 80s. Boom, Joseph. All right, man. To the high side we go on our friend Oklo. Let's wait at 51. So we're just going to be a skosh above 51. We're waiting at 51.08. We still have many more outs, so we have to post on this one. We're going to post a little bit above that, but I want to see if it rejects at that $51 level. It's having trouble clearing it, so technically still a lower high right now on OKLO, even though it is clearing the prior bar high, which was about 51.75. So we did technically clear it, but we'll have to wait and see whether or not we get continuity above that $51 level. And Doug, what are you? You're killing me, Doug. You're killing me, bro. You're killing me. I'm going to have to end this trade over here. Yeah, this one is coming in at, yeah, this is the wrong trade, and I'm flattening out on that one. That's okay. You can't win them all. All right, so keeping my eye on OKLO for a break of 51, Joseph.
Thank you. Yeah, Sean H. Sean H. was the only one to realize what I was referencing there. Pick him up. Yeah, I'm glad. That's honestly, I can quote so much from that movie. You're telling me this whole time you had 2 pairs of gloves? Like, yeah, that stuff is funny, man.
I don't know. But...
yeah, Dumb and Dumber, man.
I've seen parts. I've seen parts of that.
You're telling me this whole time you had 2 pairs of gloves. Yeah, it's absolutely hilarious. All right, guys, let's see what we got going on. See, now I can laugh. Me and my friend used to quote that. But here we go. Nice indecision print on the 5-minute chart there, guys. Maybe this is holding up, and this is exactly what we were talking about, right? You can see this definitive base put in there, and now we're starting to form some bottoming tail candles here. So you can see that buying pressure stepping right back in at the lower ends of the range. So that's a positive sign for this trade. I like this. I'm going to continue to hold on to this until otherwise, right? So that's exactly what I said. We got to stick to the plan. Catherine said, Joe, stop being so gun shy. So I have to listen to what she says. I'm not going to be gun shy. You know what I mean? So I got to continue to hold on to things like we've been doing in the past and just getting back to how we like to trade. All right. So here we're in IONQ. We're waiting for that breakout. If we can get back into the middle of the range and we can see that volume really start to pick up, then I'm going to be in a positive position right now. But again, this is a NYSE stock. They do trade slightly different. We need that volume to step in. You can see it just absolutely start to fall off a cliff here around that 10:30 time. But now we're just at the lower end. We're slowly grinding higher. And if we get that buy program that steps right back in, I would not be surprised at all if we get a complete continuation in that strength. And here we go. The defense here, once coming to your boys' rescue. And you can see the strength here on the tape, guys. And I think that's really important to focus on. We did get a flush, but keep an eye on the size. If the size on the ask is significantly larger than what we're seeing on the bid and at the bid, then we're in a good position. So I'm going to be patient, wait on this. QUBT is also just trading right at the volume weighted average price. And same with Rigetti. QBTS didn't quite get there, so that's a positive sign of strength, and the market is just slowly grinding higher. So if any form of sell program steps in, I do think that they'll have the ability to dominate the bulls right now because it is a grind and the volume is also stepping off.
This $51 level has been a hard level to shake here, Joseph, and we've been above it on both the ask and the bid, but we get to random. Okay, so now we're moving up, so maybe I spoke a little bit too soon. We just took out some orders there. Here comes 15s, 17s, 20s. Okay, just took out all my orders. All right, finally, we're making some money back here, man. I was not a good morning to start. I don't know why I did that accent, but sometimes, you know, they just comes out. Hey, assassino! Thank you, assassino. I love it, man. You know where we're at right now?
Where are we at? No, you're not.
Have a look at that position board.
Damn.
I feel like I'm stretching every time I do that. You're dancing, you're grooving, I'm just sitting here like all monkey-like, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I like it.
Everything's fine. Joseph,
What is the thing that, like Gym Tan Laundry, but Pauly D, they just used to do?
What's his name? The Situation.
The Situation.
The Situation.
Mike, the Situation.
Yeah.
He's been in some situations in his time. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah. He's like, we got ourselves a situation.
Yeah. Who is it? So it's like Ronnie, Situation, and Pauly D.
Those were good times.
Yeah.
Pauly D.
Pauly D.
He came to Cabana. Do you remember that? And he's a DJ.
He's still doing that stuff. I'm pretty sure he comes once a year.
At least, right?
Yeah.
All right, we're doing it live right now, guys. The prior bar high on OKLO, 51.44. We're showing 34s now. I've posted at 44s, which is an ominous number. Shout out to all my Asians out there. You guys know what I'm talking about, baby. 43 showing up over here. It's going to curse me. I just know it. 44, and not a good number. Shout out to Mario and Luigi. So we're just going to leave it because it's going to take me much longer to cancel. There we go. It just got taken out. Can we get a little bit above it now? I'm waiting at 53s. We still got several outs left here on OKLO, and I'm going to post in the 60s as well and see if we can get prior day high, 52.17. Let's not take out too much too quickly here because if we do, then we'll just continue to be out of the money. We've made back some money on this one, but still negative on it, full disclosure. QUBT, another trade that I've had right there, just got a beak wetter, but now it comes back into VWAP again. So I'm long at the $0.25. It's at 20 pennies. So do I hold this one? It's got a 3-bar hold at the volume weighted average price. Let's see if it holds. I've moved up my stop on this one from below 13 into previous bar low. So right back into break even we go here on QUBT. But when you look a little bit more thoroughly at the price action on the candles, the highs are a little bit lower. So that's usually not a good sign. So that's what I'm doing right now, Joseph. OKLO
nice.
And QUBT. OKLO definitely the better of the two. and QUBT kind of to be determined at the moment. Ozan, sell them at 69, nothing below. That's my guy, man. He gets me. Marcus Steven Johnson, Gorilla Trading Boy. All right, baby. We got the gorilla face on, too. Anything else that I want to mention? Not much here, Joseph. NNE was another one that I was looking at over here, which was obviously a nuclear name. It's held the 10 quite well, but it is putting in lower highs and a lot of candles of indecision here at the highs. So I don't know how to feel about this one with the volume profile dropping as well. It's a respectable name, but it's got to get some volume behind it to put in some new highs. I'll keep my eye on it. Definitely, excuse me, one that I was interested in. Now, I'm trying to determine whether OKLO has a top here at 5150 because it seems like it does. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put my out on prior on the break of 50, 50.75. Okay, the 10 exponential moving average on the 5 on OKLO is higher than my entry, and now we're getting another topping tail candle. So this definitely doesn't please me.
Oh, you put on some size on that. Okay.
Yeah, I did. I had like I had decent size on that. Yeah. Here we go. So let's see if this one breaks through the 10 exponential on the 5. 50.58 is where, or 50.60. If it breaks below that, I'm just going to get out, okay? Because I don't want to have a double top at 51.50 and then give back the entire move. So that's going to be my move right now on OKLO.
Yeah, Jag. I mean, brother, if you still want to trade, so my suggestion is, and what I typically do is that if you have a decently profitable day, just, okay, we'll make it nice and even. Say you made $100 on the day, and it's like, okay, I still feel like I have some potential good opportunities ahead of me. So what you do is you risk about 20 to 30% of that, and just be happy. If you do hit that, that's now your max loss, right? So loss from top is what we like to call it here, LFT. So you keep that $70, you bank it, and then you also trade with that additional $30 to see if you can obviously put on some good trades. Don't think about making money, think about putting on good trades. Other than that, if you don't even want to do that, do what you said, go out for a run. You're going to get the complete nod from me. If you feel like you want to step away from your desk and you're going to miss out, then it's just better to go, right? Because you don't want to get in any form of tilting or hulking out, especially when you've had a good day, because guess what? Tuesday, we're right back here, right in the exact same spot. So there's going to be countless days to come. This market is not going anywhere. I've said it time and time again. It'll be here. It's been here before me. It'll be here after me. So again, don't get that FOMO. And I'm glad that you've had a good, solid day. All right. With that being said, IonQ, not doing what your boy would like, but that's okay. We hold VWAP. If not, then we're out of this trade. The market does look like it wants to pull back. I was referring to this earlier. We've seen the Janudi in the SPY and in the price action prints. It's more of a grind. It's not as orderly as we've seen to the downside. Now we're starting to see that volume slowly start to pick up as we're pulling back here. So it was a nice cover rally. You've seen the indecision within those prints, but now it looks like the sellers want to step back in and take over the session. So just being able to read what price is telling you is extremely, extremely important. Each candle has an individual story, and that's how I personally like to look at it. So, yeah, sweeping LH. Biddy is pulling back. I think it's going to be a great opportunity to buy. I mean, we're in at we're trading at around 62.16s right now. A good pullback off of these all-time highs is warranted. I want to see that personally for myself, and then also dip buy opportunity. I don't just like seeing this this straight trajectory to the top side. So that is a positive sign for me, not necessarily Sharif, but it is what it is. Okay, yeah. So I got.
What's that ticker again?
Which one?
The one that you just mentioned.
IBIT.
What would you call it?
A biddy.
Biddy.
Oh, yeah.
You called it a biddy.
Yeah. Sweeping.
Well, if you're from Toronto, you know what we're saying.
Yeah,
I think it's Toronto slang. No?
It is. It's definitely Toronto slang.
Yeah.
It's definitely Toronto slang. But my guy sweeping LH is calling it that. So
I like it.
Yeah,
I like it.
I've seen some people in the chat.
I don't mind calling it that, man.
Biddy, yeah.
Biddy. I like it. I like biddies, right? So obviously,
I mean, there
I'm
you
good
go.
there. Right?
Yeah, much appreciated, brother.
You can get away with a lot of it.
I love it. Hey, man.
I love it. I love it.
Yeah.
Just don't use any of those trigger words that YouTube doesn't like. Hey, you got to go.
I don't know. Maybe I'll
Do
have
they
to
know
go through.
Toronto slang?
Hopefully not.
Knows Toronto slang?
I don't know, but it's lunchtime.
So we just think. Did you guys hear the bell? Yes. Okay. So we just got summoned.
No. Oh, Christopher Jones claiming he started Biddy. Okay.
Okay. Pump the brakes here, bro. There's an entire city here of 6.5 million people that may disagree with you, Mr. Jones.
No, I mean, I think he's referring to calling Bitcoin Biddy. Maybe.
Yes,
but I'm gonna have to give credit to Sweeping LH because he always puts a broccoli sign beside it too. But yeah.
You don't like broccoli, right? Or it's
Well,
Neil
that's
that doesn't
man.
like
Come
broccoli.
on,
That's Neil. My bad.
I'm a big
bad.
broccoli guy. Did you see what so I was sitting here eating my broccoli with the hummus yesterday, and I'm like, Neil.
Yo, that hummus was fire.
Yeah, fire.
That hummus was
I was
fire.
dipping my sandwich in it.
Yeah, it was ridiculous.
Yeah,
Did you feel the little bit of lemon that they threw in there?
No, I didn't feel that. No.
Yeah, because usually hummus doesn't have lemon in it. Right?
Okay, so yeah, there we go. And I like sliced cucumber. I was dipping the sliced cucumber in it.
Attaboy.
Well, too.
Those sandwiches were okay. I'm not gonna lie.
liked them.
I
I liked
didn't dislike this. I'm not a big sandwich guy, as you can probably imagine. The carbohydrates. But no, the sandwiches were.
I liked it. It was a nice chicken sandwich. But yeah, guys, we're holding
winner
up.
chicken dinner.
Yeah, yeah, it's another chicken dinner winner right there. We're still holding up on VWAP here, guys. If it does break it, I will be out of this trade.
All right, Oklo is coming into VWAP. I'm going long over here. We're doing it live. All right, what do we got? We got 78s. It's in the 90s. Let's take some profits. Boom. All right, can we get up above 49? Boom. I've got shares on again, Joseph. So here we go. Up again. Boom.
Oh, yeah.
All right.
We're right ticker here.
No.
Oh, no.
Joseph.
Oh,
I
you
took
didn't.
everything out again.
Oh,
I'm getting back in.
Devin.
All right. No, I need my hockeys.
Yeah.
Why can't I have my hockeys? All right, it's okay.
Jean-Luc,
Everything's
what
fine.
What does that even mean? Jean-Luc says Quebec is Canada.
It's in Canada, if that's what you're asking
I
here.
think he's saying it's the whole. He means
Holy, I actually broke even on that last trade with OKLO, despite the fact that I idiot traded it. All right, that's fine there. We're gonna get back in on this one with smaller share size now, so that we can give too much back over here. What do we got on now, Joseph? We got 49.05. Let's see if it holds 49. The reason I liked it is because of the volume weighted average price. Look at all these price action support areas as well. Once, twice. OB thrice. I don't know what comes after that, but that's the point. I liked it there, so let's see if it holds 49. And I'm going to post up at 25 over here, see if we can get something into that level. I will give it to the current bar low, which is 48.57. Above 49 it goes, but that's not where we want to take profits. Obviously, I'm going to post up at 10 as well. There we go. Now we're moving right back up. Hopefully, we don't fumble this trade like we did the last one. Let's see if we can. Boom! Again. All right, man. Loving this OKLO trade. Started out not good, but it's improved markedly since we've gotten back in this one. It's got a lot of volatility to it, as you can imagine, guys. It's moving dollars at a time, so be careful. Make sure you're using sound stops and good risk management as it comes right back down into that volume weighted average price. I think I'm going to be a buyer again at that level. Let's see if it holds up, though. 48.75. Here we go. We've taken out the majority of the position. Let's see if we can get some more in at this level. The exact level of the volume weighted average price is 48.40. So we've got some more to go here to the downside. Let's give it some time. There we go. As it comes right back down into that level. I'm going to wait over here. Let's see what we can get at that level. Let's see if it'll dip down a little bit more. I think I can pick it up here. What do you got?
Yeah, I'm just thinking, like, I kind of want to short something here this morning. I just got to find what and where, right? I don't want to just be chasing anything. So I'm just kind of looking at some of the bigger names here. I'm trying to pull some of them up. I don't want to short the king, but sometimes you just have to. Yeah, so it's slowly starting to curl over here. The thing is, though, it's probably going to be a grind on NVDA to the downside. I just think there's still a lot of kind of leftover buying pressure in this name, even though we have gapped down on a daily standpoint. But this was a really nice day, 137. I didn't offload any more shares. I'm looking to buy some more. I mentioned this earlier in the day in the low 120s or even mid 125s or 120s, I should say. So we'll just be patient on this. But you can see this is just giving me pullback vibes, to be honest with you. I don't know how you guys necessarily feel about that. Perfect. But yeah, this is giving me pullback vibes. This is exactly what I want to see. So we'll wait for PA to turn around and then we'll look to get involved with some more. But guys, we're off to with Sataya with happening now. Boom. And Niels, that's another day.
Hello, everybody. Just a reminder, we have Fed Governor Lisa Cook speaking at the 7th Annual Women in Macro Conference today at 12 p.m. So just be aware of that, and it's starting around now. And the notable news that we should be aware of, AMD is collaborating with Fujitsu to develop a hybrid system combining 2-nanometer ARM chips with AMD's Instinct AI accelerators. This system is expected to launch in 2027. So I think that, there is some reaction there. We are holding above VWAP, so looking pretty positive there. In addition to this, there was more news released earlier this morning around 4 a.m. So Philip Guido, a top executive at AMD, he bought a significant amount of shares. So we have that here. Yes. Top AMD exec adds nearly 1 million of the chipmaker stock. So Philip Guido acquired 8,800 shares in an open market transaction on Tuesday at an average price of $113.56, bringing their total value of the transaction to $999,328. So we can just pull that up here for you guys right here. And so we can see May 20th, there was a buy, $113.56. 8,800 shares at a value of $999,328, and then the number of shares totals was 42,322. So just be aware of that. And then some Palantir news as well. So I'll just pull that up here, Palantir. So Palantir, short percent float has risen 5.37% since its last report, so just be aware of that. And we're going off to Neil for his lesson of the day. Take it away, Neil.
Very much. Thanks there, Sharif, as well. But look, the lesson of the day, if you're watching the morning show, it's going to be an obvious one, like where I'm going to start with, because, you know, stuff happens every now and then. And there's two things to glean from when you have what might be, or in this particular case, I can say what was like your best opportunity fall by the wayside because of a mistake that you make. Now, whether it's a keystroke error or the particulars they don't really matter, but suffice to say, when I was looking at SMR today, I was looking to buy the dip because the market was weak and pretty bearish, thinking things would come in. And as long as it was above prior day high, we were going to go long. There's really only, once it lost VWAP, two places that I'm ever going to look for the mean inversion in terms of a level. Either the prior day top, didn't get there, or the pre-market low. And you can see it came right down into the pre-market low, pretty much did exactly the entry I wanted. Okay, we just got into a trend break now, but did exactly what I wanted. I do have my stop in, get an order at 29 here. Want to be at 29, there we go. So had my stop in at the low of the day. Now, not this wick, because that's 8 o'clock, dark pool dump. I don't care about that. I'm getting in on the way back up through 27, so wicks 27, and the low of the day here is at 26.70. Okay, so I put my stop underneath there, and then we're off to the races, right? Wrong. Because I keystroke errored when I put my stop in and ended up stopping out without it actually breaking the low. I didn't get back in and then had to watch it fly higher. Now, in that situation, there's only two things you can do. The first of which, well, three things I would say. The first of which would be if you can immediately get back in, then just jump back into the trade. Obviously, I didn't do that. We talk about that all the time. The second thing that you can do is diagnose what the problem is. Now, in this particular case, I know what the problem is. I have a tendency to, like when you're trading a long time, maybe it's not just me, maybe it's other people as well. I have a tendency to trust myself when I'm entering orders because I've been doing it for so long that I don't necessarily have to stare down my keyboard as I'm doing it, nor stare down to ensure that I've put the right price in before I hit enter. A lot of it becomes muscle memory over time, which makes me prone to not double checking that price. If you have the time, in this particular case, it's not like I wasn't looking at two things at once, but I'm saying if you have the time, you do want to make that quick little double check. I know the issue. I didn't look down before I hit enter. We end up with the wrong price, and the rest is history. So that's an easy solution in terms of defining what the problem is, but it might not be the easiest to implement because muscle memory takes a lot of training to get past. The other thing that you've got to be able to do here, and I've drawn two trend lines, one which I just went long in front of, the other which I did not. And that's, you've got to get back on the horse and make your next trade. Now, I longed it into VWAP, and I told you when it lost VWAP here, I didn't like it at that 28.5. The VWAP dip buy, we'll take that if it can do it. But I was getting worse prices on the way down and worse prices in terms of where it was exhausting the move, right? So it ended up, what's interesting about this is when I'm drawing this trend line, it's after I'm taking those outs. But you could see in the tape where it was rejecting, and that's why I was getting out. This high in here was rejecting, then it was rejecting this level right there, and then lower highs. And by that time, you know how to trend, which is why we didn't reload it the last time. But what happened right after that? Well, at that point, I've keystroked out and messed up what should have been my best trade of the day, like the one trade that could wipe out 5 losers easily. And then now I've gone into a VWAP trade that doesn't work. So what do I not do next? I don't take the trend reversion, which is a huge mistake, right? Like this is part of your strategy. There's our fill there through 29. There's our strategy, and this is you've got to have this trade if this is your style. You want to be long the stock. One of those entries is it trends back down, you rejoin the trend. That's a 28.45 or 28.50 long into like 29.2s before it even turns back. Like that's 60, 70 pennies on a $29 stock. Easy, like almost right away. So the last thing, which in some ways could be the most important, is you got to jump back on the horse and just take that next opportunity. So even though this happened in the morning, I don't know for sure whether it was just I was pissed off at the stock or whatever it was, but you got to be in that mean revert. I know I was just in the stock, but it's giving you an A setup. Maybe not an A plus setup, but it's a B plus, A setup, or A minus, whatever the heck you want to call it. That's not an A plus. And I didn't take it, which is it's not excusable in that situation. And then when it does it again, a little bit later off the up, you got to take it again. So we've all been there, made a bottom or top wick, made a keystroke error, done something which has blown up your entire day, or just sort of messed up your day from what it could have been. But all you can do is diagnose the problem. Why did it happen? See if you can fix it. If you can jump back into the trade if you didn't mean to be out. But at a bare minimum, you've got to continue to trade your trading plan specifically on that stock as well. Like, don't let it shake you. Don't let it rattle you. Just make sure you're taking every one of the entries that sets up for your trade plan, because things are going to go awry. You know, it's just like an athlete. You've got to be able to adjust to the flow of the game. You miss a shot you make 70% of the time. It doesn't mean you're not going to take it the next time, right? Like that's why SGA is going to win a championship. Not to at everybody here. Don't at me. We're Canadians here, so SGA and Oklahoma City, go get them. As far as I'm concerned, I want them to win. But that's your lesson of the day, everybody. You're going to make bottom whip, top wick, keystroke errors, all that kind of stuff. Figure out why it went wrong. See if you can't jump right back in within your trading parameters. But most importantly, stick to your plan of action, especially on that stock, because you don't want to miss out on a great trade just because you had a mishap, a correctable mishap, on something else. You know, you've got to take all of the positive expectancy trades that fit within your plan, regardless of what has happened during your day. Good luck, everybody. And again, happy birthday, Sharif.
I appreciate you, man. All class, Neil Roberts. But Assassino was telling me this morning.
What was he telling you?
Okay, so first of all, if you're new to the show, Assassino is Andre. Andre is on the ones and twos. He's the one that's doing all the switching. When he goes to Neil, he goes to Taya. There he is. That's a Chilean nightmare on the left. Assassino on the right. Don't upset Assassino, as his name very much denotes. He's an assassin. But he was telling me this morning, in Brazil, it's bad luck to wish somebody happy birthday before their birthday.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
So in Brazil.
Impressive.
No, I'm not saying you're anything. You're not Brazilian, Neil, so you're good to go.
I don't want that Brazilian juju on me, that's for sure, man. I want no
Shout out to Assassino.
I want no part of that.
Michael DCA, I love the DCA part of your name. Fantastic. That was a lesson on your birthday, Sharif. Happy birthday. I appreciate it. Mateus Lane says, Assassino Brasileiro? Am I saying that right? Brasileiro? Oh. Brasileiro. Say it one more time, Andre. Brasileiro. I think I got that one right. Hey. Roland Joe. Eid Milad Saeed Sharif. Thank you very much. It means happy birthday in Arabic. Yeah. Thank you.
We were going down that alley.
Yeah, you could tell, like, I busted out the accent, huh? You could tell, I was like, who's this guy? Right? Random oddities. Oh, you're good, brother. Nick Dubb, happy birthday. I appreciate you, man. Shout out to Boston. I don't believe in that. All right, man.
Boston Dynamics?
Oh, they got great robots, don't they? Fantastic robots over there, don't they? All right, Joseph, I'm going to just cover this Oklo trade, and then I'll throw it to you for a second over here. So here's the deal. OKLO has been at VWAP for a hot minute, so I did add aggressively here. Finally positive on this one on the day, believe it or not. And it's straddling the volume weighted average price in a way that I don't like. And I'll tell you why, because we're getting lower highs, even though that area low is holding up, being obviously the volume weighted average price. So what I'm looking for here on OKLO, if I'm going to trade this again, is a change of that lower high pattern. I don't dislike the fact that it's holding up at VWAP. What I don't like is the lower high in every successive 5-minute candle. So I need to see a different change. I need to see the 5-minute candles that are forming make higher highs as opposed to lower highs. So that's what I'm waiting for right now on this one. I appreciate you guys, man, in the chat. Thank you very much. I don't read Arabic, M. I know I'm illiterate in that way. And my cousin in Egypt always reminds me of how illiterate I am. Shout out to him. Yeah.
It's
right?
not even that. You see who just popped in there?
Oh, who? Oh, big.
Don't read it.
Big smile.
You can read that.
I'm not going to read that. Can I read it?
Yeah, I think you can read that one.
All right, here we go.
Yeah.
We're talking Brazilians, question mark, question mark, question mark. You get them from the same lady that does them eyebrow Sharif.
Oh, man, that's crazy.
It's my birthday, man. Like, you got to be nice to me. No, I'm playing. Thank you, big Spile Brit. I don't do my eyebrows anymore. That was just in the picture, man. Shut up. Kendo NYC, happy birthday. I appreciate you, my mind. Ali Anwar, Eid Mubarak. Thanks, Saeed. Thank you. I appreciate you guys. He's tagging you as well. Says you're the GOAT. Love the energy you bring after the day after day and expertise you share. I appreciate you, my man. Thank you very much.
There's my birthday gift to you there.
Oh. He just gave me his email so that I can send him an e-transfer. Wow, I'm crushing this up, bro. Wow.
Just like that, brother.
I appreciate you guys, man. I appreciate you guys. What a guy. It's so funny. I was watching the video that I made the other day with the little bet that we had, right?
Yeah.
And it was like, so you're going to get a message from me May 26th at 12 a.m. whatever with 1 second. First one is going to be happy birthday.
Yeah.
The second one is going to be
immediately followed by
where's my money at? Hopefully I can do that, man.
There you
Joe, wow. I'm going to give everybody your email, bro, just for that.
Don't do that.
Is this the camera over here?
Yeah, all right. Well, I accept all
that,
donations. You can just forward it exactly to that one.
I'm really rich.
We appreciate you guys, man.
40 chess move by Billy.
Way. I really appreciate the kind words, guys. Shout out to everybody in the chat. We love you guys all. No question about it, guys. All right. Remember that one that was really giving me a hard time, DOUG? Well, it's back above VWAP. It's back into that $3 area. And you bet your bottom dollar, this thing takes out $3. I'm getting long. Okay, it clearly had a seller of note at $3. It really kept it below that level, despite the fact that we did wake up into 320. That was very fleeting. As you can see, it spent almost no time up there, and it was very, very quick to drop below $3. The reason why I got in, because it was holding VWAP, and then it lost it, so I got out. But if this thing clears 3, an area I know has trouble being cleared, I'm going to get into DOUG. We'll have a look at that one. Dougie, yeah, big Dougie. What was I about to say, Katina, man? I was going to tell you something about him, but I forgot.
Which one?
Big Dougie?
The
Big Dougie.
premier
of the province. Yeah.
All right,
So we're talking about the premier, guys. He's like the governor of a state. He's the governor, or he's the premier of this province over here, which has a lot of people. I mean, what are we at? 15 million now in this province? It's not a small province.
60% of Canada lives.
60% of Canada. There you go.
Lives open.
So that's what I'm looking at right now. I'm keeping my eye, guys, on QUBT. I'm 0 for 1 on that one. It lost the volume weighted average price that we got in, and then we got out quick as you like. It's also losing $13 here, Joseph, another area that I was looking at for possible support. So that one obviously didn't hold. LTBR was another one that we were involved in. This one is still putting in a nasty pattern, which is a lower low, lower high. It's not even a flat bottom break. It's literally what I see as a downward channel. So we'll see if this one finds support either at 15 or 1450. 1450 being where the volume weighted average price is. The detail buff, my man. I like that name. $5 Sucha. Happy birthday, Sharif. Love the show and appreciate all you guys do. We love you right back. Shout out to the detail buff, man. Appreciate you, my guy. Bovin, PMAX. Say less, Bovin. We're going to load up PMAX on the side chart. Have a look at what you're talking about there. Let's flip to, oh, wow. Good call out, Bovin. As always, my man, you're always good with these ones. Shout out to you. So this one is approaching $1, guys, with a high of the day of 94 pennies, and we know what that means. That means a key area of resistance could be on its way, being that dollar area. So let me give you some details on this. It's up 186%. It's got a market cap of 18.2 million with a float of 0. No, of course, it doesn't have a float of 0. Just I don't have it on my platform, so I'm looking at Trade Ideas. Trade Ideas telling me a float of 2.59 million. Alas, it's not showing me a short float. So a small float and a very cheap name. So we can definitely get some parabolic moves off this one. PMAX sub $1, but certainly in play. Who are we going to take off here, Joseph? We're going to take off Qubit.
Okay.
Because we only got 5 screens up in this, you know what. So at PMAX, going to keep my eye on that one. Bovin, I don't know. What's your move on this one, Bovin? I'm thinking maybe an 80 penny dip, an 85 penny dip trade. I definitely don't want to be punching in at highs in anticipation of that dollar break. So here's what I'm doing, Bovin. We're gonna wait at 85s for a first dip trade. Now the reason I say 85 is because I perceive that to be a key area of resistance. 2 candles rejected that level on a closing basis, so we're gonna throw 85s on there, and we're also gonna throw 80s.
Okay.
We're going to go and wait at 80 as well, because 80 is that 10 exponential moving average on the 5. So here we go. We're up into the high of the day. We just took out the high of the day, Joseph. This one continues to put in higher highs and higher lows. So PMAX, if you're interested in these small cap gapper guys, good move up.
Yeah, appreciate it. All right, we got another TS super chat. Happy birthday, C. Hey, can you guys hit the graphic of the guy with the stick? Graphic poking the stock to get to move?
Yeah.
Come on, do something. Bang, just like that. I didn't even finish the sentence, and there you go. Hit it one more time for them. TS.
Katina
there
got
we
it
go.
too.
Yeah, we love seeing that there. Katina Man's on that one, and we'll do it one more time. TS. I mean, TS. So TS in the chat was not too long ago. He's like, yeah, Bitcoin 50K. I'm like, dude, it's been like a 2% pullback, and you're downgrading it to a 50K price target already. Yeah, that's
what's happening here.
Yeah, I mean, it is what it is. It is selling. I mean, we are down almost 3% on the session, guys, in IBIT. Again, I'm relatively healthy. I do believe that the last leg and a half were slightly overextended, and I didn't like the looks of that, right? So hopefully now this pullback isn't too fierce. We don't reject these all-time highs too aggressively, and then we can look for price action to turn back around. But you can see I'm still sitting in this OKO, this IonQ trade, and that's what should have happened earlier. I should have been just sitting in this position, allowing it to cook up. Instead, I was just more like scalpy. Oh, let me punch a key here, there, and there, which obviously it worked out positive for us, but it could have been significantly better, and it's our job to do so. So yeah, I'm going to be patient on this name. This is extremely small, right? I just had to put on a little test trade, so I figured I may as well just add a little bit here, bring that average down. You won't see me doing that too regularly. I average up here personally. I just use that free roll method that I refer to as just using unrealized gains to just acquire more shares, but then that also just trails your stop as well too. Right. So that's what we got going on with IonQ. NVDA is really hovering around the volume weighted average price. We're not going to talk too much about that here right now because I think the quantum space is right now. I am the nuclear as well too with OKLO. But here you can see if it starts to get the ball rolling here, we're slowly starting to turtle shell over. So you can see that we were constructing this channel and then we're now on the backside of it here and holding VWAP relatively well. But if some of these support levels are punched through aggressively, then maybe there's going to be some downside. And with that being said, let's take a look at the options chain to see what it's telling us. We now have some analysis on Google, on NVDA, and on Robinhood as well too. And we're going to continue to monitor those high levels of OI just to see if they're being lifted or they're being dropped. And that can tell us a lot about market sentiment as well. So we'll pull up NVDA to see what we got cooking on. And I don't know if it's time to go over to a rollover yet. We can do that. We'll look at both here, guys. So I'll pull it up here for you guys here. All right, so let's see what we got going on. 135, you've seen that we tapped. Okay, so 140 was the high. We got at a high of around 138, but that's going to be the highest levels of open interest right there. We had a high of 138, I believe, 2 days ago, and then we rejected it aggressively. So that level coming really, really well into play. Now let's scroll down and see what we might have for a max pain to the downside. I mean, there is this cycle expires at the end of the session, so it's not going to tell us much. We got to wait until next week and wait for those contracts to roll over, and then we can determine a lot more after that point. But 125 could be a potential low. You can see we put in a low of around 128, I think it was roughly in the pre-market, and then we bounced off of that and now just slowly grinding higher and higher. But let's take a look at Google as well too, if we can see any definitive downside, and then we're gonna actually take a look at Apple because it's relatively weak as well too, guys. So we'll just scroll through the chain here and see, and it's like we don't want to complicate this whatsoever. We just want to scroll through. We have our open interest available to us, and then we want to see these high levels of these contracts that are outstanding compared to the rest, right? So I talked about a congestion area right here through the 170 to 175, and then if you go down multiple strikes, you're not going to see that amount of open interest or current open contracts. All right, and as we scroll higher, you're not going to see that either. It's drastically less. I'm talking about 10%, 90% less than what we're actually seeing in this congestion zone. So there you go. You can see that we have it here through the 70s all the way up to 80s, and then we're going to take a look at it from the downside as well too. So where do we have a lot of congestion? Where's that highest level of open interest? And what can it tell us for a potential downside move? So we're not seeing too much, and again, not everything is 100% accurate, right? We can use these to gauge. It's just an additional indicator, and it allows you to give you a different dynamic look into what the market is potentially telling us. It's not always going to be 100% right. So 167.5 and 160 does seem to be that area, guys. On the put side, that is, we've seen that what we had on the call side, but now we don't have nearly as much on the put side. So that's going to signal some nice bullish sentiment for the foreseeable future. But again, that is on this week's expiration cycle. We have to wait until next week and see what we get from a rollover standpoint to see if these high levels are going to be either lifted or they're going to start to drop in strikes. And I think that's really important to note, Sharif.
All right, I got into LTBR again at the volume weighted average price. Show me 74s. I've got 72s on now. Let's see how this one does. It technically did breach VWAP. It wicked into the 50s and found a little bit of support. Alas, it's still putting in a very, very discernible trend, which is lower lows and lower highs, but it's at the volume weighted average price. So I'm going to give it a try here. Very strong on the day, up 37.5%, was obviously up a lot more. Near the highs, speaking of the highs, it's around $16, with the real high being $16.14, but I'll submit to you guys, $16, the real level there. Very few prints actually above that $16 level.
Yeah, Sharif, sorry to interrupt you. Oh, we got an ad read there.
Yeah.
Guys, Tesla's breaking out and the volume is there. Broke through some of these resistance zones, but stepped in really aggressively and continuing to climb. Thanks for pointing that out, folks.
Good call, Joseph.
Yeah.
All right, guys, Trade the Pool is redefining what risk means for traders. No more risking your life savings to prove yourself in the market. They give you access to company capital, up to $200,000 to trade real stocks, guys, not these CFDs. And your downside is limited to a single one-time fee that starts at just $47. That's a deal, man. That means no blowing up your personal account. You get to trade with serious buying power, all while knowing your losses are capped. I'm taking profits as I do this. All you have to do is pass the evaluation, and that's it. You're funded. So scan that QR code and get 10% off to start trading with Trade the Pool. Shout out to the Cats guy and Mitch and company. Happen to be solid guys. All right, we're doing it live right now on LTBR. We got a nice bounce up off VWAP here. I don't want to overstay my welcome on this because I just have a feeling that the lower high and lower low pattern is going to subsist. So I'm trying to take profits as I can here and see if we can get on the positive side of the equation. All right, how many more shares do we have left? Oh, we've got substantially more, so we should need to take out more over here. All right, so we'll see. We're doing it live right now, guys. LTBR showing me a nice bounce off VWAP. However, the doji candle that finished closing on the 5-minute chart at 1220 still hasn't had its high cleared. The high of that doji candle is 1491. We're showing 85s right now, and as you can see, my 90 order right there going unprinted. So we're still technically a lower high on this candle, even if we are above the volume weighted average price and finding support. So I'm less optimistic about this trade, okay? Until and if we can get above that 1490 high so that we can end that lower high, lower high, lower high trend. That's not why I'm in this for. So right now we got 69s on. That could be a good omen. It might not be. So we'll try to manage this trade as we go. AAPL continuing to hold here, Joseph, at the volume weighted average price. I didn't anticipate this. That's a fantastic look there for OKLO. It's putting in higher lows as well. That's the thing. So even though it's not rocketing to the high side, it's certainly having trouble with 49.50. But when I look at the area lows of the candles that are holding up at VWAP, they're all higher low. And by the way, it dipped into VWAP for the first time, I'd say in a while, at around 11.55. So if you're looking at the chart, the 5-minute, look from that 11.55 candle onwards. That's where I'm kind of trying to make that case. PMAX, Bovin, I didn't get any of my dip trades on PMAX, and there goes $1. In fact, it's $1.11 now. So this is a different trade now, Bovin, PMAX, clearing that dollar. Let's see if it holds $1. You know, $1.11 is not that, and I mean, it's okay. It's not the best move above a buck. So who are we going to remove here on the side chart to put in our friend PMAX? SLDP's done bupkis, so it lost its spot there. So we're going to put PMAX on the side chart. It's a 112 high, guys. Excuse me, not 111. So we'll keep tabs on that one. How are we doing over here on LTBR? Okay, we're taking out that seller that was at 85s. Now we're showing 90s. Now we're showing 98s, Joseph. There it goes. So let's post here above 15. We're long at 69s, as I mentioned. And that wasn't by design, I promise. It was. I was just lucky.
Sure?
I promise. I wasn't posting at 69s. No. As much as our friend Ozan would like to believe so, I actually didn't mean to do that. But yeah, decent look right now, up almost 40% here on LTBR. So we'll keep tabs on that. Oh, there goes OKLO. So now it is very, very clear that it's higher low, but that 49.50 is a hard level to take out. So let's see if we can keep an eye here on OKLO. It's certainly been in play today, 25%. In case you're wondering what's going on with these nuclear names, guys, AAPLs, SMRs, NNEs, etc. Donald Trump is going to have what's reported to be another executive signing, or executive order, signing ceremony, and it's going to be specifically with the nuclear industry. Apparently, he's looking to liberalize some of the previous Biden-era regulations. Let's go ahead and talk about that right now. Yeah, since we have an opportunity here, let's just bring in that. There we go. So here's what he's doing, Joseph. He's streamlining the nuclear reactor approval process. He's also looking at strengthening domestic uranium enrichment capabilities.
Okay.
He wants to invoke the Defense Production Act that I think is used during wartime, if I'm not mistaken, to declare a national emergency over the reliance on Russian and Chinese nuclear fuel and tech. As I mentioned jokingly at the top of the show, we have lots of uranium in Canada. We have lots, guys, in Saskatchewan. So I don't know why he needs to buy it from Russia and China. Canada, hi.
Oh, let's go.
Go. What's going on?
Yeah, let's go IonQ. We're getting a big pop here in the market. I don't know if someone in the chat, Woo, sorry, I don't want to butcher your name. It was Woo something.
Woo.
Said, it wasn't Libutan. So yeah, but Tesla apparently saying doing some Uber deals. Maybe that's why we've seen. I don't know if we got any news on that, but I don't want to kind of quote necessarily.
What's the ticker, Joseph? I'll look it up.
Tesla?
Tesla, okay.
Yeah, Tesla.
I'm not seeing anything.
You're not seeing anything? Okay, so maybe nothing there, just a volatility spike. But we got a big pop here in IonQ. So yeah, that's a positive sign. I mean, we got that descending wedge, that bull flag pattern. We're holding the volume weighted average price relatively well. And this is what I was referring to earlier, is the issue of buying the top of the range. If you're just patient enough, the number one skill in trading, you got to be patient and aggressive at the same time, which can be extremely difficult. But yeah, here we go. So yeah, this is what we're looking for. We're going to try to break that. I can't do anything. I'm already in this position, but it's looking like we might be able to break some of these resistance zones. Sorry, I just wanted to bring that big pop in the overall.
No, absolutely, man. That's important,
itself.
man.
Yeah, the space got a nice little pop there.
And so he goes on to say that there's going to be potential reforms. He didn't say anything. This is the report. Excuse me, guys. Potential reforms for the Nuclear Regulatory Commission. Obviously, I have an idea of what they do, but just don't know exactly what their involvement is. These are some of the names that you can look at, guys. Uranium Energy, UEC. You got Energy Fuels, which trades under EFR. You got Centrus Energy, LEU. Constellation, a big one that we know a lot about. Adara loves trading this one. CEG. You got GE Vernova, which is GEV. Vistra, I think it's VS. VT, or I don't know what that one. Oklo, you guys saw me trade that, OKLO. As well, Nano Nuclear Energy, NNE, and you got the Global X Uranium ETF, which is URA. Lots of different names you can involve yourself in as a swing trade, investment, day trade. These are some of the names there. What's going on over there, Katina, man? Oh, your bat?
Yeah, the bat.
Can we have a look, Katina, man?
There you go.
Ooh, yeah. This is a light one. Is this for
That's how
T-ball?
they are these days.
What Little League. Yeah. Where's my money?
Yeah,
Says a Chilean nightmare. Oh, that's a nice one, Katina, man. I like it. It's a $500 bat? That's crazy.
Or $3.99.
Okay, all right, guys. We are going to send it to Brendo at the big desk. We got a special guest.
$3.99. About CAA, like $500.
Hey guys, it's been a busy couple of months here as far as regulation, health regulation in the U.S. We have our friend Todd Shapiro back on the show, friend of the show. He's been on a couple of times to talk not only psychedelics, but some of the regulatory things that have happened since this new administration has taken over in the U.S. Todd, first off, great to see you. It's been a while. Todd?
I'm sorry, I can't hear a thing.
You can't hear me.
You can hear me.
Come on, I can't hear you either. So
I got you now.
stand by. We'll fix that, and then we'll come back to you. You can hear me. I still can't hear you, though. So we'll go back to the guys. We'll get this fixed, and then we'll come back and do this.
You got me now? You got me now? Look at this. What a great hit.
We have it. There we go. I can hear you. Fantastic.
It's so us.
It's like we're rookies or something doing this for the first time or something. How are you? It's been a while. Good to see you.
Yeah, man, I'm really good. Sorry about that confusion at the start there.
No worries, no worries. As I was mentioning, it's been a couple of really interesting months as far as the regulatory side of this world is concerned. A lot of hype, a lot of excitement, dare I say, around the RFK Jr. appointment when it comes to psychedelics specifically. Let's start just high level, 50,000-foot look here at the industry as a whole. What are you seeing? What's the latest? Give us your take.
Yeah, man, it's really good for us, we think. So, we've been public now to be 5 years, May 28th, I believe, on the CSE trip and OTC Truff. And we had hoped that more announcements were coming into the sector. A lot of us sort of from the cannabis days had seen things progress quite well, and you sort of had timelines, and then investors could really get involved and understand that those timelines kind of had deadlines, so that could help them move along their investment thesis. Here, where it's been up in the air, it's been a tricky one, and I get it. Like, investors look at the entire sector from a high level and going, we're not sure what's happening. But with RFK Jr., as you mentioned, who's so progressive thinking in terms of not only just sort of psychedelics, but, his thoughts on vaccines, his thoughts on no sugar, his thoughts on keeping America healthy, and I think most importantly, his thoughts on helping veterans. And we're seeing that across the board now for a lot of people in the United States who've come on. For example, the Secretary of Veteran Affairs, Doug Collins, he's the 12th, he was appointed as the 12th head of secretary there for Veteran Affairs. And he looked at Donald Trump in the eye in the Oval Office just 2.5, 3 weeks ago. And when Trump had asked him about, hey, what are we doing to help the suicide rates for veterans? And Doug Collins simply said, it's not great, but we are exploring different methods. And one of those being psychedelics. That was said directly to Trump's face. So, that was a really, really big positive momentum boost for our sector and those fighting so hard to get access to those who need for trauma. And the veterans being number one is really what we all believe in. And then secondly, there's a lady named Casey Means, and Casey Means is the new Surgeon General under the Trump admin. And she wrote a book about the beauty of magic mushrooms and how it's life transformative and how it's so good for mental health. So we are seeing people within a conservative administration, Republican administration, that are actually being more progressive than Democrats. So we're really, really loving this, to be honest. And I don't care which way you lean politically, but most importantly, if you're a human being and you want want to help those humans, other human beings that are in need. Well, these are the types of conversations we need to be having.
Let's talk a little bit about the market itself. We had some movement in the right direction when it comes to this, specifically in the state of Oregon. Give me your thoughts as far as that is concerned and what the company's doing here.
Yeah, there's some facilitator-based models in Oregon that are happening right now, sort of clinic-based. We're learning. I've always maintained that, Brendan, we don't want to make the mistakes that a lot of other companies made without really understanding the markets. These are such new markets. So we're kind of learning from others' failures. We're well capitalized. We don't want to just jump into a market that we don't quite understand. Let's learn the good, let's learn the bad, and then let's make the decision from that. And I think that's what data is important for. And right now, there's just not a ton of data on it. The other thing is, to be honest, where it is difficult for a publicly traded company is they've set up a lot of these regulations with the idea that you need to be a local resident or perhaps a local resident controlling interest within the business. So we might be able to be a minority interest. And of course, when you're a publicly traded company and you're a minority partner, there is some good and bad to that. The good is if it's a great business, it still, eventually will pay off for you. But in the meantime, as you're growing it, you can't report on the revenue. So you're making investments without showing some of the gains. So it's kind of a tricky situation. Again, we are learning, but in Oregon, we were one of those parties that advocated directly to the Senate with our data that we learned from the Netherlands. And that's a whole other story, that we collect our own data, consensual first, from users in a legal market. And we've worked with, really high profile people within the space that have given us the point at Red Light Holland to be an authority of emerging markets. And that's another thing we're very proud of.
I want to get to the Costco story here because I think it's really interesting and good for the company overall. But give us your take here on any advancements. I think a lot of people, when they think about psychedelics at this point, anything that's exciting as far as the treatment side of things, how is the research coming in, and is there, progressions being made as far as helping people with these?
Yeah, there definitely is. I mean, there's a lot of great lessons now that we're finding out from studies about helping with Parkinson's. We're helping that it's helping with TBI, traumatic brain injury. So there's, and I could go and spend, minutes, 20, 30 minutes citing specific samples. But what I would encourage everybody, and I always do this, is psilocybin health benefits. And the science is absolutely backing it up. And that's why these bigger conversations are being had. And, as a company, we're really proud too. We just got a permit approved by FDA and DEA. And these are working with a laboratory in Irvine, California, where we're going to ship our homegrown magic psilocybin raw truffles from the Netherlands over into the United States to advance our R&D. And we're looking at things like standardization, shelf life stability. We got some proprietary information we're working with that lab in order to stabilize it. And of course, the big fight is always access, and people's right to try. So that's what we continually try to, will fight and advocate for. And Brendan, we believe that there will be some progressive thoughts and leaders making sure that those who need it will get it.
When we talk about progress being made, where do you see this going? Where do you see this ending, I guess, as far as this new administration is concerned?
I laugh, but it's such a serious question, right? And I laugh because, in the last 5 years, I have gray hair. I'm losing my hair under my hat. And, being an outlier is not an easy place to be. We are, we do everything, being publicly traded, we have to be legal compliant. We have to do our audits, obviously. We have to pay a ton of money for R&D, and we can't do anything that's illegal and breaking the law, where a lot of people who are dealing in MDMA and magic mushrooms and things are breaking the law and being illegal. But guess what? They're making all the cash. So to answer your question, I remain so positively optimistic. And while, you look at a weathered, stressed out CEO of a publicly traded company with a depleted stock right now, which we're trading under cash and asset value. But I remind myself before I go to sleep, every night, if I can sleep, and I try to remind myself in the morning that, I'm in the game, whatever God there is out there, I'm in the game. I woke up today alive, and we have a great supportive base of people that are committing to not only just a growing company, but also a passion. And the passion is helping people. So where do I see this helping people, Brendan? I believe it's coming. I mean, the science is backing this up. We saw the movements in cannabis. We see that human beings really can make a difference through social campaigns, through community outlook and outreach. So, demand is there for magic mushrooms specifically, which is the business we're in. In Canada, for example, there are all these magic mushroom shops that operate legally. There's also Canada Post, which is our nationwide postal service, that if you go online, and I'm not imploring or encouraging people to do this because it's still illegal, but the Canadian governmental postal service will ship it right to your home. The demand is there, and we're not hearing news of, these crazy scenarios of fights at bars or, terrible, tragic, like a drinking and driving type of event. We're actually just hearing positive anecdotal stories. So the consumer demand is there. Governments need to listen, and most importantly, we need to help those with trauma. And ever since the COVID pandemic, it feels like trauma is increased, again, I use the word tragically, like we all seem to know someone who's suffering from severe mental health issues. And we want to be those to help, and the science is backing that. So I'm optimistic, man. It's going to take some time, but we're getting there, and we won't stop fighting.
Yeah, the progression. No, definitely the key here. Let's touch on the Costco angle here, the grow your own kits. Tell us about that.
Yeah, man, this is great for the company. So while we grow the magic stuff, we figured out that we needed to also be doing the legal stuff in most of the markets right now across the world, because we needed self-sustainability to be able to get to these, delayed regulatory bodies. So what we do is we also grow regular mushrooms, and those are mushrooms that you can cook with, harvest, and grow at home. And those are called Happy Caps. So Happy Caps is now in Costco locations all across Canada. It's very significant. It's the fourth order from Costco Canada. So this is a repeated seasonal order. Again, happycaps.ca. They're proudly made in Canada, and they're organic, and they're just these home grow kits, again, that you grow at home, fun for the family. You can cultivate them and then cook with them a delicious menu. But also for the United States viewers, which I think are your predominant viewers. And what a job you guys are doing, man. This is the most kick-ass platform. We love Trader TV and everything you and the team does. Honestly, you're just so cool. You're just cool, candid, real, and that's what we need more of. But in the United States, we're in Albertsons banner Safeway brands in Oregon and Washington State. You can pick up our Happy Caps there too. These are those home grow kits. And if you want to check it out, just go to happycapsusa.com. And those are also now proudly made in Oregon, and they're organic. So we've gotten, partners to make them made within the countries that you're buying them in. So you can support also local farmers. And that's the goal here too. Support your local farmers across the different nations.
Great stuff. Todd, promise you'll come hang out when you're downtown once again.
Yeah, man. Listen, thank you. I know I talk a lot. I love this stuff. One day I want to be a host again on your show. I love talking capital markets. I bought Palantir at $8, by the way, so I'm pretty happy about that.
Attaboy.
And I look forward to following up with you guys. Thank you again.
TRIP guys on the CSE, Truff down on the OTC. Todd Shapiro, good to see you.
Cheers, man.
Great interview from Brendo there. Shout out to Todd, man. Shout out to everybody there. Obviously trying to do the world some good. We appreciate that, Todd. Thanks for coming on. Thanks for giving us information. And Todd, we love your passion, brother. You're obviously a very passionate individual about what you do, and we couldn't thank you more for coming on, Joseph. So what do you got over there?
Here we go. Let's pull it up here on my screen.
Got the Happy Caps.
Yeah, well, go check it out. Okay. Yeah, I mean, hey, why not, right? He mentioned it. So go out and check out this website right here, guys, Happy Caps. Looks like you can grow your own there. Functional mushroom gummies. That's very, very, very interesting. So yeah, thank you very much for that, Todd. That was fantastic stuff. Love seeing that. The shiitakes right here for 24. Yeah, there you go, $24.99, and you can just go down the lion's mane. I know that's a popular one there as well too. So thank you very much for that. Did you used to take lion's mane? Yeah, I never got into that's just classified as microdosing.
I just got it off Amazon, brother. It was it's not any.
But it's generally classified as microdosing.
I was talking to Chilean Nightmare about it, and he's like, look, you can't get it in that crappy pill form. You got to get it in the real stuff, and I had it in the crappy pill form. So I don't know if I got the best out of it.
The lion's mane? Yeah. No, I've never personally experimented with any of that stuff there. But fantastic stuff. I mean, to each their own. There's no doubt about that. So go and check that out. Yeah, for sure. Go check that out, guys. As soon as we get that ad read done, we got to take a look at IonQ.
All right, man. Guys, have you ever entered an order to buy or sell, and the price you got filled at is completely different from what you expected? Yeah, that's called slippage, guys. Slippage happens when you're trading on an old or underpowered computer, and it costs traders a bundle. So that's why our friends at Easy Trading Computers created the complete guide to, you guessed it, trading computers. This guide shows you exactly what technology you need to succeed as a trader and avoid that pesky slippage. So go ahead, guys, scan that QR code or click the link in the description box to get a free copy of this guide.
Yes.
That's the great folks here at Easy Trading Computers. Go ahead.
Kind of jumped the gun there on that one.
good, all good,
My
baby.
bad there, brother. Yeah, here we go. Let's go IonQ. We're starting to climb higher there. Now we're slightly in the money, not too much, but we will take it there, guys. Holding on to this, I mentioned, start really, really small. I was in positionally, I was wrong, but then I added a little bit more. Again, you know what? You don't see me average down. I'll average up to our working thesis. So if we do start to crack some of these key resistance zones and we see that volume step in, then I think there's going to be a good add opportunity here, guys. So yeah, a pretty good look there. We can see the strength displayed on the time of sales. We just had to be patient in this name. It's strong. I'm looking for that continuation in the strength from yesterday's session. And with that being said, we had a strong opening drive. We got that consolidation pullback. The volume profile absolutely really started to decay and fall off a cliff. But if there's any form of program that steps in, a buy program, then we're positioned relatively well. And if we're going to punch through with these key resistance zones, we're already in this trade and we don't need to chase that volume. We can look to start taking some profits out. So that's going to be our next key level that we need to break through here, guys. That is going to be that 45.70. If we crack that, sit on top, which is now resistance, we crack that, set on top, and can act as support. I think we have a potential to go and test that high a day, and that's going to be over a point and a half move from where we're currently sitting at, Sharif.
All right, QUBT, guys, it is coming right back up. So it holds 13 really well. Now, what pushed me out of this trade was a loss of VWAP. That's where I had gauged support. It didn't hold up there. In fact, 13 was a really, really good level. Now, you obviously have a few wicks that did breach $13, but most of the closing prints, if not all, I haven't really done a deep dive, all above that 13 or in and around that $13 area. Alas, we are at another key area of technical support or resistance, which happens to be the $half area. So let's see if we're able to clear that $half. We got a high of the day of 14.13. I'll submit to you guys likely the $14 level, a bit of a better support or resistance level, excuse me, you can use. So I'm going to keep my eye out on this one. I'd like a decisive clearing of 13 or 13.50, excuse me. Otherwise, I wait until this retraces into 13. Now, if it retraces into 13, it could be a flat bottom break, right? Because then you'll have a lower high, you'll have the high of the day, 14.30, which is this over here, 14.13. And then, so let's just say, for example, it rejects 13.60 and then comes back down to 13. It'll be lower high, flat bottom. You could likely look for a flat bottom break there. I wouldn't be so quick to short it, though. I need more confirmation because it's been up. It's up 12% today. It's up big from yesterday as well. So let's see which way this one ends up going. I don't mind at all getting back into QUBT. I'm involved in PMAX over here. I've got shares on this one. It's basically holding up at that 85 penny area, okay? It obviously got into $1, retraced off that $1.10, but it's kind of right at the 10,
let's go.
the 10 exponential moving average, and it's holding up above 80. It's got a 3-candle support level right here. So I'm thinking, you know, I'm probably just gonna pack my patience. This current 5-minute candle as well has a higher low. Shout out to my man Bovin, who's been trading this, and thank you for Bovin for letting me know about this. QUBT is taking out the $half, Joseph.
Yep.
So it might be time to work our way into this one. What do you got over there? You got IonQ.
Yeah, I told you.
Well,
man.
they're all going,
yeah,
then,
they're all
baby.
going. The space is strong, man. And see, that's the thing, right? So I can go back and talk about my previous couple of days and sessions, even this morning. It's just be in the right space, right? Like just gauging the cyclical kind of effects of the market and kind of the current sentiment as well too, I think is really important. So hopefully you guys can hone in on that skill. Just sticking with the strong. If you're looking for longs, stick with the strong sectors. We've seen Google was breaking out for the past couple of days. Strong, stick to that name. The quantum space, strong, stick to it, right? And look for those potentials to get into some of these positions. And this is exactly why we use quote highlight, right? Like look at this. This shows me a strong imbalance on the ask side, and if these start getting filled, like look at that size, and then maybe we can start to climb higher. Slow. There you go. Boom. Look at that displayed. Ooh. Oh my days. I can't even. I don't even know what to say, Sharif. Like, we can't make that many YouTube shorts of your boy
can.
catching these breakouts.
You actually can, though.
Can we?
Yeah.
Well, we can, obviously. I'm saying. I'm
playing, bro. I'm playing.
We're catching a good amount of them.
Yes.
So, yeah, there we go. A nice little pop there, guys, in the space. And on the lower time frames, you can see on these 1 minute intervals, that's where we can really hone in and see what's going on with the volume, right? And there we go, boom. We're just breaking through these levels. This is a NYSE stock. They move slightly different, okay? They don't move like the NASDAQ, in my opinion. It takes some time. They take significantly longer. But we're seeing displayed everything that we need right now. All right, we're breaking through resistance, and with that, we're also getting the volume to step in and support that move, okay? So that's exactly what we need to see here. Ugar, we are having a bullish flag breakout on EURUSD just now. Okay, I'm glad to hear it. You know that I know personally nothing about Forex, but I'm really glad that that's working out for you. This is exactly what we want. So this is the game plan, all right? So we'll take a look at the 5 minute. So we're now through that, we're not through it, we're right at it. But one thing to note is that volume is supporting it. So if we can get a retest, it acts as support, and then we can continue, I do believe that if it is sustained, we can make a move for that high a day. And that's exactly what we're gonna be looking for here. And we're gonna hold on to this position until otherwise it's either gonna fail on us and we get stopped out, or we hit our price target. I was having this conversation with Howlar not too long ago, and obviously I've messed up all it sometimes as well too. That's what goes with discretionary trading. But for the majority of it, if we can stick to that game plan, at the end of the day, if we're looking for 2-to-1 risk to reward ratios, etc., and we're best believe we're going to do the playmaker poll today, then you have a chance to be profitable. But this stuff takes time, guys. You got to pay your dues. You got to pay your tuition in the market. There's no avoiding that. It's just learning from your mistakes and then trying to not repeat them continuously over and over again. You will repeat them. It happens time after time. I mean, time after time. I mean, yeah. I mean, you see it displayed. It's okay. So I talked to you guys about me getting smoked on some short calls in Tesla last summer, and then you see me get smoked in some short calls in the overall market a month or so ago, or 2 months ago, whatever it may be. You do make those mistakes, but as long as you learn from them, you have the ability to capitalize on some of these opportunities.
Well said, Joseph. All right, we're getting into a couple of positions over here. We got Oklo again to the high side, looking for an 85 penny break and take. Looking for ultimately, though, for a 50 squeeze. It's got a really good setup of higher low, so I've taken smaller size this time so that I don't get rinsed on this one, and I'm looking to build my position, okay? I'm doing the same thing here with QUBT. I got in again after trying to scalp this one, and I'm going to build my position into retracement. So right now I'm going to post up at, let's go ahead and wait at mid 60s or high 60s, excuse me, for an add into this one if we can get. We don't even have any profit takers. That's not going to work out for me. So let's go ahead and put some profit takers there for a possible move up. So what are we doing here with Oklo? Let's have a look, see if we got any prints on that one. Nothing yet. It's still zigging and zagging in the mid 70s. So I'm in QUBT, PMAX, and OKLO. We'll see how this ends up doing. Looks like Oklo's got some selling here at 80s, but really keeps me optimistic about a continuation into this one is, number one, we're almost at 1 o'clock. So, you know, you can definitely get some more volume coming in. I think I need to build my position into this one as well. So I'm going to wait here at the $0.50 for another add on this one. So let's go ahead and wait a little bit there at 54, see if we can pick up something there, give us a better cost basis on OKLO as it zigs and zags. How we doing over here on my friend QUBT? Up into the 80s we go. No continuity quite yet into that whole dollar, but trading near highs. What's bothering me right now is my trade on PMAX. So I was able to extract some profits on this one, but this is not really the trade that I thought it would be. In any event, I've given it to below 80s. I think I've given it enough room, so I'm just going to pack my patience on this one. Let's quickly go back here to QUBT because it's taking out highs. Oh, baby. Here we go. Good look here on QUBT. Let's just make sure we don't fat finger into this and take out too much too quickly. So I'm going to post there a little bit as well. So QUBT. What's happening over there? My man was dancing. All right. Are you in the club?
No, I'm not in the club, man. I'm having a good time anyway.
Okay, so yeah, whatever, bro. Have at it.
Exactly.
So that's what we're doing right now. We're in QUBT, just took a profit taker there, but certainly looking at building my position a bit more in anticipation of a 14 touch, as well as my position in OKLO, looking at building a position into there as well. But PMAX looks like it will stop me out, and I just did get stopped out of that one. I had really large size as well. So yeah, I did. So let's see if this one can put in a new 5-minute candle to make a new high, because it feels like when it got into that 80, the tape started moving crazy, which means that a lot of people probably had their stop below 80, as well as some, possibly entries as well. So let's see what this one does. Currently forming into a hammer candle. I think I put my stop in the wrong place. So I'm going to have to think about this one a little bit more right now. Is that going to halt? What's it doing? No, it's good. I think it's fine. I think this is still the right trade. Yeah, oh wow, it's really getting away from me here. So let's go ahead and get right back into that bad boy. Joseph, what do you got?
Yeah, we're just sitting in this IonQ trade. I think this is going to be a key point here in this potential trade here, guys. So you can see that we're now above those resistance zones. If we get that retest and fail to hold, then we might be in a little bit of trouble. But you can see that we're in the money now on this one, 45.29. Oh, okay, yeah. So a cool 50 cents there at this high, a little bit more than that there, guys. So almost 70 cents at the peak there. So that's a positive sign. But again, considering what I've hold this now, if you want to stick to the rules and kind of just fundamentally strong, I need to hit this. This is where I have to hold this to here, right? Otherwise, it's just not worth it, especially holding this to the volume weighted average price, not positioning myself really well, and then taking some out there, right? So I think that's really important to note. By all means, there's no correct style of trading, but I just want to break this down for you guys. So again, I'm at the top of the range, all right? So this is just me critiquing kind of this style of trading. So if I was more patient and my initial entry was right here, right? And then I can add on the backside of this trend right here, which allows me to average up, but then look at my risk to reward ratio. And I think that's really important to understand. Okay, so let me pull up my trusty tool here for you guys and see what we got going on. So here I essentially have to risk, let me get it up here. I have to risk until, like I said, below the volume weighted average price, right? So now look at the move that I need in order to hit like a 2-to-1, right? That's gonna put me a little bit north of the high of day. Instead, if my risk is now here, right? That's my first entry, and then I average in. Look how drastically smaller that is. And if you want to go from points, so this is 50 cents, so that's 50 cents less. And then if I have a stop just below VWAP, that's 50 cents of less risk that I have to endure in order for me to hit a better risk to reward, all right? So that's just my thinking, and that's why I always have those precise entries. I'm looking for something specific so I can put the risk to reward in my favor. VWAP I usually use as my gauge and my line in the sand to get out, but you can see how extended I am from that. And I mentioned by not getting out of specific trades in the middle of these ranges, because you'll just be getting chopped up time and time again. You want to have the ability to put your stop either if you're going long at the lower end of the range and you want to have your entry lower at the lower end of the range, or if you're going short, you want to have your stop at the highs of the range and your entry closer to the high as well too. So there you go. That's just a prime example of the risk to reward. I could have been piecing partials out here and locking in profits if I did execute this trade slightly better, but that shoulda, coulda, woulda, right? That's what if history. We don't go with that. We're just looking for this continuation here for this breakout, and I am aiming for the high day. That is what I have to hold this trade out to in order for it to be worth what I've been putting on here, Sharif.
All right, man. All right, we got the add into QUBT there. It just came in to the 10 EMA and popped right back up. It dipped actually into the 50s. Is that a real wick there? Okay, I guess it is. Now we've got 75s on. Let's see if this one wants to climb back into the 70s. I was able to take some profits at the highs, but finally got our dollar cost average. Hopefully we don't get rinsed on QUBT. We're gonna keep an eye out on this one. I'm also taking profits right now on OKLO. It did pop into my level. We've got 60s on. I just took 75s out. I've layered my orders south of 50 because I perceive we could definitely have trouble with that 50 penny level. $50 level, excuse me. I'm so used to trading these small cap gappers. I think everything's pennies. No, but I'm serious. $50, obviously an important area of psychological resistance, despite the fact that we've been obviously higher than that on the day. So I've put my stop below the low of the 1250 candle. So if it loses at 49.25, we're out of this one. So we're going to keep an eye out on that as it zigs and zags at the moment. Let's see if it can pop back up and get the fill. PMAX, okay, so we haven't taken anything on this one quite yet. We've got 84s on. I've layered my orders on this one. Let's see if this one can make a first 5-minute candle to make a new high, because I haven't seen one in a while. So let's see if we can zig up there and take up some of those orders. I've layered them all in, ready to be printed if it gets up there. Let's have a look at QUBT, because it popped right back up there. Good look here on QUBT. So putting in a hammer candle into that $0.50 or the 10 exponential. Let's see if this candle can print a new high. The current 5-minute candle, to do that, it's got to get above 93s. So here we go with 77s. I'm waiting actually at 77s, but it's got to cross. So I got to pack my patience on that one. Looking for a nice move up, zigging and zagging into 73 we go right now on QUBT. I see LTBR as well, making another move back up. This is the one. So we got involved in this one, scalped up a bunch, but here we go. That looks like a bad trade, because this was a real nice curler off the volume weighted average price, and you would have been almost $1 in the money. It was $14.60, now printing $15.30. So certainly a good look there on LTBR, up a respectable 43.5%. Not a bad one whatsoever. All right, what else? Sorry, Oklo Joseph here. I think we're moving back up into the 80s, or so I saw. Not quite yet, so no prints there. Here we go, 82s now showing up on Oklo on the ask side of the equation, but no prints yet on that one. So I'm going to pack my patience on PMAX, Oklo, and Qubit.
Thank you for that, Shreve. All right, guys, we got to do it today. We're going to do the Playmaker poll, Shreve. We are going which way or direction? We are going long.
We're going long. Okay, we're
going long, and we're doing it live. All right. So, yeah, guys, I got to update this. I have the data for some reason. I don't know if I have too many data points on there, but the cumulative P&L just wasn't adding up after I had all of these. Yeah, it was weird. I don't know. So I got to fidget around with it to see what we're going on. For those who are tuning in with us, this is the Playmaker poll, and these are all the data points that we got. So you can see that we have a poll in the chat to vote, short or long. Come 1 o'clock, we're either going, whatever majority there is in the poll, we go in that direction. We're using 100 paper shares, not real shares, with a $1 stop loss and a $2 profit target. So that's when I was referring to the risk to reward, all right? So no matter what, our max loss is always going to be $100, and our max gain is always going to be a $200. It will never exceed or go higher than either one of those numbers there. All right, brother, talk to me, my friend.
All right, we got 579.10.
579.10. This guy was going to read me the ES.
I know, right?
All right.
Yeah, 579.10. Sorry about that.
Yeah, it's all good.
Yeah.
And our...
So we're taking profits at 581.10.
581.10.
And we're stopping out at 578.10.
578.10.
Sir.
Appreciate it. Thank you for that. And then we're going to get right into some of this IonQ trade right now. We're holding up relatively well right there. Okay, so we're just punching through some key levels. That is exactly what we see. Today is the 23rd, I believe it is. Sure. Yes.
All right.
Nice.
Joseph, I'm just going to send Assassino the ticker.
Yeah, send him those tickers. All right, guys, there's the Playmaker poll, and there's the equity curve, right? This is why we collect the data. Everything is calculated, and this is exactly what we want to see here. So you can see all these data points, number 94 there. All right, guys, let's get right back into what we got going on. Okay, so a slight rejection right there. Are we at that high a day? So there we go. I'm going to post an order up at 46.50, and we're going to take 50% off right at that point. Actually, no, I'm only going to take 20% off. So I'm going to post up at 46.50 here, guys, to see if we can get any form of a fill on that one. It is quite a ways away, but I do believe, considering how strong the sector is, we can get involved in those areas. So maybe I'll go a little bit lower. We'll go 46.25. All right, so we're posted up on that on IonQ. You can see it here, guys. It's just below that high. Yeah, okay, right at that high there, so I'm happy with that. We're not going to wait for that break just yet. We're going to take off. Oh, what did I actually, hold on. Excuse my my typing in there, guys. Yeah, I almost closed the whole position out on that one there.
No, that's my move, Joseph.
Yeah, I don't want to take that one from you, brother. So there we go. Yeah, good thing I noticed that. I'm like, okay, wait, I didn't type in what I wanted to take off there. So there it is, guys. We're posted up. Let's see if we can catch our first fill and look to take 25% off of that. Shreve, I wanted to actually ask you a couple questions about this Sammy Altman and Johnny deal here, and how big this could be for Apple, and in a bad way.
Well, no, in a bad way, yeah. So I did a little bit of research on this guy. He did some good for Apple, and then he was absolute hot trash in other things. One of his major wins were the AirPods. He was involved in the AirPods. Apparently, he did
the Mac, the
MacBook Pro.
No, he did the old school. Remember the colored computers? I'm pretty sure he was in the design on that, and the iPod Max, I think, or something like that.
He was in the AirPods.
Was he? Okay, I thought he was in 4 different other things.
So apparently, for the iPhone, there was some good things that he did and some not good things that he did. I have no idea. I don't want to pretend like I know anything about this guy other than the couple of lines that I read about him. But we'll have to wait and see. It doesn't concern me too much because I need to see a product. I mean, obviously he's
say it's coming next year.
I need to see it. And we saw a couple of products come out last year with respect with these AI kind of wearables that are supposed to read stuff, and they were kind of fiascos, but they weren't related to Sam Altman either. And Sam Altman's got a really good reputation for getting things done, so I don't want to put that past him. Guys, I just got to cover these trades because we're killing it on this one. QUBT, bro, we're taking out highs here on QUBT. Am I still in any? I think I'm done this trade. Yeah, we're done our QUBT trade. Actually, this trade here puts me flat on it, all right? So now it's taking out $14. Let's see if it can take out $14, $13. Big move up here for QUBT. Big move up as well for your boy on Oklo. We took that 50 break as well, so good look there. This one continues to stair step higher. OKLO, great higher low pattern off the volume weighted average price, to be fair as well. Higher high, so a bit of an upward channel off that touch at the volume weighted average price, and then up we go again. Look at QUBT go, baby. It's taking out the highs. I'm sure IonQ is doing the same thing as well because they're all kind of trading together. So QUBT, 14, I believe, this candle high right now, 14.10, 3 pennies off that high a day. Keep your eye out on this one. It could continue to go. So 14, a decisive clearance of 14 gets me back into QUBT. Likewise with OKLO, a decisive clearance of $50 gets me back in that one. PMAX, we're taking some back on this one. I was able to extract multiple prints to the high side, but that's the end of the good news. We're still putting in lower highs on PMAX. We can't seem to shake that lower high pattern. The only thing that I do like about this at the moment is now it's got a 2-candle setup with higher lows. It breached 80 pennies, probably stopped a lot of people out, myself included, and now has a subsequent higher low, higher low. No higher high yet though. So that is a bit of a concern. So we'll keep tabs on that. Keeping an eye on Oklo, still rejecting 50, a little above, a little bit below. Likewise here with QUBT, a little above $14, not enough to my liking to want to get right back in, but good look for these bad boys on the day. Now, Oklo, I believe, is almost 26%. QUBT, another 17 to add to the whatever 20-something it had yesterday. So fantastic look for both of these names. LTBR as well. I keep saying I'm going to get into this one, and I don't. 1550 now. About area wick despite the 16-14 high of day there, Joseph. So trying to find reasons to get into one of these, but don't want to be too quick to jump into it. Guys, the new poll is up, and I put GameStop on there because GameStop's been having a good couple of days, man. I'm not sure what or who is involved in GameStop, but Neil, GameStop's at $32.20. What the hell is going on? GameStop had a hard level at $30. We know that. We've been watching that for a while. So there's your boy GameStop holding VWAP like a dang glove today, too. Look at that bounce off the volume weighted average price. What is this, Joseph?
GameStop?
Who's buying this up?
I don't know.
What's happening yesterday?
I would like to ask him the exact same question.
Well, it's above $32. And if we go to the daily here on our friend GameStop, you can see that $30 has been a bit of a level. With really the best print in the last few years, I want to say, being $35, and that we're certainly not far off that. And there, look at this. Someone is buying this up incrementally. Look at all these higher lows.
Let's zoom out, though. Are you on the daily?
That's a daily. Yeah. So we're getting up to that $34, $35 level where you've had trouble. But fantastic breakout there. Satya, do you have anything on GameStop?
Something on Lazy Day Holdings. It's making a significant move here. Lazy Day Holdings completed the sale of its Mesa, Arizona dealership location to General RV Center as part of its ongoing operational turnaround strategy. Lazy Day Holdings Company offers a range of services, including sales of new and pre-owned RVs. So definitely making a move. Stay tuned for that. Back to you.
Isn't that Lazy Boy?
Thank you very much for that.
It's Lazy Boy though.
Is it? Yeah, you got to buy that ticker off them.
yeah.
That's a great call out, Satea. These are the ones that I love. GORV is the ticker, guys and girls. Let's throw in that 5 minute on there. Joseph, look at that big boy breakout right there. That's a nice one. Coming from the depths of hell at 17 pennies. Now we're at 42 pennies. Fantastic look. RacerX9 says, I saw that yesterday, Sharif. I think they said they were going into crypto in some way. Shocking. Remember that whole crypto thing back, I think it was like 2021, and then it was AI in 2023. Everybody wants to associate themselves with what's in vogue at the moment. So yeah, not surprising there, guys. We're going to keep an eye here on GORV. Thank you, Satea, for that.
Yeah, thank you very much for that one, Satea. Yeah, I took some off, guys. I mean, we rejected that high pretty aggressively. So again, just 25% right there ain't nothing, ain't a thing, right? So we'll just take some off. And if it comes back into the end at the top of the range, then maybe I'll have to just cut it, break even, or anything along those lines. Okay, maybe I'll take a little bit more off here just because it's not a bad day, right? We're just kind of just slowly adding to these gains here, and that's exactly what we see. Bang, and we got that one. I don't want to take any more off because I only have half the position left there now, guys. So yeah, nice little grab there on IONQ, but I do wish the execution was slightly better, especially on this trade, guys. But it is profitable trade. So we will lock that in for sure and just kind of add a little bit more to the daily PL. Now, I think QUBT was definitely the stronger one there, Sharif. So I like that you picked that. Just look how much cleaner this price action is. We barely have any wicks within this move to the top side. And then if I were to pull up IONQ, you can see how it's just like wick here, so a lot of indecision. You got selling pressure, buying pressure, et cetera, et cetera. And then on QUBT, much cleaner, and this is exactly what I would like to see here. So way to pick that one up, and really strong price action. Nice curl over here, and then you're just punching through some of these key zones here, and you can see that volume really start to stair-step higher, guys. And then when you peak out, see, that's the thing. I went to short it up here, but then I think you have to get shorts for QUBT. This is a really, really good short signal. You just had to take your time and be patient on that. So you can see there's definitely a defense, guys, right there at that $14 mark. Let's see if that can come into play again, or it has absorbed enough liquidity in order for us to break through that. But this move here is slightly extended, so that maybe we used a lot of our power to get through some of these key zones already. But that is a AA rating right there. On the potential short in QUBT there.
Chile Nightmare. He's always cracking me up.
What's he going? What do you got?
He's always mumbling things, man. Like taking shots at whatever he doesn't like. I love it.
What didn't you like there? What'd you say there?
I don't know.
S tier? Oh no, not S tier. Ooh, I don't know. Okay.
Well, you know, we got a credit downgrade last Friday, right?
So
Moody's was moody.
Moody was.
I had to do that. Shout out to Adara, man.
He was in a mood. They were in a mood, I guess that it is. But yeah, that's what we got going on here, guys. A nice small bounce back here in IONQ, QUBT, and I'm just talking about sticking to hot spaces, especially if you're looking for those longs today, guys. The quantum space was definitely the trade of the day.
No question about it. It was like, it feels like the trade of the week.
Yeah. Most definitely.
Single day coming in.
Well, what day did we? Oh no, I debated trade of the week was that Bitcoin all-time high.
Oh yeah. My bad. Of course, that had to be there.
Sorry, but
healing pain naturally. You gotta like that. You gotta like that.
New poll.
Joseph and Sharif. Should the stock market stay green? You're asking a couple of people that are long here, bro. Are you kidding me? Of course, it should stay green forever. I don't like red days. Well, you know what, Fabian? Maybe red days are good to add to the position, but they don't feel good, right? Like, no question.
Oh man, full disclosure, during that downtrend, this was me literally for some time. Like, man,
he hated everybody at the time, bro. Like, no. Everybody was on the crap list, right? Elon made it onto the crap list. Donald was certainly chief crap list candidate there. Right?
I liked him until all of that news, and then all of a sudden everything was tanking. I just seen tens of thousands just evaporate, and I'm like, how could you ever like anybody like that? But as soon as the man says it's a good time to buy.
Can I say something to you though?
Absolutely.
I don't like this Trump coin thing. I don't like it at all.
The dinner?
No. I don't like it at all. I don't like the Trump coin itself. I don't like the Trump coin dinner.
Fair.
Look, there's actual impropriety, and then there's the appearance of impropriety. Some people would say the appearance of impropriety is as important as the impropriety itself. because people get the wrong idea, they start changing sentiment, right? Even if it's true or not, right?
Yeah, I agree.
And so I don't like these people coming to the White House that had to pay a couple of $1 million a pop
For the
or whatever it
crypto
was.
dinner, yeah.
Like, I don't know. Maybe all that stuff would make sense after you're out of office, but I don't like it when he's
In office, yeah, it does definitely
not
feel
for
like
me.
a bit manipulation. I know he was holding the dinner for some. I think it was like the top Trump coin holders.
It was, I don't like it, Joseph.
Yeah, I
mean,
don't.
nobody
personally
cares what I like. Or
yeah,
not, but,
exactly.
yeah.
But again, I personally don't like it either. I don't know if that's a good thing idea. If you want to hold a dinner for the top Bitcoin. That's the thing, though, Sharif. Can we hold kind of like a bias to one coin and then not to the other, and just like, hey, because we accept Bitcoin, is it right for us to be like, hey, we don't accept the fact that he's doing?
But we don't.
this thing?
It's not our issuing coin. Like, dude, he's he's like knees deep in this thing. He's the issuer, obviously. It's all going to him. Right?
Yeah.
I mean, I don't get it. Do you like this Trump coin thing, Katina Man, or do you think it stinks? Like, or do you have no opinion? He says he's one of the largest holders. I mean, like, look, of course he likes it, right?
I don't think it adds very much credibility to the.
The Katina
No,
Man
it
says he
doesn't
doesn't
add-
feel
no, to
it
the
adds
space.
much credibility to the space at all, and I
yeah.
happen to echo that sentiment
Yeah.
entirely. It's not for me, guys, and I don't have a problem with a lot of other stuff that he's doing. I think a lot of stuff makes sense from a financial perspective, but this it stinks, and I don't like it, and I'm going to voice my opinion.
You like Milana coin better.
I don't like Melania coin either, bro. I don't like Melania coin either, bro. Right? What? I only like fart coin.
Fart coin.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's the only meme coin I
We're
buy.
going to buy an altcoin or a meme coin. Neil is like, what is going on?
Neil, in all seriousness, Neil, if fart coin started breaking out, would there be a situation where you would buy fart coin? No?
Would you buy dog with hat?
Neil's coming in.
Would you buy dog with hat?
No,
dog with hat.
absolutely not. Not gonna happen. Wouldn't do it. To each their own, man. Like, there's
Fair.
lots of if you can join anything with the greater fool theory and maybe make some money doing it, but you gotta draw the line somewhere. There's so many great opportunities out there in the market to make money. Not that.
So, in other words,
Not me.
You wouldn't pull a Michael Noss.
Well, I mean,
Full disclosure, Michael Noss is
yeah, but
long
that's
fart
fine.
coin.
He has a system for
does.
playing those things. If you got it, you got it. But I'm not I wouldn't do it.
Not
That's
for you.
just-
There you go. Neil
Yeah.
spoke.
You got
And I think I would echo that sentiment entirely. I'm not a big fan of these meme coins. I never bought Doge. Did you ever buy Doge?
Yeah. Oh, dude, what a
But
ride!
Doge?
Yeah, what a ride!
I
my
know
friends
Chilean
had.
Nightmare has Doge.
My friends and I
Hey?
had a.
He mined it. Sorry.
Yeah.
Adara, thank you. That's so sweet.
We need a
girl.
mic.
I appreciate you. We got the
her up.
human
Let's
algo.
go,
Grab the mic. Grab the mic if you want. Yeah, grab the mic.
Hi, Dara's sister.
Hi.
Hi,
Nice
hi.
to see you again, Melody. How are
Melanie,
you?
sorry, how ignorant of me.
I love this.
Yeah, there you go.
Get hit. The human algo killing it over here. Thank you,
Yeah, yeah.
Adara. I'm going to cook these today.
See,
too.
are they cracked though? No, they're good. They're quality.
I love it.
There we
How's
go.
your vacation going?
Good, thank
You
you.
guys go
Thank
to
you.
Niagara yet?
No, not yet. We
Okay.
leave on Sunday, but we're gonna go to Italy now, so we're in the area too. And I was like,
Italy.
right, why?
Which is actually better because the weather's crap. So at least
It's so
it'll hold
bad,
up
so we
when
can
you're
go
there.
later. Yeah. So it should be good. How is?
Melody, you want to come on the video?
Yeah, we can go.
This is Adara's sister, Melody.
Dynamic duo.
Yeah. Don't they look alike?
Yeah.
Same height, same look, everything. I love it.
Cover the action.
Aren't you a black belt in something?
In Taekwondo.
Watch out.
So both of these girls, by the way, great. Adara was a track athlete in high
Yes,
school,
I was.
and so you obviously know Taekwondo over here. That's fantastic.
Thank you.
Killing it.
It's so weird to be on this side of the desk. Oh my God, are we? We're blocking trying
Yeah,
to get this back.
yeah.
No, but tell them what we got going on here, Sharif. We're looking to get a new
I saw
mascot.
this.
I showed it. Remember when I showed you the new mascot to replace Trenda?
Oh,
Our
yes.
Bitcoin friend.
Sorry.
Of course, we're gonna get that Bitcoin quick as you like.
yeah,
We're gonna
yeah,
have it
I'm gonna
right
get
here.
this.
It's not gonna say this bad word over here. Everything's gonna be fine, right?
We're gonna keep it
Yeah.
in there. So.
Well, hopefully you get the Bitcoin in time for you winning the bet. In a couple
Well,
days.
it was sold off a little bit there because your friend Donald Trump today
I
wants to
saw.
slap tariffs on everybody.
Yeah, he
again.
was on there with Apple and stuff too. He and Tim Apple are not buddies.
They're fighting.
I
Apparently, they
on
met
you.
on Tuesday at the White House.
I saw that.
Nobody found out about that till later.
It was a
so.
little secret.
Yeah.
But yeah, I guess we will let you all go and trade. Happy early
Thank you
birthday,
so much.
Sharif, and enjoy your
Enjoy your time
see you,
here
Melody.
in
Take care.
Ontario.
That was a nice surprise there. I appreciate that, man. Get it, Adara. That's so nice. All right, we're gonna take these.
I was like, all right, yeah.
Yo, bro, you gotta protect the apples, my boy.
I'm gonna cook those up
We're gonna
as soon as I
protect
get
the
home.
apples.
Guys, we gotta pull up my chart here.
I mean, the eggs.
IONQ is absolutely blowing things to the top side. Let's go, Sharif. That volume stepped in. I only have one out left here, guys. We now exceeded that target that we were looking for. What are you laughing at, Neil?
He likes the eggs, bro. What's the problem, man?
Oh, yeah.
You wanna put the eggs right
I'm
here,
just seeing what he's laughing at. That's all. I'm just asking. I didn't mean to come across hostile or anything like that.
Oh,
There you go.
man,
So,
it is Friday.
yeah.
It feels good, bro.
So there it is. There it is, guys. Nice look there on IonQ. And you know what I'm about to say here?
What?
I wish I had some more, but that's okay. Sharif, hit it for me.
Oh, he's in the club.
Oh.
He's in the club. I like George Washington. He's a good guy.
You like George? Yeah, he has a pretty good guy. I remember him back in the day.
I remember him from back in the day. Fantastic. Man, I took a U.S. history class in university.
Did you?
And like I didn't know diddly squat about U.S. You know, some stuff that you see on TV, but you actually learn a lot. Like you dropped the hotline today.
dropped the hotline.
Benedict Arnold,
Benedict
one of the
Arnold.
favorite American characters, I guess.
history
We didn't dislike him too much on this side of the border, though, Joseph, because he was a redcoat.
Redcoat.
And they don't like the redcoats down there, Fabian. I don't know. Who's that? John Revere?
Isn't he the guy that
Is that? Oh, okay.
that-
The British are coming. The British are coming. Yes.
Yeah, there we go.
Chilean Nightmare coming in hot with that, bro. Guy's giving us a lesson.
Oh, wow. Okay, let's go.
Ayo, Lewis.
Ayo. Happy early. Oh, do you want to do it here? It's your birthday there.
I love it. Happy early birthday, Mr. Calisthenics Sharif. Here's a protein shake. Says you don't drink alcohol. 130% on Tempest AI. Call close today. Fly, Eagles fly. My man, I appreciate that. That's kind of you. I appreciate that. Shout out to Ayo Lewis, all class, my man.
Like the
OG
waves,
in the chat
always
doing
rolling.
it big.
So stay in the
We're going to keep an
game.
eye on
Like,
these ones, Joseph. Hey. All right, guys. We're gonna.
Picking up a massive storm over here, man. I only got one out here.
My man,
massive,
Big
massive.
Spile Burdette Sharif, relief and excitement seems to be at about the right level to start looking for shorts. All right, Big Spile, you know I haven't been on these large caps lately. I haven't been trading the futures either, but if you say it is, then I believe you, my man. Shout out to you. What do you got over there,
Yo,
Joseph?
the chat honestly kills me.
What do they do?
They just say the most funny things. Somebody in the chat
Paul
said,
Revere.
Someone said, is Adara's sister's name Adara? No, it is not. Obviously.
What?
Someone said, is Adara's sister's name Adara?
No, her name is Melody, man.
You guys are absolutely
Bro,
hilarious.
when she
man.
came in last time, they did not look that much alike. And I thought
think they
Adara
look
was
more like
substantially
now?
taller than Melody, and they're exactly
they're
the
really
same
close.
height.
Really close. Yeah, they're really close. Wow, IONQ. This is fantastic stuff here, guys. Looking really, really good. We've cracked through some key resistance levels, and you know what I'm going to point out here is that volume really stepped in as we broke out. So yeah, there we go. I'll hold some for the dream. What are they saying here now in the chat?
Whatever, bro. They're saying what they're saying. Don't worry about
And
it.
so who called me Unk in the chat too?
Oh!
Yeah.
Have you heard? I can't.
Alright.
Some of the words. Okay, so someone was describing like what? No. No. Someone was describing like names that you call people based on their age. Some of the names I can't say because they're words that we can't use on here.
On here.
Yeah. Well, but anyway, so Unk apparently was from 35 to like 40 something,
Man,
right?
what a
I
window.
just barely
What a
made
window.
Unk, right?
Okay.
Above that, it's like your elders. Then you got to really respect your elders
I
there,
mean,
right?
you're in prime Unk if it's from 35.
I'm holding on to that Unk title with
What does
like
it go to 47? You said
45, but it's like
45,
an
you're
informal
holding
guy
on.
on,
All right, so
on
yeah,
Instagram
you're
made this
prime-
up, right? Like,
You're prime Unk over there. I mean, if it's from 35,
actually
I'm
an
not.
uncle, though.
Yeah, so am I. But I'm not classified in that just yet. So I mean,
hold
it is what it
on.
is. Go ahead.
Oh yeah, you're not. You're technically not because it's
Well, I'm
35
30.
up.
So there you go. I'm still a youngin, maybe.
No. I can't use those words because they're not YouTube friendly. But yeah, you're not.
I think I know what they are. Here, let me write it down here.
Yeah, you know exactly what I'm talking about there. QUBT is breaking out, guys. Here we go, guys.
YN. Oh, yeah, all right, yeah. There we go.
Exactly.
I'm still in that category.
We can't use that.
QUBT breaking out. IonQ breaking out here. We got to catch my screen. Another breakout. Look at the strength in the tape here, guys. This is exactly what it's seeing. Are you in it, Sharif?
No, I'm not. I'm about to get into
We're in it.
yeah.
So let's see if we can hold on to this. Now Neil wants to say.
We'll tell you after, Neil, because we can't use these words on the internet. Yeah. It's just not friendly for here,
Yeah, I mean, but hey, I'd rather that. But IonQ just going absolutely monstrous, guys. This is what I'm talking about, just sticking with strong spaces here, continuing to climb. Yeah, take my strong hand. And then you can see that descending, this bull flag here, and then you get that move all the way to the top side. So, yeah, there it is. Big time move here, moving up bigly here. I got my friends saying bigly now, too.
They're saying bigly?
Yeah, they're saying bigly in the chat. Joseph. So up bigly here. IonQ. I think we're in the $2 club at this point here, guys. So love seeing this. I'm going to take my last out up here just because that's all I have here left on the day. We got a half an hour. Actually, no, you know what? I'm going to hold it on for the rest of the show just because I feel like being that guy today.
Okay, well, that's fine, man. You are that guy. So that's it's good there. So we're good to go there. All right, guys, I'm working my way into OKLO. It breached 50. It's still putting in those higher highs and higher lows. So I'm going to build my position here. We got 50.09s on. It's showing me 50. So we are out of the money. But I have 2 dip trades that have still gone unfilled. I'm looking for this one to continue possibly above that $50 level. And then ideally, you know, maybe touch the high of the day, 52.17. That is the HOD right now on OKLO. As you saw, QUBT, breaking out to the high side. Where is it? There it is. 14 and a quarter, 14.30 the high of the day right now. So we're like literally 2 pennies off the high of the day. Let's keep our eye on this one. A possible move back into 14 gets me into here, okay? So let's see if it wants to retest that breakout level. I think $14 was a hell of a breakout level there. We had a lot of trouble taking it out earlier between 10:30 and 11. We came back to it again at around 105. So let's see if we can take out that level, and if we can, how far we get up. It's showing me the $0.25 right now. Looks like some selling coming in around that level to be expected, though. So that's the situation. We're building our position into OKLO, though, but I'm definitely interested in getting into QUBT if the price is right, baby. Shout out to Bob Barker.
Shout out. Ooh.
Who's that other guy?
Yeah,
Drew Carey. Drew Carey.
Yeah, that's a Drew Carey.
Yeah, I don't know. Nobody replaces Bob Barker in my eyes.
Well, Drew Carey did, but I mean.
Well, I know he replaced him in the actual sense, but like you know what I mean. Yeah. Like I think that he's the OG, and he's not.
Those were some good times. I remember when you used to stay homesick from school.
100%.
And it's like you got what's our good buddy Jerry Springer. What's it, Maury? Remember Maury?
Maury. And like,
crazy.
And in the case of, I don't know, Joseph, and who else? You are not the father. And the dude would flip out and he'd like run around.
Everybody's running backstage and they're crying.
God.
Absolute chaos.
Yeah, it was always chaos. Why was
you gotta love America, man.
But that's like, what they like down there, bro.
That's what it's like, man.
What it is, man.
Actually,
that's what it is.
Unreal, man. Tesla's really getting the ball rolling here. There is no shorts in these
Tesla's
markets
the
right
only
now.
Mag 7 name that's green, Joseph.
Yeah. I mean, look at the SPY too here. So with that being said, guys, let's take a look at the top performing sectors. I'm curious to see what XLF is up to as well, Sharif, especially with seeing the strength start to step in on SPY. We're recovering a lot from that tariff news this morning. I mean, yeah, guys, we're having a fantastic time this morning. Hopefully you guys are as well too. And with that being said, we don't ask for, even though it sounds, I say I don't ask for much quite a bit, so maybe I do.
I know, I hear that a lot, right?
So maybe I do ask for a little bit more, but guys, we only have about 10% of our likes. Just do us a solid here and just hit that like and subscribe. See if we can get that to climb. There we go.
Oh, there he is.
This trade has unlimited upside.
I'm still salty on the fact that I didn't get one where I got to. So maybe we can set that up with the protection team there. I'm only joking with you guys, but if you, yeah, there you go. Okay, so rub it in my face a little bit more.
Get him, Assassino. Excellent.
Much appreciated. No, we're having fun here, guys. Let's take a look at the top performing sectors here on the day, just to see, so we can gauge what's going on. And we want to take a look at XLF. Ooh, the utility sector dragging the market up potentially up 1% on the session here. Sharif, consumer staples up about 0.4, and then energy sitting in that third place, up about 0.25% here. Here, let me display it to you here, guys. And then also we have, in the bottom three, we have the healthcare sector down about 1/5 there, and then consumer discretionary down about 0.5%, and then the tech sector leading the way to the downside, down 0.6% there, guys. So there is your top performing with that. Being said, let's take a look at XLF because I'm curious on what it's up to. IONQ is not stopping whatsoever. This is great.
Crazy.
Yeah, crazy, scary. Spooky, hilarious. All right, so yeah, big recovery here in XLF. It's in the middle of the pack, guys, from a performance standpoint, but a nice move here. We'll take a look at XLU to see what it is up to because it is the strongest one. And that is this utility. There you go. We're cracking through some key pre-market levels. A big-time recovery here, Sharif. Now punching through those pre-market and post-market zones that we've seen from last night and this morning. So a good look in the utility sector.
All right. I appreciate you, Swoldemort.
Ooh, okay.
Whether Sharif is 34 or 43, you'll always, oh my God, you'll always be daddy to me.
Okay, zaddy.
Also, IonQ banger. Happy birthday, brother. I appreciate you, my man. Kind words from you, even though they were a little interesting there. I appreciate you, Swoldemort, the OG in the chat. Thank you, brother. I do appreciate that very much.
Daddy.
So shut up. What's that?
I said daddy.
I know, Joseph, what am I supposed to do? You know, it reads what it reads, baby. Yeah, you know, big smile. He's a bit of a liability as well, but we happen to love him. All right, here's a deal, guys. Let's do a little bit of the news and find out exactly what's going on over here. Because Bill Ackman yesterday announced that he was weaseling his way into Amazon. Pershing Square Capital Management, obviously his what's it called, hedge fund, disclosed a major new position in Amazon, and they purchased it, I guess, on the dip, you could say, right after the stock dipped aggressively on that Trump tariff news. The chief investment officer of Pershing Square, Ryan Israel, said the team believes Amazon will weather the AWS slowdown. We know that they didn't meet expectations there. It was Azure that beat, Google Cloud and AWS missed. And that the tariffs won't meaningfully impact retail earnings. According to him, Ackman also praised lesser-known Mag 7 CEO Andy Jassy, who says the focus on efficiency and the margin expansion amid top-line growth is really impressive for him. Other portfolio moves as well. Your friend Ackman there added to his Hertz position and Uber, which is interesting to me because Hertz here, you got to wonder like what his thinking is. Is there a possible autonomy play here coming for Hertz? You'd have to think that that could be a possibility, especially, you know, they sold a lot of their Teslas, we know that, but they can rebuy Teslas, especially if there's full self-drive. So is there an autonomy play here? Maybe they like, you know, when you go and rent a car and they want to charge you for renting or the navigation because it doesn't come with a car, like $15 a day or whatever. Do they charge you maybe for autonomous here, Hertz? I don't know what the play is here for Ackman and Hertz, but he's weaseled into that. He had to exit, though, Canadian Pacific, which is a railway company, to fund the Amazon purchase. He called the sale regretful. He didn't actually want to sell CP, despite what he says is a good long-term outlook for the name. He also did some other stuff. He trimmed his position in Chipotle, CMG, as well as removing some of Hilton and Universal Music Group, which is UMG. He also swiped his Nike shares for a deep in the money call option as a part of a strategic shift. I know I got your attention with that one this morning. Yeah. So Ackman doing things over there at Pershing Square. We're going to shut him out. Hopefully he does well. I think he's a really interesting guy. I had my reservations with some of the stuff he was saying initially about crypto and stuff, but I think he's kind of changed some of that. All right, this is not really that important of a story because I feel like this was kind of a done deal already. The Federal Trade Commission, under the new chairman Andrew Ferguson, has dropped their Microsoft Activision Blizzard case that was started by Lina Khan under the previous administration. He said, you know, really, there's no legal footing for the case, and he dropped it there. He also dropped, I'm talking about the FTC, the discrimination case that was put against Pepsi and Walmart. Now, this was actually instituted by the FTC under Lina Khan 3 days before Donald Trump was slated to be sworn in as president. It was January 17th. So a lot of people were calling it a political stunt. So the Federal Trade Commission dropped the lawsuit accusing PepsiCo of unfair discrimination that allegedly favored Walmart. The background of the case was, again, it was filed under the Robinson-Patman Act just before President Trump's inauguration and alleged that Pepsi's pricing practices disadvantage smaller retailers. Let me know if you need to jump in, okay?
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, the new leadership shift, obviously at the FTC, with new chair Andrew Ferguson, criticized the case as a legally dubious partisan stunt, according to him, initiated by former chair Lina Khan, signaling a strategic pivot under the Trump administration. PepsiCo responded by defending its pricing as fair and non-discriminatory. Walmart has not commented. The political fallout here with Lina Khan taking to X, of all platforms, to respond, calling the dismissal a gift to giant retailers and warning of potential price hikes. We already heard Walmart's going to hike prices, so that's nothing new for us.
We should take the Home Depot approach there.
Well, there you go. But remember remember we talked about this? Yeah. I think Walmart, less than 10%, it's either 30 or 10 or something like that, comes from China, which I found to be
Yeah. I remember.
I was actually quite impressed with that.
Yeah. A lot of the products do come from the United States.
I just want to get to these super chats quickly here, Joseph.
Absolutely.
Drops trades, $5. Bro, happy birthday, Sharif Gobrel. I hope you have a great one this weekend. Thank you very much, Drop Trades. So kind of you, man. My man, one of the OGs in the chat. I appreciate that. Your boy, Zion Lala. Thank you, Zion. $10 super chat. Go, Sharif. It's your birthday. We're going to party like it's your birthday. We're going to sip Bacardi like it's your birthday. Birthday, my brother. You great at what you do. I appreciate you, Zion, man. Very kind words from you. Thank you very much for the super chat. All class, Zion Lala.
Yeah, he won't be sipping any Bacardi, but I mean, there we go. Let's go. New traders, listen up. First month free. Boom. That's right. We're waiving fees. Ozan. Trade smarter, not harder. Upgrade to Elite, analyze, strategize, capitalize. Our platform, it's everything. Infinite data, instant trading, lightning fast market insights, game-changing charts, predict with backtesting, reliable real-time data, global markets at your fingertips, all in one platform. Don't miss out. Execute your best trades now. Ready to elevate your trading? Scan the QR code or check that link in the description. All right, yeah. I know you're going through the news.
Yeah, I'm taking out some profits here on QUBT, guys. We got that dip trade at 14.05. It came in to exactly 14.02. We just took out some there at the $0.25, so we're going to defend 14 here on QUBT. That's the good news. The bad news is I just got stopped out for a major loss on OKLO. I added substantially into this one, and now we're negative on it after working our way positive. So you win some, you lose some. My next level is going to be at 48.50 for OKLO. That is the volume weighted average price. So let's go ahead and put a dip trade there. I'm going to wait at 48. Let's see, it's 50, so I'll wait at like 59 just to front run it. I'm going to take bigger size on this one so we can get out of this negative spot that we put ourselves in now after being flat on the day. Well, actually, we were positive on OKLO, and now we're negative on it. So that the market giveth and the market taketh away. So I'm going to set up some profit takers right now on QUBT. I'm going to front run the size or the high of the day, at 30s. I put it at 29. Then we're going to leave one a little bit above that for high of day break here on QUBT. So keeping my eye on this one, Joseph. Let's see how this ends up doing.
Yeah, good look there, brother. I'm all out of my IONQ now. So there we go. Who is it? Katrina or somebody in the chat who is referring to saying, Joe, you got to hold on to these. Here we go. Or Catherine, I think it was. Sorry for that one. But yeah, there we go, Catherine. We're holding on to that IONQ. We're all out of that trade there now. We got that break, and then we even got a little bit more there. So again, not nearly as much size as I had right here, but that's okay. We worked this relatively well. And I told you how we're just going to make this trade better. We did by the top of the range. We held to our key levels, but we also need to add into a little bit more into these positions over there, guys. So there it is. There's that IONQ trade. Just adding a little bit more profit to the day. XLU still relatively really strong for those who are trading sector ETFs. You can see that we're still climbing significantly higher. I mentioned that we broke through the opening price here as well. And then you can see these pullback consolidation phase holding key levels almost to a penny. And then you can take those additional legs higher and higher. But yeah, quantum spots really, really hot today. And I mean, as for what you were talking about with Amazon not too long ago, Sharif, I was looking to actually grab some more of this. I was thinking about grabbing some calls, but okay, so yeah, so the trade plan is coming into play, but I think they can just be like these are one of the companies who can be really affected by these tariffs, in my opinion, especially with China.
I don't get that.
Yeah, right. So we have to be patient on this front here, guys. Like we've now filled the majority of this gap, probably about 70% of this gap to the downside. So let's wait to see if we get any form of a bounce here, and then maybe we can look to allocate some Amazon. So that's my game plan here. A nice big gap up there on some news here, strengthen the market, and now we're slowly just giving a little bit of this room back, but filling this gap, and that's exactly what I want to see. But it's funny how we can be in a downtrend and have these big time updates as well too. So. There, I see that. Stanley Game, Sharif, $2 super chat.
Ooh, my man Stanley, I appreciate that.
Yeah.
Shout out to my guy.
Yeah. Ooh, Feliz.
I love how Assassino's letting me know too exactly what I said.
Let me see if I
happy
can
birthday,
say it in,
Papi.
let me see if I can say it in Spanish. Feliz cumpleaños, Papi.
Yeah, you did. That's pretty good.
Yeah,
no,
thanks,
did he
brother.
do it well?
Bang.
Did he say the
bang.
happy birthday? I don't want to hear the Papi, bro. But did he say it well?
Papi. Yeah.
Is that
they
I thought
say
you were
Papi
saying
a lot?
Yeah.
Too. Yeah, it's weird because my barber used to say it too.
I don't know.
Yeah,
It wasn't bad.
Oh, it's cool.
Feliz cumpleaños. Feliz cumpleaños.
Okay, I appreciate
Did I
that.
do it good? Cumpleaños.
Cumpleaños.
Hey.
Yeah, so there you go. Happy birthday, Papi. I know you don't like that, but they call it.
I don't know, bro. It just feels like I've heard it in different contexts. That's all, man. That's all.
Well, my barber, who I told you is Argentina, he would always be like, "Yo, hola, papi," and I'm like,
Oh yeah.
I'm like, what?
Okay.
Yeah, sorry. You know who you're talking to, man?
All right, guys, I put in a dip trade here on my friend OKLO for a VWAP pre-tracement. It didn't come down to it. It dropped into 78 pennies. I was waiting at 55, so we don't get the fill. And now it's back up to 49 and a quarter. So let's see if this one comes down. It doesn't look like it's going to come down all the way to VWAP, so a bit of a miss there on my part. Now, I did real well here on QUBT. We've only got one more beak wetter left. I took out the high of the day. I actually literally got the high of the day, 14.30, but it's coming right back into my level at 14. So questions here. Do I add at this level? Is it going to give me yet another opportunity for a dip trade at 14? Say less, my friend. We're getting long over here. We'll take it out in the low 90s if it ends up missing. So that's exactly what we'll do there. And then we'll set up some profit takers to the high side to see if we can extract some profits if this one does find its footing again. So that's what I'm keeping my eye out on there. Healing pain naturally. If someone gets you a gift, do they have to get your guns gifts too? Money. I don't know what to say to that, bro. Thank you for that. Maxi Jr.
Right here. This is the guns gift.
Oh, yeah. Look at that. This is how you get the guns, man. Adara coming in hot there. Did you see this, Katina, man?
What was in there?
Adara got me eggs for my birthday. No.
So time out. So your morning breakfast consists of how many?
12 eggs, but we don't eat all the yolks, Joseph. We don't eat all the yolks.
You got in there?
I take 3 or 4.
Okay.
3 or 4 of the 12. I think that's reasonable.
Do you crack them and de-yolk them yourself every day? Or?
Yes, I do them every single day when I come back from my other work, and I get them ready at night, and then we hit the sleeper there.
There was a picture of consistency in the dictionary. You would be right beside it there, my friend.
I thank you for that, bro. I like to pretend that I'm consistent.
Well, yeah, but there's no pretending there because I see you eat your eggs every morning.
Day. I stink up the place every day, baby. No, seriously, I thank you guys for putting up with the stench that I have to emit every
I think
day.
It smells pretty good, to be honest.
Well, Neil compliments it a lot, so I appreciate that. Joseph, I missed this one on Oklo. Look at this thing rocket up. Oh, boy, that's a miss there. That's okay. You win some, you lose some. It's coming into that 49.50. Let's see if it rejects here. OKLO, having a fantastic day. It looks like it's initially getting a bit of a rejection there, so we'll see. Maxi Jr., Sharif, happy birthday weekend to the professor. How about the PMAX? Yeah, I lost on that one, brother. I'm bag holding. Breathe some light into this thing. Who do I look like, man? Katina, man? Nah, man, I don't have the kind of size over here, bro. I do appreciate the comment, though. Thank you very much. Oh, the only 4.0. I like that. That's a good nickname. Would that be the smallest put option to buy if you think of Quantum will drop by next Friday? That's you right there.
What would be the smartest put option to buy if you think the Quantum will drop by next Friday?
What, do you have an answer for him?
Yeah, why would you want to? Okay, I'm not going to get into any form of bias. Let's just go into the question here and say what would be the smartest. Well, ask yourself, what do you want to do? Do you want to buy something that's already in the money? Are you looking for something that's out the money and only has time value? Or are you looking at the money? There's like plenty of questions. I think that question, it is slightly vague in my opinion. What would be the smartest if you're kind of in this realm of maybe, hey, I don't know what strike prices specifically look for. My suggestion is to you is just buy currently or buy the put is right. What the underlying is currently trading at. So within a strike price or two within that. So if you do believe that the space is going to go down within the next couple of days by next Friday, then by all means, but look to grab some of those at the monies. You can buy those, but make sure that you buy time. So don't go, if you think by next Friday and then you buy next Friday and then it doesn't go down by next Friday, well, there you go. You just lost all your money with not necessarily understanding the values of theta and time decay. So for me, my suggestion is always buy a couple months out. So if that's what you're looking for at the money, puts for potential bearish thesis in the quantum space. Sharif.
Yes, sir.
Yeah,
all right.
Well, I'm all at INQ. I mentioned this before. So, yeah, we can go over this trade one more time. Sorry, brother. I'll send it back to you.
Man.
Yeah. So here you go, guys. We were in it earlier in the day, and then you can see we just have a really strong opening drive. The volume supporting this here for all my 5-minute opening range break traders. That's a really good setup right there as you break that 5-minute. Nice consolidation, ABCD pattern, and then you punch through some of these earlier highs, and then you kind of get that descending move to the downside, this wedge here, guys, and then as soon as we crack it to the top side, potential add, mark that out to make the next trade better, and then we get that move and continue to climb, and you can see the strength most definitely displayed in the time of sales as well, too. So that is the IONQ trade. Thank you guys very much. Also, your boy posted it on X, so just go and check it out as well, too. So yeah, that's that.
All right, taking some here on QUBT to the high side. We took up some at 14, so cleared this one into the high of the day. It dipped back into 14, so I added again on QUBT, and we took some out there in the teens. So we're holding 02s now. I've layered into 20s, and I've layered into 40s. Let's see how this cookie ends up crumbling. Not really exactly sure if we can take out 1430. Again, we've been hanging out at this level for an awfully long time, so let's just see how this one ends up doing. Back into OKLO for a possible breakout trade. Let's see if we can do a little bit better on this time. I'm going to have much tighter of a stop to see what we can get on this. But we did breach the high, but this is bamboozlement central. Very consolidative here on OKLO. Takes out the high, and then it's coming right back down. So we're negatory on it again. So I'm just going to have to manage this position, Joseph. So I'll just send it to you for a second, brother.
Absolutely. Yeah, for sure. Get those orders and stops in place and manage it throughout the duration of that trade, guys. So yeah, let's go. Let's do a little review here to see what we got going on for the day. Here is our IONQ trade. We were in this relatively earlier. We can zoom in and see what we got going on from my 1-minute standpoint and just break down the kind of my trade plan here. All right. So you can see we have this indecision print right at the open here, guys, and then we got a nice strong candle as well too. We sit on top of the volume weighted average price, but then we have a breath on lower volume. So I'm looking for that ABCD style pattern, and then that's when I enter on any form of dip there, and then we get that move to the top side, and then I just eventually unfortunately took it all out, but that's okay. We had a nice little move on that one nice and early in the morning to get the ball rolling. That was my final out, and I was satisfied with it until I seen what had happened after that. But again, you have to take it for what it is, and then we're patient. We're seeing this wedge or the bull flag pattern start to form. We then add a little bit more right there, just a little courtesy add, and then we get that move through the break of the key resistance zones, and then we also breach that high of day as well too. So that is, what is Cath in there? That's weird. Okay, so yeah, we have that in there, and then IBIT. Let's pull that up here and we'll go over this momentarily to see what we had going on. It took 2 attempts. I started really small and then I went drastically heavy. Like this was almost a big time return, so 1,000% increase right there I put on there. That was really big. And then I just took it off too quickly, and then we did get that move into the targets that we were specifically looking at. But I do believe that Bitcoin is going to be somewhat weak for the next couple of days, even though we did see somewhat of a recovery. We are down 1.4% on the session. I just believe that we're too extended and we are prone for a pullback here. Now, RGTI, we also took, Sharif. We'll take a look at what we had going on with RGTI. This was a big scalp, and it moves different, right? It takes a little bit longer for these moves that we're looking for to kind of formulate, and I got that. So you can see I got aggressive here, add 100% add, and then I also double up the position. But then as soon as we rejected that previous high, I'm like, all right, let me just get out of that. And you see I flatten right there for a small profit, but RGTI up 5%.
Nice, man. All right, we're still in OKLO right now. Currently, the candle of indecision. I've given this one to around the $0.25, so it'll have to hold that level. The prior bar low is just a little bit too low for me to put my stop in. It's literally like 48.75. That's not where I want to give it to, so we're going to have to kind of improvise a little bit with the stop over here. Currently, the candle is red and a bit of a doji candle as well. Let's see what's moving in these markets right now, man. So Apple, the worst performer on the day in Mag 7 World, down 2.6%. I feel like a lot of the other names have really recovered. We had Meta, a big red as well. It was like 1 and change or 2 and change at a point. Amazon as well was down heavy, and they've all recovered to about, maximum 0.4%. Nvidia and Meta, really the only two outlying red names, and Google as well, down all 0.8. So let's see how we end up closing out the day. It's been super interesting to see how we reacted to some of the headlines that we got in the morning. It was like a bright and early sell-off before we even rang the bell. In fact, before we even got on at 8:30, Donald Trump took to Truth Social to let everybody know that he was slapping up to 50% tariffs on the European Union, as well as 25% tariffs on Apple's iPhones that are shipped into the United States. So obviously a tougher look there, especially for myself, who's involved in Apple long term. Not much really of an EU exposure for me other than ASML, but ASML is a bit of a different play. It's more of a microchip play, and likely to be a lot of exceptions for ASML, because without ASML, well, you can't really make chips. So the advanced chips anyway. The ultraviolet lithography machine, obviously one of the biggest things relied on by some of these advanced AI companies like NVIDIA and your AMDs. So it's really interesting to see how that'll all play out there. What else? Quantum has been very strong this week, all of this week. Obviously, Bitcoin as well, selling off a little bit, but back up a little bit here, Joseph. We're trying to work up into 110,000 after selling aggressively off there on the Apple and European Union news. I felt that was a little bit unfair and overdone. What the hell does Bitcoin have to do with tariffs, right? So it's still looked at as a risk asset, much to a lot of people's chagrins, because a lot of people want to funnel into Bitcoin as a hedge, and if it's going to trade with the Qs, well, then it's not a hedge. So it's interesting. Chimo Mugdu. I know a guy who works for ASML. It's basically a monopoly. It basically is, and that's the thing about ASML. Apparently, the Chinese are in the works to kind of get something done on their side there, but we'll believe it when we see it. You've got to assume, though, necessity is the mother of all invention, right? And if you're going to block ASML from selling to the Chinese, well, then the Chinese are going to kind of figure out stuff on their own. And we've seen Huawei do that like a lot of times. Every time you kind of give them, kind of don't give them a choice because you embargo them or you block some of the technology that they can use. Well, then they seem to come up with their own. We saw that last year with the Mate, with the Note Pro. I think I forget the name of the phone, the Huawei phone. It had a 5 nanometer chip, and we didn't think that the Chinese were capable of making 5 nanometer chips. So we'll have to see how that all works out. It's been really interesting to watch how this whole thing plays, but obviously taking a toll on some of these long-term holdings here, Joseph.
Yeah, great stuff there. Sharif, okay, so let's see. I had a good question in the chat. Where am I looking for? Equios, sorry. Yeah, how do I stop getting out too early? I regularly miss 60% gains by bailing early in fear of a drop. Okay, so if you're scared of that, I mean, we've all gone through this throughout our trading journey. It takes some time. I could talk to you about some things. You see me mess up sometimes. Sometimes I catch the full breakout. Sometimes I let go a little bit too early. So first and foremost, accept that fact that you're not going to catch everything. So it's your job. What I do to start off is, okay, say you have 100 shares, you take off 80% of those shares, and then whatever, you have a couple dollars unrealized. Just be like, okay, just be nonchalant about it. Just be like, I don't care what happens to this. Exactly. If it runs, then I get to take some more off. If it comes back to my break even, then so what? I lose a couple bucks, all right? So just try to have that kind of mentality. Start small, obviously, and then just gradually increase that. Start, if you're not comfortable and you can't leave a runner, take 90% of your position off, leave 10%. Like, you've locked in 90% of those gains, just leave a little bit left for a runner. What is that 10%? You've made some decent money, or however much you've made on that trade, and just accept the fact that, like, hey, I'm willing to risk this for a little bit more gain, or it comes back to my break even and I walk away with 90% of the profit of that trade, or even 50%, et cetera, whatever it may be, right? Everybody has their own ways of coping with that. For me, it's also, there's another, if we want to get a little bit deeper into this, is that once you put on a couple, Katina, man, help me, everybody in the room here, help me start doing this, is that once you've put on a couple decent trades, look to kind of scale up. And okay, sure enough, that may not work for you, but then next time you scale back down, you're like, oh, okay, that's nothing. Like, what are these X amount of shares? I'm used to holding this now on this trade, right? You just kind of just slowly level up. But for my advice, for it sounds like where you're currently standing up, start with 90%. Take that 90% off, partial it out through some of your targets, and then leave that 10% for a runner. Okay, if that works out a couple times, then now leave 80%. That works out for a couple of times, now 70%, you have to leave 30% for a runner, et cetera, right? Just continue to do that, and eventually you'll be where you want to, but just understand the fact that, like, if we go through my X page, you're gonna see me catch breakouts, and then you're gonna see me miss out on breakouts, and that's one thing that you need to understand.
I agree completely, bro. That's very well said there. Guys got stopped out of Oklo again, so we're gonna get rinsed on this one. It's no go, so we get fooled by that candle, the indecision candle at 145, it makes a new high, and then it ends up making lower lows. So that's the way it is. Keeping my eye, though, on QUBT, it did drop below 14 again, and it's below the 10 EMA as well as that. So just got a little bit of a bid there at 1382, which is where the 20 EMA is. But I personally would wait for the volume weighted average price on QUBT right around that 13 1/3. That's where I'm seeing it right now. Let's see if it comes back into that level. It's looking awfully double top-ish here, with the $14 definitely being that resistance level. Even though we've gotten above 14 by some distance, 14.30, we really had a lot of trouble closing above that level. So keep your eye out on that level. OKLO as well. I want to mention, even though we went negative on this, it is the volume weighted average price is at 48.50. That was my original area that I was looking at getting a dip trade on, and then it ended up rocketing up, which probably wasn't a good idea to chase it, but that's what we did. But here it comes again, right back into that area low. I'm talking about this 48.85. That's where it held up last time. That's still not where the volume weighted average price is, though. The volume weighted average price hasn't changed all that much from when I reported last. It's like 48.55, 48, mid-50s essentially. So let's see if it comes back into that area and whether or not it finds some support. Only 3 minutes left on the show, so unlikely to want to work into that anymore because, well, here is, it's going to be hard to obviously trade this when I'm at the green screen. So definitely don't want to be involved in a volatile name like OKLO while I'm not at my computer. So keep tabs on that. In case you're wondering, these are the small cap gappers I had my eye on today. It was LTRY, DOUG. Doug basically did nothing all day. So I ended up going right on that one. Don't feel too bad about it because it really was a little bit above, a little bit below VWAP. I gave it the best shot I could. LTBR, we did well on. QUBT as well, we did well on. PMAX, not so much. And IMNN, we didn't trade at all. I was really waiting for this one to do something off the volume weighted average price, but it was literally a sell, a lower high all day. And then it found a little bit of a consolidation here at VWAP, but not much of a bounce on that one at all, if anything. So yeah, that's what we were looking at today. And basically that is it. What's it called? I'm just trying to look at the side chart over here to see if there's anything outlying. Gold up 2% today, likely as a hedge. You'd think Bitcoin would be doing that as well. Oil up 0.6, which is interesting because it sold off aggressively yesterday with the news of the production increase by OPEC Plus. So that's interesting as well. Jarhead Trader, look at NVTS. Let's have a look at NVTS. I think we did have eyes on that one yesterday. I remember that one. That was the NVIDIA deal. Yeah, so this one was moving aggressively, not yesterday, but the day before in the pre-market. After the bell, and then it did bupkis in the pre-market. So this one moved Wednesday afternoon. So I think that's what that was. All right, here comes OKLO into the volume weighted average price. Again, as I mentioned, 48.55. That's where that is. So let's see if we can, let's see if we bounce into that level. We got about 30 seconds left. Let's see if we can make it down into VWAP here by the time the show ends. I don't know if we will though, Joseph, because it looks like there's a buy here at 75.
Where's VWAP there?
Oh, yeah, I know. It's a bit of a tough one to see there because, you know, this one starts populating a little bit later. It's actually a little bit lower than that. Okay. It's right here. Look at this chart. So it's at 48.50.
Oh, okay. You don't put the old VWAP
I do.
on
It's that black one right there.
Oh, it's the black one? Okay.
But because it populates a little bit different, it's never at the right level.
Yeah,
so that's why I don't really use that one. Leave them with some thoughts, Joseph.
I mean, yeah, guys. I mean, yesterday we missed the breakout on Google. Today we caught a little bit of the move here on INQ. Like I was just talking about before, you're not going to catch them all. Shout out to Ash, but I don't know. No one caught that one, but that's okay. Did you? All right, there you go. There we go. I mean, you're not going to catch them all, but you try to catch as many as you possibly can. I hope everyone has a fantastic long weekend. That is my American friends. We had a long weekend, us here north of the border. But
we're going to have one too, baby.
Yeah, dude, I haven't. I feel like I haven't had one since I got back from Dallas, so a much needed break. And your boy's got to go get his oil changed, so hopefully I don't walk out of that door minus $1,000, but I think, well, I mean, you know what it's like going to the mechanic there.
Oh boy.
Well, I know you wouldn't because I had to tell you about something with your truck the other day, didn't I? Oh, okay, all right then, all right. No, thanks stuff there, guys. I know we're going into OT here now.
Yes, sir.
So yeah, we're gonna send it over to the big boys.
All right, big boys. See you. I'll see everybody at the green screen.
Oh, okay. All right. Yeah, I don't want to ever go to
green screen.
No mechanics. Apparently, my car just needed a boost, so it was all good.
Yeah,
so
that's
why I'm now a CAA member, and thank you for the boost. So we get away with basically no fee. Really.
Yo, Ramin is the biggest proponent or salesperson for CAA ever. Ramin spent a good 5-10 minutes selling. I mean, you were already going to do it, but...
oh, yeah, we were talking about it a lot.
She was really selling.
President Trump apparently now trying to make that announcement we just heard in our ear about nuclear energy. Actually, I didn't get out of any SMR. What the hell? I forgot about doing that. I had to return a baseball bat. $29.59. So we'll just see what happens. I mean, hopefully the announcement is what we all expect it to be. Some more funding for the space and a focus on nuclear and nuclear energy. So we'll see, man. There's all the names. Thank you for coming back over to the show. We don't want to just necessarily start and talk about all the same names that these guys were doing. All right, but I'm in AMD. So we've just been shorting this one off this top. Again, it looks like we're getting a top wick there. We got stopped out once on this trade. Short there was great into the 50 period. Short again stopped. Short again maybe stopped soon. But I'm going to take another piece out right now at I just bid 50, and then of course it turns around. That's the most ridiculous thing about this market is sometimes you put out liquidity there and it sees you and runs away. But okay, we're just going to start to cap out of this a little bit here, tap out of it, as it might be capped out down here, up here at 110.50. AMD about to turn green, right? So, Oracle going to be buying $40 billion worth of NVIDIA chips, NVDA. Have I ever heard of that symbol before? NVDA. All right, so there it is.
Yeah, NVIDIA.
Okay, so popping, dropping. This is not going to be good for my AMD position, that is for sure, because again, if more players are coming into the space right now, not more players, but Oracle wants to put some more money, some CapEx into the space. I mean, just a matter of time, obviously, before AMD catches some wind as well, as other companies will start to justify, putting more spend into this space. Remember, it's not just a tariff situation that we talk about, what's going on with China, this and that. We still need these hyperscalers to put money in.
Yes. Keep putting money.
Yeah, exactly. Keep putting money in. We got a good news the other day from Elon that was talking about $30 billion worth. Now we get a $40 billion comment in our ear here from ORCL. Apparently there we go. They're 400,000 GB200, so the bigger one. So, okay, so that's going to be good, obviously, there for NVIDIA. Maybe not so, I mean, maybe we got it, maybe we're right here. Maybe it's a bad story for AMD because Oracle giving their business over to NVIDIA. So we'll just see how that plays. There it is. We just took out a 50 right there. We'll see how it plays, but we're only going against the high right there. If we break through, I think my stop is literally 71, which would be the high. So if we break through that, then pi, not the pie that Joe likes, but the pie on my face right there, if it goes against me. It looks like it's starting to come back up to the upside.
Joe only likes the best.
Well, yeah, it's not an apple pie kind of guy. I got to get into the chat. I'm not even in the chat right now. NASDAQ made a top wick there. We'll see if we can withstand just another out there at 50 as I get more nervous about this position. But, hey, man, nervous hands all day today. I've had over 200 trades. So. Let's wait to see what winds up happening. No, I'm not flat. There we go. We have AMD on the position.
So when they flip it over, you have to take a fill, and then it updates there. I'm over. Look, Oracle's not really moving on that, but I'm back into Intel off this high. Like one of the few, like it's down 2%. The market's down half. It hasn't come close to the morning highs, at least to the 20 quarter. So I played it into that wick, and we'll hold on to it. I'm in that Gorv. What the heck was the name of that company? It's like they should have been, Lazy Days Holdings. That's that penny stock. It's well under VWAP. I don't know if we'll get another crack at it, but I got to zoom in here so you can see. Like I was down here on a lower high, kind of like a bit of a chase trend break, got out, and then I'm going to play it off of that high. I just wicked out on the NVIDIA news, but jumped right back in. So I'll give it to the local top. But I just looked over. NVIDIA, now it's starting to go. That was a big reversal. Like the algos, it's almost like they didn't know what to do with it, and they reversed it right back into 132. But now it's starting to hold the 32 level. So this is an NVIDIA, not Oracle story, in my opinion. So if you're long Oracle, let me just double check. I don't want to have said that, and all of a sudden Oracle is now moving when it wasn't 2 seconds ago. Load, PC load letter. Oh yeah, okay, now it is going. All right, so it wasn't now Oracle's also going here, so it seems like that is going to be a bit of a breakout play. But I'd rather go over to NVIDIA. We've seen this the last couple of days be somewhat strong, at least relative to the market. There was the dump at the end of the day yesterday after the big trend up, but it still got to the high of the day yesterday before it did it. I was shorting the 131 level, the prior low, with some degree of success until the last trade. But now we're going to go for the dip buy. Into the 132 on NVIDIA. The chips seem to be breaking out at this point on that news, so we'll see what happens if we can get back into the 132. Dr. Plankton says thoughts on CVNA.
Dr. Plankton?
Yeah. I'm like, Dr. Plankton?
Is that
Isn't Plankton just, but it's just Plankton. It's just Plankton.
Is it?
He's not a doctor, is he?
I don't know.
My wife is oddly into SpongeBob, by the way. It's like she's always liked SpongeBob. But anyways, I haven't looked once at Carvana and CVNA. I'm gonna make the assumption maybe it is squeezing because like some of the other squeeze stocks have been going, but I haven't really looked at this one today. Wow, this is really slow. So you're trending back into the upside. Oh yeah, that's a pretty good breakout. Carvana's at highs. Oh goodness. Yeah, everything's fine here. Nothing to see here, everybody. Carvana's gonna break out the 52-week high, triple top right now. Like that's insane to me, but Carvana does lots of insane things. My thoughts are I cannot bring myself to want any part of Carvana at $311 on a breakout. It just seems a little bit much.
A little cringe.
Well, with everything that's going on, you're going to tell me that this is, it's a squeeze play, so I guess that's all it is, right? Like, you're not talking about the fundamentals here. It's just a pure squeeze. I don't remember off the top of my head how big the short float is right now, but it's always been relatively well-sized. But, yeah, volumes are really low today. One thing that I got reminded of, it being a long weekend, you have different levels of liquidity on certain things. So even a Carvana, which is breaking out, and look how strong it is going into that high. Like, look at the volume candle. Look, we're more than halfway through the day, and look at the volume candle that this stock has. Like, that's putrid. Like, that is horrible. Like, I know you haven't had the close yet, but on a day where, like, we're V-shaped recovery on big news and you're running at the highs, and you're not really doing a heck of a lot of volume. So it's always a bit dangerous to chase frothy breakouts in a situation like this on low volume. So I'm going to stay away from Carvana. We can't get in the NVIDIA party. That's doing real volume.
Yeah, we got punched out of AMD there. AMD going to be a positive stock for us, obviously, at the end of the day, but we did get punched out. I've been trying to fight the short on the NASDAQ this whole time. We just now entered again. We've been doing good on it today. It's been fine. It's just trying to wait for a top tick here somewhere. We just went short here. We just went 0 for 2 actually on the shorts right there. That was a small piece that we held left over from the morning. So out there, now we're going to see about a top wick. I just think about heading into a Friday. I don't know, my thinking here, this is a day, I don't want the daily chart, that's too much. Here, I was just thinking into a Friday, here's 67.50. So I'm going to try that. You know, there we got yesterday, made that move up. Actually, that's this morning into the 750 level, move down there. That's yesterday's move down. You know, we could see a fade, you know, into the end of the day. I mean, I'm just thinking long weekend. But hey, the market looks like it wants to go higher. I mean, we're just tick, 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 tick all the way up, man. Like, this is that move we're just talking about. We're getting into some of this area of 21.1. We're at 21,000 right now on the NASDAQ. That's a pretty big level, right? So we'll wait to see if we want to break above some of these levels here. I'm going to go short until we do it. And yeah, let's see what winds up happening. It's going to have to punch your guy out. So we're right now at 67.60 or so as the top. Right into here is what I'm looking for this punch out. 67.71 or so for an out if we're going to be wrong on the NASDAQ here today. So yeah, man, we're going to be short right now. There's a lot of names to trade, and we want to thank everybody for joining the rundown, which is about to happen right now. You got to get involved in this early on the midday show. Start those votes, get going, and then we'll talk about whatever names you want. Probably maybe IMNN is on there. I'll show you what happened on that stock. Bitcoin maybe, NVIDIA.
Nuclear names maybe?
But there's one person that has the real answers to all of this, and that is Sharif at the big screen. Let's go.
Yeah.
Welcome, guys, to the Afternoon Rundown, the show where you decide what we talk about every afternoon. The boys are locked and loaded on this long weekend, and they're ready to look at the tickers as decided by you. But the only way to get those tickers up there is to join Joseph and I on the midday show and get into the chat and vote for your favorite tickers every day. But you've got to be a subscriber in order to vote and engage with us. So make sure you're liking, subscribing, and sharing. Here's the first ticker. As decided by you, Apple. Big red candle in the pre-market as a result of Donald Trump taking to Truth Social and telling Tim Cook if he's told him once, he's told him 100 times he wants those iPhones built in the United States, at least the ones destined to be sold in the United States. And if they're not, they're going to be subject to 25%, boys. Market didn't like that.
100%, eh?
No, market don't like it at all. Whether it can happen or can't happen, we're saying this morning, like it seems to not matter. It spooked the market, even if it seemed like it should have just been a direct Apple thing. It ended up spooking everything. The crazy thing about Apple, for all the frustration, it ends up actually holding 197, that's what the frustrating part of all this is. The early short on Apple was terrible, but then once it settled down off 197, it's been pretty good. Like into an up market, into an upward trending market, it's been making lower highs into a flat bottom at about, call it like 195.5 or so. So yeah, there's relative weakness, but that slingshot at the open, it's just that first 5 minutes. If it starts going counter trend, like you're in a trend break, you almost have to allow it to make some kind of a topping tail and then jump in to the shorts. So 97 still seems like it's going to be the level. On the overall look for Apple, this was bleeding before yesterday, or before this morning. It's underneath that 50 period. That $200 level got lost as well. So you lost like two major key support areas, and then I guess you're bouncing off this 195 for now. But it looks bearish to me on Apple underneath the $200 level. It was just a matter of being not patient enough with the 97. Because if you're making lower highs off a resistance level when the market's making higher highs, that means you kind of got it right and you should be up on it, but I'm not. And stinks. It could be down, whatever. It's just, it's frustrating and almost should still be in this trade. But with the market trending higher, you shouldn't compromise and should let it get back up to that high and make another retest before getting in. Like the last thing you want to do is FOMO away from resistance here on Apple. I certainly like, depending on, what other Mag 7 you want to call it, I think a lot of people are going to start to prefer other Mag 7 names over Apple the way things have been going in the news for them. I like Meta over them. I like Amazon over them. I can't, NVIDIA, obviously, I wouldn't say, I don't know if I say that about Tesla. Does it even count anymore? And like Alphabet, that could go either way for me, but the other names, easily, I prefer to Apple right now.
Yeah, I mean, I'm kind of the same way with all of this here. Market risk. Okay, I'm trying to load up Financial Juice to have like another little service here for me. So just on the news side of things, although Benzinga Pro has been pretty good. Okay, so we wrote the same kind of thing down here for Apple today. I just wanted the 196 area short. And the problem is that we basically started the day in that area right now. So yeah, this is a problem. We just got in and out there. We're going to be red on Apple today. We had a couple shorts, got stopped out. Like we get stopped out just before it comes down, but then it makes the high again anyways. So that high was 197.75. I mean, we're pretty lucky to get stopped. I mean, not lucky, but that's 197.30s stopped out. That's the last trade that we have on Apple. So yeah, I think it doesn't seem like it's strong today because it's down 2.5%, but hovering above these areas seems pretty strong to me. Like, we did have that worry early when we came in. That's why it was on the sticky note that, what's up with that? Like with 90% of their phones still being made in China, 10% trying to get those into India. If they onboard this or onshore them into the United States, it's going to be too expensive. Wall Street bull Dan Ives was talking about it costing, $30 billion, taking over 10 years to do that, so that iPhone, we keep on saying 3,500, but, you can get, I was looking last night, I think the iPhone 16 Pro, I think if you get the 512 version, it's something like $1599 or something Canadian, which is very similar like the Samsung. Yes. The Samsung S25 is $1,500 as well. But anyway, still way too much money, but I'm just saying, even if you add 25% tariff to that price, and I'm not sure that's going to apply to Canada anyways, but that's the other thing. Like, what do you think about coming into Canada to buy the phones, then taking them back into the United States, that's
going to happen.
I think that's going to happen there too, right? So maybe you can save some money doing that. Plus you make the money on the exchange rate.
You know what you do? You wait for football season. Because I'll tell you this right now.
Buffalo Bills games.
Well, I'm just throwing this out there because not telling people to do this, but we had season tickets. You go across the border, you're in your Bills gear, and you've got your tickets on you. They literally didn't check jack.
I just think I think it'll be obvious though.
I know.
It's not us they're worried about. It's Americans coming over.
I guess it's Americans coming back,
yeah,
but like the Canadian Bills fans, like it's just like whatever. Oh, you guys going to the game? Cool.
They just want to know like how much beer do you have left?
No, we're good.
They're like,
we got nothing.
Yeah, they're like, okay, so how many? Like, when did you get there? Okay, you got there at 9 a.m. You probably bought a case. How much could you drink? But I have to do a read right now. So have you ever entered an order to buy or sell, and the price you got filled completely different from what you expected? That is called, ladies and gentlemen, slippage. I can show you some examples. Slippage happens when you're trading on old or underpowered computers, and it costs traders a bundle. That's why our friends over at Easy Trading Computers created the complete guide to trading computers. This guide shows you exactly what technology you need to succeed as a trader and how to avoid slippage. Go ahead, scan that QR code or click the link in the description to get your copy of this guide. Again, that is easy. Type it in if you don't want to scan that. Easy Trading Computers. Type that in to make sure you got the right one. But again, a fantastic opportunity. I know Neil scanned that to read that over. We've heard Joe talk about that as well. Yeah. If you're going to set up your station, you may think you know everything. These guys have actually put the guide together, so we want to thank them for that. So make sure you go check it out. Easy Trading Computers. And then, hey, look, if you're running a quantum computer, then you probably don't have slippage issues right there. And if you've been running quantum stocks, you could probably afford yourself a nice little new computer. So let's go find out what Sharif's talking about here with quantum.
Was a take your pick kind of trade, Sean, whether you wanted to go QUBT, QBTS, ION, Q, Rigetti, or GTI. They were all kind of running up, not identical, but they were all strong on the day. Here's a look at QBTS, up nicely on the day, 7.5%. D-Wave extending the rally as the momentum builds, following, guys, the launch of their new quantum system. Separately this morning, we had QUBT striking a deal with South Korea.
Launching.
Yeah, so like as Tree said, it's a pick your poison kind of move, led by, to the most part, IonQ. Right. I want to say, and they're squeezing here. Now, ultimately, I think we all saw this unwind the last time. So all the levels that are these highs, whether you're in Cube, whether it's D-Wave's making some fresh highs. IonQ has yet to make its highs. But until this breaks out the absolute top, you got to be a little bit careful of the back end. It's only day 2 of the parabolic move, but this literally doubled quietly from this little double bottom here, 17, 18, 19. Like that doubled up and then went ham. Yeah, it's getting a little bit top heavy. I mean, candidly, I think I already mentioned that we sold some QBTS yesterday, 18 something, I believe. It's just, ringing the register is going to make a heck of a lot of sense to me. This did double top up here on QBTS, which is the one I have the eyeballs on. So like VWAP held on a dime. Wish I could tell you I was long off VWAP, but I was short into VWAP on that play. But I'm going to look for this. Like you've double topped. If you put in this lower high here at that 1950, I think it's a little bit of a fade into the volume weighted average price.
All right, we're hearing some stuff now about Trump here. Talks to the EU are slow moving. He's not looking for a deal. That's good. All right, so, I mean, this is part of the art of the deal. Tell your people you're dealing with you're not looking for a deal, I guess. So here we go. But, he has numerous other deals ready to be signed, so he doesn't need to worry about the EU.
I got others, so don't worry about it.
All right, well, okay. We'll throw our hands up in the air, but right now we'll go like that as well. Boeing. So Boeing and the U.S. Justice Department has apparently reached a deal, but when was this deal reached? So it's just being reported right now, so you're hearing it here first. Boeing, some kind of a deal right now.
No, but it's moving down.
Yeah, I was just worried a little bit about Apple. I just saw Apple.
Apple's tanking.
With a move.
Oh, it's not tanking. Well,
Trump also saying, so I just did this example again. He just said it's on all phones, including Samsung phones. So right there, I don't know how we trade that exactly, but maybe looking at FXI. This guy is going off right now. Trump is just hammering the EU. This guy's hammering China. He's hammering Apple.
No, it's not.
Yeah, no tariffs, obviously, if you build in the U.S. So, All right. Wow. Okay. Tim... We're hearing our ear that he doesn't care if you go to India or not. That's still tariff time. So yeah, it's not great right here. But look at the move down right now in the TQQs, right? We're short. We're all over this thing. It's tank city right now. All right. Yeah, same story about Trump. Okay, so you know what? Quantum names today. I don't really have anything that I traded. You guys know all about them. Let me just throw it back to Sharif. Yeah, we don't have to worry.
Yeah, don't worry about it.
Yeah, don't worry about the stories. I'm sort of covering it.
Yeah, Apple's dropping. It seems.
So, I mean, this is why Neil and I wanted Apple short in the first place. I mean, it's just like now you just have to wait, for Trump to speak, basically. The one thing about Trump that I have to 100% say, and we all know this, no matter your opinion of the guy or not, like he is really. Just like, it's like, if it's not made in America, it's getting tariffed. Like, that is the end of that story. And, you feel a little committed. I don't know. I'm not American, but I think you would feel a little bit of pride sometimes in some of those talks because he is trying to, bring back a lot of the jobs that were lost. And I don't know if the jobs of screwing in iPhone screws and all that kind of stuff is the right jobs to bring back, but he's doing it anyways. And who am I to say it's right or wrong? But, America is doing what they're doing now, and it's led by their president who got voted in. So here we go, man. Get ready to rock and roll. It's a beautiful trade there to go short. Let's just see how short we do need to go. I'm now going to wait for VWAP, man. Let's see how bad this gets. $66 right there maybe for a bottom little play. So let's wait to see if that goes through. All right, Sharif's over there waiting. It's nuclear time.
Before we go to nuclear, this is live right now. Donald Trump in the Oval Office signing the executive order that we just spoke, or that we're going to speak about right now. The nuclear deal, obviously taking questions from reporters. That's where the Apple response came in. This is vis-a-vis Fox Business, guys. So Donald Trump live right now in the Oval Office taking questions, as you just saw. Here is OKLO, is involved in this one, all midday show. Did poorly on this one, but it's still up 23%, guys. Trump, as well as I just mentioned, sparking the uranium frenzy as a result of him saying that he's looking at regulatory changes so they can rely less on uranium brought in from Russia and China.
Yeah, and look, they're all gapped up and they're all super strong. They're actually holding up some of the best right now, because not participating in this move down are the nuclear names, at least the ones that I'm looking at. As I can really, well, I'm only looking at SMR. So if the other ones are going to the downside, I'd be surprised. My day got summed up this morning with like just probably the worst exit you're going to see today for myself. Don't usually, like, it didn't break the low of the day on that bottoming tail wick, but I put the stop order at the wrong price. So unfortunately, what should have been, well, obviously would have been my best trade, ends up an L. Got a couple of scalp trades off VWAP that were okay, and then now it's just gotten obscenely choppy on SMR. I don't see any good direction here. There's no obvious trend to play off of. The only thing that's obvious is $30 to the penny is holding on SMR. So the only thing I really see this, unless you get a really strong trend down that it can be reverted, or a pullback into the volume weighted average price to test that, it's just a 30 break for me on SMR. And what about the others? Like I was sort of focused on like the one. Oklo, like if there's a 30 level to the upside resistance on SMR, OKLO is just bouncing off 48.5. It's wick bottoms underneath it, so it's like you have to give it a bit more, but it's got this interesting wall at 50. So it can't seem to break 50 even, while also bouncing off the volume weighted average price. So I do like SMR for a 30 break. If we get it, we get it. I'll probably stick with that one, but Oklo, kind of a similar pattern, where if you're looking for the break off the top, it would be the 50 level, but I'm going to hit SMR at the 30, the one I've been watching all day.
Yeah, look, I mean, I'm pretty happy with the way trading's been going today. And I mean, just to look at some of the names, you want to look at the URA ETF. I'm just going to go call up something that maybe we haven't talked about too much in a while. We'll talk about it on the after show, but look what's been happening with this ETF. I mean, absolute fire since April, right? I mean, nice move upside there. $20 up to 30. I mean, this is 50% there in a month. So good move. Today's the biggest move up. And, we're getting a lot of expectations here from some of these names. I feel like they're not even making money yet, these power names, these nuclear power names. So we got to be very, very careful with all of this. Up here, we're getting pretty close to tapping out. I feel like $33. If you're getting nervous about your positions or anything like that, take something off right in and around here. And if it continues to go higher, great. And maybe even get back in if it takes the highs. But the uranium ETF, a way to play all of this outside of some individual names. So what I mean by switching out, it's like some of the equities, like an SMR or something like that, will be at very similar highs. But if you don't know which name to get into, or you just want to play the space a little more safely, maybe potentially getting into all of them at once with an ETF might be the right way to play. So uranium, another play there. GE Vernova. I mean, some of these other names that are going to power the whole thing as well could get going, right? I mean, look what this has done since April as well. It's probably up 50% as well. Yeah, 260 bottom. So you're going to add, if you take half of that, 130 onto that is 390. This is actually doing much better. So nice move there. GE Vernova taking out the highs as well. So great stock there. Stair-stepping upside. I mean, all of these stocks look pretty sweet to me right now. This is a good space to be in. Nuclear seems to be winning. GE is a good way to play it there. So is the URA, the Global Uranium ETF. So everything breaking out right now. Tesla was going. We'll see where it can get to, whether it'll get back up to 350 or not. We'll watch out for that level. But apparently now Trump, maybe, I guess. Oh, he's still talking. Okay, he's still there at the White House. I thought maybe he was going to be leaving. Moments ago. Okay, so I think he is exiting right now. But we'll wait to see if that's the truth or not. But uranium ETF and Tesla on our mind. Doesn't look like he said anything about Tesla, at least.
No.
Yeah, I don't think he did, Tiedemann. But here's a look at Tesla. It's marginally down. I mean, not a bad look at all. Down 0.05. Danny Ives today, noted bull of Wedbush, raising the price target, Sean and Neil, from 350, the level you were just talking about, to the eye-watering level of $500. That would take out, I think, that 480 all-time high that we put in, I think, last year.
Yes. Well, we'll get there in a quick little second. I just want to make one quick update on this Gorv. What the heck is it? It's Lazy something. Not Lazy Boy, but it's like Lazy something company. It's testing VWAP. I have a trail in at 35. I'm looking to get back in at VWAP, leave the trail in, and see if I can. It just came back through. Like, just went up through VWAP. I want to see if I can get something underneath the volume weighted average price, leave the stop at 35, and play it back into the low. Is going to be the play here for myself. All right, so let's get that my orders out there. As far as Tesla goes, didn't trade it today. We can all hope that it gets back to 350. It seemed like it was cruising, and then obviously whatever just happened. Yeah, like a headline about tariffs for, you talk negatively about Apple during this, I guess, press conference and Q&A. That brings everything down, including what was a strong-looking Tesla. I thought this afternoon, if we were strong, you'd wait till 347, because that's been the safe place to go short for 2 days in a row if you just waited for it. Yesterday, it did give you a good short at 47 into VWAP. I don't know that it's completely done with. It's holding the 40 level. I'd wait for that, because I guess it has to either break under, like, hold underneath 340, but even then, I don't know how weak that is. I think if I shorted that, it would be up at the 347 level. And let's have a look-see. If it can bounce, if we break VWAP here, it was a ton of support underneath look at the support on Tesla underneath VWAP. Like, if we do get a crash or flush this afternoon, I think you pick it up when people are getting stopped out under VWAP, and you're trying to get it down here at 336 on Tesla. Like that, like it was, I don't know why I wasn't looking at Tesla this morning, but look at the support at 335. Like that was insane. I think you get down there again, you start buying.
Oh, we had a call and we didn't take it on Tesla. Okay, I actually canceled my offer because I was short the NASDAQ and I was short AMD, and I was like, do I really want to be short Tesla? And it was actually going to be a break. It was right here. I could see the order. It was 341.50 breaking right into here, right where this 50-period moving average was. But we wanted that to break, and then we were going to take a 341 break short. So that, look, I could still get it right now, but it was more the break and the momentum back down into the 200 period. So it would have been $1.50, whether or not we took it or not, who knows? But we would have taken it or not, who knows? But I did have that order in, so I'm sort of thinking the same way, sort of thinking maybe a turnaround coming for Tesla, but it almost got back to zeros, right? And we just rejected that 343. So Neil just went over some levels, but I like the stock. And I think what we're doing right now is basing again. So it's kind of like what we did right here. We based and then we popped. I feel like that's what we're doing again, and upside. So watch out, man. You're starting to base and pop, and then you get to that next level. So, we kind of looked at it right here. Now you're stuck in this area where we can go all the way back to November and have a look. And then when we popped it, that's when we made I was going to say all-time highs, but local highs, I guess. Not all-time highs. Back up to 460, 470 there for Tesla. Not that we're getting there, but I think we're getting close to thinking about a pop. I mean, it's above 360. If we can settle above there for a day or two, then that's going to become the new base, and then you kind of work back up into 4. So, today I like the short in it. It is more aggressive than the market, and we just bounced off of there. So if we can get back up to 343, a great short, or you want to play the long, we got to get this 200 period, which matched exactly with past support there at 339.50. So look, man, this is the problem with technical analysis. We're all smart when we look back at it. It's what you do when you're actually in the trade that makes the difference. So yeah, looking back and talking about levels, I like it, but I feel just like a talking head when we do this, because it's great to look at them, but do you have the trade on, right? So let's make the decision when it comes into that level. And if we still like it, then I think this is a good long 339.50 for a key level of possible support at your 200 period moving average. So that is what it is, man. I've traded 1, 2, 3, 4 names today. That's it. So we'll be up on AMD. We'll be up on IMNN. This position's pending on the TQQs, and then down on Apple. So I'm trying to do the same thing that I do every day, try to make the best decisions at the best time. So Tesla right here at 339.50 might just be that play. All right, GME and IMNN. I have a good story to tell you. The number one stock still on this floor is IMNN. I wish it was something else because we didn't make that much money on it, but let's go talk about it and I'll show you my out.
Here's GME. We'll get to IMNN in a second. Sean, GME really breaking out, guys, above that $30 level, looking close to 33. You can see those higher highs and higher lows there on the chart. Up 5.5% today. It's been on a multi-day run, so just keep your eye out for GME. Couldn't find a catalyst on this one. I scoured Wall Street bets, but I'm sure if you guys do some digging, you should be able to find something there. Here's IMNN. This one was rocketing up in the pre-market, a good pre-market mover. It didn't really give up the ghost, guys. I mean, it's just a little bit below the volume weighted average price, but holding above $1, and it's still up 172% on the day.
All right, here's IMNN. So we are able to find this one pretty early, man. I'm going to talk about this. This is my last 10%. And you want to talk about, you know, getting these prices? Hey, this happens to me literally every day. I gave it through $1. I gave it to 97, and that's exactly that bottom take there on the last 10%. But what a good trade this was early, man. We brought this to everybody when it was at 88 cents. Okay, 84 cents, something like that. Thanks to Chef Joe. Thank you to Tisha. Thank you to everybody in the chat for bringing this to my attention, right? Bringing it to both of our attentions. Neil traded this as well. It broke through $1. That's when I first took it. We had some good excitement here on the floor. When that happened, it went to 112 all the way up to 115. All right, it came right back in, and I was like, all right, we'll do it again. Then we took that again, this time at 95. Then it went from 95 all the way to 150. We made 50% there all the way up. It was absolutely fantastic. Then we just got out of pretty much all of it right there. It came back in. You guys saw me trading this live. Never really broke above the 50 period until it did. And then I was just like, all right, I'm going for my walk. I had a very, very small piece. It might have even been less than 10%. And I said, I'm going to stop out if it breaks $1, but let's not give it $1. Let's give it a couple more cents. And there it is right there. It's come off, bounced off $1 a couple of times. My last 10%, definitely a fail. But hey, when it's the number one stock around here, it's the number one stock. So I can't complain about it. It could always be bigger. It could always be better. But what else is new, right? Yeah, tough day here today for sure, especially if this is going to be number one. But IMNN right there, good move up. Should have had more on it. But yeah, really, really happy with it. US-Iran talk right now. This market, I feel like, is just waiting for some sort of a big story. But that's my IMNN. You can, Neil's looking at GameStop here. But again, I don't have any trades on GameStop. Of course, we could talk about levels. I don't know if you got any fills on GameStop?
No, but so look, we've all been saying like, oh, what's the news on GameStop? Let's see if I can't.
I just got filled on SMR, by the way.
Just move this over so you guys can see this. Whether or not this has anything to do with why GameStop is up, I double checked. I mean, like enough people have said this. Robert F. Kennedy, essentially saying that he invested in GameStop and talking about greater transparency in the markets and all that kind of stuff. So, I don't know, you can go find it if you want. Whether or not that's why it's going up, like sometimes I guess is beside the point. Like it's a squeeze name, so I suppose it's just squeezing. So if that's the case, you know, today, we were talking about this yesterday, like it's still that breakout that needs to happen, more like the $35 level. So it's pretty unlikely that you're going to see that today. It's a long weekend, and going into a long weekend, you're going to find like you're going to have lower volume than normal. That's the first part. So you're already into a high of the day with low volume. So you can't be too concerned about there not being a ton of volume, but there are limits, in my opinion, as to how far you would chase it. Like I can't even imagine on this kind of volume, this traveling $2.50 higher to then all of a sudden be up 13 or 14% and then punching the high. Like there's just a 0% chance I would do that. So, you know, maybe we'll look for something like first available dip, maybe a 33 break, something a little bit more local, especially if we're not going to see anything else go crazy. Los Pollos Hermanos, June 1st is 50% tariff on EU. That means my understanding, yeah. So we'll see what happens.
Look at $30 on SMR.
It's about to break. Yeah, that's about
It's a huge level. Come over to my screen if you can in a second here. There's a lot of shares here on SMR right here. It was just up there. So if you want to go short in front of it, go for it.
That didn't break.
It's right. No, it didn't break. I just came up to it. It's too bad. You'll see in a second. I want you to sort of see the level here. Maybe
How did I get long?
Maybe if I zoom out right there.
That was weird.
Oh, you got long? Okay, so.
But it didn't break.
No, I mean, not if you just got long right now. It might have came close to breaking. I'm going to go long too if it broke, and I'm not long yet. So, all right, so we'll wait to see. But anyways, big size there on, oh, we're done the rundown. Okay, that's that.
Oh,
so,
made sense.
all right, so there it is right there. Look, so here we go. Here it goes. It's going to break. I'm going to try the long, and I'm going to try the long back to, I don't know, man. I mean, these breaks, like here, let's zoom this back up. I don't like looking at a level that I've not familiar with. These breaks have definitely broke my back a couple times here because they'll break and they'll come back in and then you have to same thing basically happened on that IMNN. It broke $1, it went to 117, then came back and he filled you 95 cents. So I even think like even if you miss this break, it's not going to matter that much. I just got filled on some of my SMRs. So like I said, I had an order up here near 30. It was actually at $29.75.
I forgot
So we'll go from $12 to $29.75 there on SMR. I actually got to phone some friends because there's some hockey guys I haven't seen in a while. I don't know if you guys remember this story. I was telling people to buy this name. But there it is right there. Nice move higher. And again, just on SMR, if you guys are looking at it, we're up here right now. So you go all the way back to November. Look, things are meant to break. They're not making money, SMR. So it's just one of those things where I'd rather get out of this. So put the money in our pocket, possibly buy that ETF or just figure it out. Let the sector.
Well, you can also.
Yeah, just let it cool down a little bit, I was thinking.
Like there's like the other names like the Vistras, Constellation, CEG, and GE Vernova. I'm going to try to end with GEV. Like I own GEV. So like it'd be easy for me to say, well, you can go into GE Vernova. Like I own that one because I owned GE shares for a very, 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 very long time. And when they did the breakup, I sold GE Healthcare and kept the other two because I like the other two. So I'll be in those probably forever. So anyways, the 30 didn't break. Yeah, I mean, it didn't, like it absolutely didn't break the $30 level, but I did get triggered in and just kind of hit offer enter to get out. Once I know it didn't break the 30 level and I have a weird fill, I'll just jump out of it. But I've been trading this since the morning. You guys know what happened in the morning. So 30 break, we'll see what happens. IonQ, is IonQ breaking? No, so that's not the one. It was Oklo. Always mixing these ones up. Oklo already broke the 50 and hasn't looked back. But it did do a bit of a false break. Like it broke the 50, got to like the 20s, pulled back, then it held 50, and it's on its way to 51. So that break did work on Oklo. So I do imagine SMR, if it can show a little bit more oomph or pep in its step, it's going to be able to get through this 30 level and take that top out. I saw David Rosa said they took the 50 break on Oklo. Well, this 30's been holding the entire day. So we're going to wait for it. The only other thing I'm looking at right now is going to be, a fade on Apple looks like it makes a ton of sense. Like we're still making lower highs on Apple all day long, with the exception of like one moment at 10:30. You've been rejecting 97 and now underneath VWAP and 96. So the next time we pop up here, provided the market isn't completely flying through the highs, as long as we're still doing this without breaking the tops, I think Apple looks like an appealing short trade. Let us know what else you guys are looking at right here. Geo saying NVIDIA broke a 15-minute trend.
I don't know. I mean, I was short at AMD up at these levels looking to get, look, the other day we had a great IBIT trade. At the end of the day, we had a great TQQ trade. Just a matter of waiting for things to set up. I mean, you could jump into anything you want at any time. It's just a matter of, like right now we're in the middle for this trade for IBIT. I'm still waiting for that SMR trade to come through. It's still here at $30. I mean, if that hits, that's great. NVIDIA, and we can look at NVIDIA. NVIDIA catches that big order from Oracle again, so we can wait to see if NVIDIA wants to do anything right now. I mean, 132 has been great. I think this was a level from yesterday, right? 132 and change. So we can have, so this is yesterday. Actually, I guess 132 was kind of the bottom there during the afternoon. Now, look what we just did. Like, we just topped. This is what I'm saying when I'm looking at stock. It's kind of like right into here again. Like, we just came up into great areas of possible resistance and just stared at it, right? Shorted AMD instead. So we should have definitely looked there, 132.60 for NVIDIA, and then whoops, nice little dig up down there to the downside. That's NVIDIA. Could be a good short. I'm already short the futures, looking for a long break there as well. Tesla could be another trade. I mean, I like the way it's been moving here so far today. So again, Tesla, a good little level. thinking about that short, but that, I mean, the fact that we're up so nicely here from the open is really something else. So, and then the other one here was that we wrote down, by the way, on Fannie Mae. That's coming in as well. We'll talk about that. We wrote down $10. The $10 at the bottom, it's at $11 right now. But okay, so there goes GameStop. Again, nice move there. It looks like it wants to get to the upside, not finally making, but turning a profit last quarter. We know they have some sort of crypto on their balance sheet, and we're just going to figure out where that's going. But this looks like a great break opportunity here, right? Breaking back long through $35, get this thing going again, and just see what's going on. I mean, the short flow not as high as it used to be. Did you go over what the short flow was on GameStop? I'll call it up for myself anyways. All right.
I thought it was under 10 these days.
Yeah, I want to check it out right here. So this is on Benzinga Pro platform. Hit the like and subscribe if you guys are interested in that. Yeah, 12. So they have 12% short flow for GameStop. So again, unconfirmed earnings in 14 days. June the 6th. So mark that down on your calendars and make sure you're joining us. And we'll definitely be going over all of that on that day. So watch out for that with us on June the 6th.
On the offer.
We'll do that. Okay, so SMR alert right now. So I'm going to be offering, there it is. It just broke it? No, it did not.
Nope, it didn't.
All right, so just waiting for it to break right there. $30 coming in for SMR. We'll see about that break. So it's going to need 1 million shares to go through. So it's going to need at least, again, it's already done 34 million on the day. So that's 600,000 shares alone on Edge X, let alone some of those. Might just be a short against all these levels. So, 600,000, a couple else there. We have a couple 100,000 shares there for sure over that. Probably 1.5 million, probably 2 or 3 million, including dark pools.
Easily.
So you're looking at 3 million times $30, right? So you're looking at about a $90 million order or so going through. I think we could probably get that, but anyways, here it goes, man. Nothing's going to stop this stock if it wants to go. Futures pushing down. We have that trade. That's 20 cents in the money right now as well. All right, Satya has some news.
So just in 40 minutes ago, McDonald's posted that they will be closing Cosmix locations, the last remaining 5 locations they will be closing. It will be down. So Cosmix restaurants, the Cosmix loyalty program, mobile app, and web ordering service will be discontinued on June 23rd, 2025. Back to you.
See if Mickey D's is going to do anything on that. Obviously, they've been really good.
They were at all-time high.
Yeah, really, really good. It's got wow, these charts are a little slow this afternoon. It's got a big-time top that it just needs to kind of push through here at 322, maybe a couple of wicks above that. I guess there was only 1 or 2, but it's trending up into a flat top break. You know what they say. Do you come all that way not to break it? But this is it's more of a hold, not a trade stock. Yeah, there goes SMR back down. So it looks like it just rejected that 30. You see it on the offer? A good rule of thumb, when you see a lot of size on the offer on most stocks, just minimum multiply by 2. At a minimum, and that's how much is really at the level. But sometimes it can be significantly more than that. So the short would be working off that 30 level. I'm going to make the presumption that Oklo is looking. Yeah, Oklo's actually dipping on that. So Oklo got to 51 when you got to 30, and this also comes right back into the downside. Yeah, this has been a buy at VWAP in 48.5. If it gets down there, it's going to make some sense. Apple seems like it's not going to come back up. I was going to offer here 196.5, but I might get away from that and just play this into VWAP at 196. If it can't seem to break the volume-weighted average price anymore, if we roll over, A, bad news, this morning, and then B, more this afternoon, because Trump kind of doubled down on all of this, and it's relatively weak, I say why not? But the SMR is just going to have to wait. I don't think we're getting that break anytime soon.
All right. Okay, so meanwhile, we're just doing a little bit of this at least. Spinning some money right now for us on the TQQs. I mean, again, we just trying to short that top. I did have a bigger order waiting there, but it never quite got to the top. We'd been stopped out numerous times at what I thought was the top, so I wanted to be pretty careful with what we were doing. Again, we talked about that level of resistance up there. We also talked about 21,000. So we'll wait to see, and then plus also heading into the weekend. A long weekend. We'll see if we can I'm going to get something else out right here. Okay, there we go. We just punch out some at 80. Okay, that's that. Let's look for something else. Anything else, you guys? Oh, RGC, we had a request for that. Isn't that this crazy Chinese company? Shout out right here. Make sure you do join us in the chat. I did see somebody in here say, you want to take a crazy look at this RGC stuff? There it is right here. What's up, Mohammed?
Can't trade.
I hope that you're doing well, Mohammed, and we'll look at quickly here at RGC. Yeah, I remember this one was one that just got blown out. Yeah, I know why you're asking. You want us to bring some liquidity here, but honestly, I mean, so just a little bit of an education thing right here. This is the level 1. So when you hear people talk about level 2, it's all this action down here. And right now is a lot of ARCAs, and these are different gateways. So this is where you'll see just all of the different exchanges or gateways, we call them here, ECNs, electronic communication networks, things like that, depending on what you call them. But they're all here. So you have to, this could be less than 100 shares, right? Up here is where we have the NASDAQ book. So, this is a NASDAQ name. So the level 1, this is where the liquidity is for the NASDAQ at 100 shares, right? And so this is where that next sort of level for 100 shares is. So you got to be very, very careful with that. Like that spread right here is just almost $100. So if you're trading in between here, like somebody just got long on a dark pool there at 473.50. Then the next couple prints are 520, 529, 511. Like that's almost, almost impossible to trade. But thank you for asking us about it. And, just to show you, there's lots of money to be made in here. There are traders that locate these dark pools and then trade it, right? So at many different, like a trade the pool, a real trade or anything like that, you're not going to be allowed unless you have special circumstance to use one share. So yeah, it's kind of tricky to be doing that with multiple shares.
That would even, that symbol would be blocked here.
For here it would be, yeah. But
guaranteed block.
Just in general, like when you see that kind of stuff, not really that tradable. But thanks for doing that and bringing it up. But yeah, just not a symbol that I'll be looking at. As opposed to when you have this, you see the level 1 right here, just 1 penny, right? Most stocks that will trade here will have it like that, unless it's a little bit. Even a Tesla, that's a
that'd still be 1 or 2 cents.
Yeah, $340 name there.
3
Speaking about
5.
Yeah, anyways, you're going to see it in here, still relatively competitive, right? So punching out gives you slippage of 10, 15, 20 cents, not $100, sort of like we just saw there. So but anyways, that's Tesla and a little bit of a lesson there on some level 2s. All right, so go ahead, yeah.
No, just to give an example of like what the risk, and I can say this from personal experience because something similar to this happened to me. On a stock like that, with like that level of liquidity and no spread, if you trade on a platform that has like set risk loss limits that work based on what your unrealized is, the second you get into position on a stock like that, RGC, with a spread as big as it is, like a $60 spread bid ask. The second you're into it, you could be unrealized out of the money past your shutdown. The stock could not even move, and it could trigger a flatten. And I'll tell you this right now, I was in something once in the pre-market. In the pre-market where that happened to me, and there was I got into position, and then the only reason I lost was that a flatten key got hit. Like it literally flattened me. And so I was in, and it flattened me, and the stock didn't even move, and I caused my own loss. That's exactly why a symbol like this is blocked at real trading, because it doesn't make any sense why anyone would take that risk. But if you're going to take risks, not just in the market, but in sports betting, you want to make sure that you do so with the best possible odds. You should always have the best tools at your hand, and you should always make sure that you've got every possible advantage out there. That's why you want to have a look at Profit X. They are hands down, we've said it before, we've looked at it live, they're hands down going to give you the best and most competitive odds. But it's not just about that. It's the ability to have control over your bets. It's peer-to-peer picking, there's API access for automation, it's like day trading your favorite plays. You don't just have to place your picks, you exchange them. It's a smarter and faster way to play, and you can use the code TRADERTV to get the sign-up offer of 2% cash back for up to $300. We should have put more down, obviously, when we had a good line on the game last night, but we didn't. Shout out to Oklahoma City. There's a lot of action on golf, but right now,
and your specialty is baseball. Why don't you look at baseball and make a call, and we'll take a play tonight on baseball, and then we'll see.
Baseball is the worst to bet on, to be honest with you. It's trash. And No, it just is.
I mean, I just know that's what you like. So.
Oh, I absolutely love baseball, but unless you're like doing like to me like DFS where you're picking players is maybe a little bit better if you do some tournaments or stuff like that. But like just straight up picking games, you really have to dig. You're going to want to dig in and have a really good understanding of like who's pitching. I haven't looked today to see who's going in any of these games, and they don't tell you the starters here. So I think it's just, I can go and look at basketball and have an idea of the two teams, but like baseball, I don't know who's tossing for the Sox tonight.
Yeah, that's something you have to look it up.
Yeah, like that's the thing, you got to look it up. So I wouldn't be sitting there trying to give anybody a play when I've done zero diligence on it. What I can tell you, however, is when we look at this, the most popular, just in terms of dollar throwdown, has been, surprising to me, has been golf. And the thing we like to feature about it is the fact that you can look at the field or like make individual bets on who's going to win the tournament. Like you can bet for Scotty Scheffler, or you can bet against it and just say no to the chalk, which is pretty cool because you can't really do that anywhere else that I'm aware of. But that's a cool feature for it. Right now, like I think the NBA is the most fun one. Like I want to be all over OKC, but I'm not sure about Game 3. I think the hardest thing to pick right now is the Pacers and Knicks. That is hands down the coolest. What I would look for is, I think you can go over in that game, but yeah, I have no idea who's going to win that. I think that's what makes it really fun. Like usually in the NBA, I feel really confident about who's going to go, and I think like that's really cool with the Pacers and Knicks that you have no clue right now. It's going to be a great series. I think it's going to 7.
Yeah, it seems like it.
It just seems like it's way too cool. But OKC, man, they're legit. SMR broke.
What? I didn't get long. What the hell? How far up did it break? Oh my God! Why did I not? Oh, that's too bad, man. Oh darn! I crossed with Arca, so you must have crossed with Edge A there. Oh
Edge
man,
A, yeah.
For me to have gotten those fills, wow, we could have been nicely in the money with the amount of shares that we were trying to get. So let's just try to get something right here then. I'll punch some. I just tried some 21s and missed it. Okay, well, we just got it. So now we're in at 21. Not a great price. Let's see if we can average it. I mean, whatever. If it's going to go, it's going to go right at the end of the day. So, all right, let's just see if we can get something else down here as well. I'll offer back in. So there it goes. Yes, sir. At least we went over there. That's too bad, man. I was trying. The share size doesn't matter. We all do different stuff around here. But this would have been a good trade for sure if I would have hit it and gotten filled. So that's okay. So there we go. So I crossed with Arca, didn't fill me anything. So and I crossed to 05, and Neil got a better price at 03. So
But that's a
there we go. So we'll have to use Edge.
It's a gateway thing.
That's what I'm saying. We'll have to use it because normally I use Fox River, and I just wanted to switch it up over there into Edge A. But hey, man, again, it's all about your trade style, right? So if you like that breakout, that's good. We both tried to get it. I had to pay 21s, but let's see how far up we can go right now. I'm offering 44s for the first spot. Let's go SMR. I mean, this was the trade that we wanted in the first place. Just had to pay for it a little bit late. So here we go. Let's get going here on SMR. A decent size position.
Yeah, I want 30. It's in overhead resistance, so I'm looking right here. When it got to that 30 level, I'm looking at the best open price we had was 30.5, and then the wicks are like 31.50. So 30.5 is where the scalp trade goes to on the break for me. So I get out of 80% and try to hold the rest. That's it. Well, actually, it gets over 80%. I'm just going to hold the rest to see where it can go because that breakout trade goes right into overhead resistance. Let's go over to Satya, I believe. And I just heard DJT in my ear.
Yes, so we just have some incoming news 20 minutes ago. Trump looking to slap 25% not only on Apple, but also on Samsung or any other phone manufacturers that don't have a manufacturing plant in the United States. Back to you.
Yeah, DJT's moving. Well, I don't know, not on that, but DJT is making some moves just now, breaking through $25. So if you're watching this, it is also on the move in addition to SMR and the nuclear name. You're probably going as well over in OKLO. I'm going to make the assumption. If you go back underneath 30, I'm out of this bad boy, but it's certainly flying. No, it's just an SMR play, so we like it. I'm just going to hang on to this. I think we can go for a reload if it can hold on any kind of a dip to 30 levels. So if it goes a $0.50 and dips and holds, I'd go for the reload play. If it breaks 30, I'd look for 29.25 to 29.3 as a sneaky little dip buy if we break that 30 level. I think you want to stay bullish on at least this name, right? Like these guys have the catalyst today, obviously. And everything else is kind of languishing, doing nothing unless you're DJT 2 seconds ago.
All right, here we go, man. We're putting SMR on the map here again. We just got some out at $30.44 here. My focus is all on this right now. The futures can wait as far as I'm concerned. So there's a nice break there on SMR. We'll watch to see. It's really too bad, man, that we didn't get that same fill there. But we just went right over to it and punched it in. So it's a good thing that we noticed it, that it had broke that. But there it goes. Let's see how far we can get up now. I don't have any more offers, really. I mean, the next time we can go over maybe a little bit of a longer term look here on SMR. We had wicked up the highs $32 last time. That little closing number there when we ricked the $32 was $30.63. So I think that that's a good possibility to get into that level at some point there today as well. So $30.60, maybe that's where we'll sit for our next offer. Then 32. I mean, it just keeps on going right after that. So let's wait to see. But why am I seeing that there was a tick up here already today? Oh, right there. Yeah, that's 8 o'clock. Okay, so that didn't happen there. So even if you're going to use, some people use dark pool wicks, I don't know for what, but if you're going to use it anyways, that's $30.80. If like somebody at 8 o'clock predicted that it would go up here, then that's great. But here we go. So yeah, thanks for that, Tatea. But we did talk about that when Trump was on there, and he had spoken, like we said, that story. I think you mentioned Tatea there about 20 minutes ago. So when we were with Sharif at, I think it was more close to around 2 o'clock-ish there when he was speaking and signing the executive order here for nuclear. People asked him obviously about Apple, and that's when he was like, if it's not made in the US, then it's gonna get tariffed. He didn't really care about the product or anything like that. It's just that's a blanket statement that he had made. And then someone even asked him, what about other phones? And he was like, yeah, it's happening on all phones. So right there, if you're not made in the USA, then you ain't you ain't a friend of his right now.
Which really, just guessing here, it's like he'd have to say that to make it viable, right? Because if all of this argument is always about like the national security thing, well then how can you argue singling out a single company? Well, now he can know that it'll affect Apple a ton, but then he can make it happen. Because that was my question. And we were talking about this morning, like how could you possibly signal like just this against a single company? Is that really going to fly? We'll see. We'll see what happens, but it's not very good for Apple.
It's a power SMR.
It is the power hour now into it. Remember, it's a holiday shortened weekend, or it's a holiday shortened next week, which does mean it's a 3-day weekend. Volumes, while they are going to be lower at the close, it's still the close, and we've had a lot of volatility today. So I would expect you could see some fireworks every single day. There's been some kind of a big move. Make that next move up. There's been some kind of a big move at the end of the day. And I'm going over to Tesla just to remind everybody, like this was just doing slight trend, slight light trend, and then fell all over itself into the volume weighted average price, guys. So like this is exactly the kind of thing. You can be lulled to sleep and then all of a sudden it starts going, and then there's no green candles when this made the turn at 3:30. None. Until you got to the close. There wasn't a single green candle on Tesla for the last 30 minutes of the trading session yesterday. So I'm not saying Tesla's going to do it again, but I mean, I'm on watch for this. If it tries to do some kind of a glide, it could go in either direction. Maybe it falls into VWAP and pops and goes green forever. So you want to be, like I'll have all these up. We'll have Tesla, Apple, NVIDIA, and now, SMR obviously, upside. But yeah, be careful here. Like, don't get lulled in. Like, have your stop orders out, be ready for it. I'm just suspecting one of these is going to move. And I'm thinking initially to the downside because that's what happened yesterday.
All right, $30, $29.75. Yeah, my out's going to be around $29.75. I still have half of this position, so let's wait to see where it goes. I'm offering at $30.60 right here for that. Let's have a quick look at some of the sectors and what's going on over there. Well, by the way, we just cashed out some more. I mean, the TQQ, I mean, this is the trade right here. I mean, SMR is great. We'll hopefully make just as much on that trade as this one, but there goes the TQs, nicely cooking now to the downside. So we're really happy with that. And I'm going to take out another piece on SMR here just because it's not breaking 40 and we have a decent size of shares here. So we're going to get out of that as we go. So we're going to watch out for that. All right, so the sectors right now, Bitcoin 108.7, not good, man. A nice little downward trajectory there today for Bitcoin after hitting record territory yesterday for Bitcoin. All right, let's just sort this by change right here. So utilities are up. I think Joe was talking a little bit about that there today. The energy space is also up 0.4% right now. Consumer staples 0.4 as well. And then we basically get to Flatsville right now, where we go. The information technology downside. I mean, we've seen some of these stocks here for IT. That's the NASDAQ, right? So that's going to be down. Consumer discretionary, that's like a Tesla and whatnot. We can actually click on this and it'll show us the components. I thought I could. Maybe I'll have to. Oh, there it is. To refresh here. Here's the components right now. We'll be able to see, what's sort of leading the way there. Yeah, okay. So there's Amazon. Oh yeah, that's right. Consumer discretionary. We did have Ross Stores, which was horrible, and Deckers, which was horrible. Lulu, like anything that's basically so. Consumer discretionary is really bad today, and that's going to be because anything. I just said the story about 5 minutes ago. Let's go SM damn R right now, breaking through $30.50. But if you make anything outside of the United States, you're dead to President Trump right now, and those are those companies. So needless to say, man, a little bit of a problem there for anybody producing outside China or into China, like a Lulu, like a Nike, insert name here, and they're going to have a problem with that. So anyways, all right, 30.50. I just put an offer right there to take another piece out again here at $30.50, and yeah. Just wish we had a better price, but always good to be in at least late than never. And, we did wind up punching a decent amount there. So we're going to look to make a little bit of money here, top off the day. If we can get that even higher, that would be great. I'm also at $30.60, so there's another out. So there's the break of 30. We went long into SMR. At least this one's working. And the futures are down 47 cents right now. So good trading overall right now on the market. But look what we just see right here. Good thing I just zoomed back into this. This is why I've only traded 5 names today. Very focused on them. 66.70. If we have to be able to see when these plays come in, because I'm using these lines as areas, right? And so like there's our outs right there. Here it is back to the 200 period, shorting the high of the day into the 200 period. Good spot to start to think about some covers. So we're doing that right now as we do it for you live. And there's a good out for me at 50 as it comes right back into 30s again. So yeah, SMR really making the day go right here, and the futures. So a couple good trades here back to back. I'm going to take one more opportunity to bid out here on the TQs. And there goes SMR. Nice fade off of that level. But yeah, good out there at 50. Can't complain.
Yeah, it's a second time. Well, actually, no, it's the 4th time on a 3-minute that it's failed in front of the 50 level. But like for myself, everyone's going to be different. Like my stop initially on the break is the prior bar low, which is literally a 10-cent stop. We got slipped to 03, so it ends up being 13 cents worth of risk. I'm still going to stick with that. If we lose that level, I'm out. I don't want to give it all the way down to like 75. I was going to make a point. You already said that with Deckers and their production. But it's like those guys, China, Vietnam, Philippines, Malaysia, they're where their products are made, tremendous amount of risk for them. It does mean, and those types of names, oh my goodness, if things get turned around, it could be fantastic for them. But at least for now, it looks pretty nasty. Apple does not seem to want to give us the volume weighted average price. It's not moving that much, but it is sliding down. I'm not going to take a break of the low of the day. That hasn't been the best lately on pretty much anything I've looked at. So we'll still look to be able to short a pop there in Apple. It still looks pretty weak. Tesla, as I can't pronounce that name, but you were asking, Betislav, maybe? Asking about Tesla. Yeah, it's starting to slide down. I was kind of hoping you'd get a move into the top, and then you could short it, sort of like a grind in like it did yesterday. That would have been the plan, to fade it on the strength, and then the last half an hour look for the short. But there just isn't a heck of a lot of strength right now in Tesla. So just be careful with that. Like I'm not gonna play this right in the middle, right? Like the lows in the low 30s or mid 30s, I should say, and then you got like the mid 40s or the low mid 40s is where the resistance is. So I'm gonna stay away from Tesla unless I see it trending into resistance like it did yesterday. That's the short that I'm looking for sure. Sebastian said, stink bid at Bull. Yeah, Webull.
Look at Bull. Oh, down 8%.
It did go more. Yeah, it did go more down. This was a disappointment, I think, for Webull, because I was kind of hoping either it would be like, it would squeeze or something and be tradable, or if it did go down, it would break and get into the 11s, so you take a shot at this thing long in front of $11 because it's not doesn't seem like it wants to get to that $10. And it does absolutely neither one of those two things. Doesn't even break the range of the week, which is incredibly boring. Like to me, like a lot of times if a stock with like a low float or anything like this has earnings and it doesn't even break the range of the week, you don't even want to touch that. You want to wait till after earnings if and when it does break out and then make the play. But yeah, I probably throw a stink bid in this. I forgot to sell some SMR shares in the middle of the day. I said I was going to. So I'll probably throw some like stop orders or something for Tuesday. And one of the things I might do is just throw an 11 something bid on Webull because I wanted to get in front of that anyways. Maybe I'll get Phil on vacation. You never know. It's happened before.
All right, so we'll get some more out here on SMR. Actually, right now, I was waiting at 30.45s there. It didn't quite come up. We'll add it to 37, see if we can get some outs there. It doesn't really matter what gateway you use. I mean, if it just blasts through you, it blasts through you. So some more outs there. Our best out, of course, is 50s flat. We're waiting at 37 now, then 45, and just trying to get some more outs, right? I mean, we have multiple tranches to take here on the way in. So hopefully we'll be able to do that. The TQs goes down into those levels as well. All right, let's check out some Big Bear AI. Yesterday had a good move. Look, I mean, until this gets above and stays above $4, like I like the moves. And if you're looking at a chart here for Big Bear AI, they had a couple misses on their last earnings report and make them come back into the $3 level there. Now you're supported by the 200 and the 50-period moving average. You're one story away from this thing being $5, $6, $7, $8. So let's wait to see if Big Bear AI wants to get going through $4, a name that I own in and around that price. So we're going to be down on Big Bear AI. I did sell some SMR today. There we go. We just got a 44 fill, I believe, on that name. We'll check out where that's going for after that. But yeah, Big Bear AI, not much going on today. Just wanted to have a quick look at it to see if there was anything going on. Let's just check out what's going on with IMNN again. Again, this is still going to be, well, depends on where I get out of SMR, but that one could go to number 1 too today. But right there, IMNN, good trade there. Yeah, good move higher there as we go. And like we said, everyone will trade things differently. I held it back through the dollar break. We got 95s, and then it popped through. So IMNN, and again, you never know where your bread's going to be buttered. You guys are asking a lot on the chat. I see you. You guys want me to put more low float runners and more gappers on the sticky note. We'll look to do that. Yesterday, we had the monster trade on QBTS, today on IMNN. And yeah, unfortunately, we got stopped out of our last. It was under 10%, but our last little bit stopped out there once we broke $1 back in. But there goes SMR, and holy crap, Neil, now it is going to be your number 1 P&L name on the show. I just got, as long as this doesn't completely collapse, right there, we're getting some out now at 75. We just got a 73 order, so we got our 60 fill. Now we just wait, man. My next out is $30.95. So let's see if SMR wants to go. I'm just mad that we didn't get as many shares as we wanted to because we missed that first break, but it's all good, man. I still basically punched the same amount, a little bit less because the price was a little bit worse, but it's still a nice move upside there for SMR. Good job there that it broke. I mean, we talked about that level. Not only were we looking at that level, we showed you the size there. We talked about it. So, hey, man, if you're going to trade, you might as well take it. And that's what we did. So there's the break there on SMR. I said that was where my big focus was going to be. And there it is, man. If you're going to focus on something and trade it, you might as well, wait for something like this to happen. So there it goes, SMR. We did pretty good waiting for it. And we're only in about a quarter left.
Yeah, now I'm just going to wait to see if it can hold the trend. It's got a very clean one on SMR too. So you can connect it, like it just broke. There's your breakout. There's your prior low. And pretty much it's just lining right up pretty clean. So either it gets to that 31.5 area on the daily chart or not. And this is like you take a break, you can get ones, two, well, you probably couldn't get ones or twos, but you can get in that first 10 cents, risk it back underneath. My risk was 15 pennies on it. So as standard, like the second it goes to 20, that's the first out at 1-to-1, and then the 50 level is where we got the next out, and now we hold it for the extended move. So that's the plan of action. Now I think the 31, over under at 31, you fail the 31 break, and I'm out. You break this trend, and I'm out. So this one now going to be, I just realized I put this in. Well, I should totally get the algo, guys. It'd be really cool. There's a SOP that we have. It would be nice to be able to have a trailing stop based on an indicator you put in or like a trend line that you put in there yourself. But you'd have to connect to the API to do that here, which you could do at real trading. Don't get me wrong. You absolutely could do it. But I'm going to get out if we break trend line, or I'm looking for that break of the 31 even. At that point, you can't ask for anything more. Good R&R there. Tesla is moving higher. It's still about $2 away from that top, but it has a decent chance to get there. And Apple, that's the one, I think. Apple's starting to cruise into the volume-weighted average price as well, 196 on Apple. 97's been the level, but as weak as Apple has been, I'm not sure you can get there right now. I'm going to take the first shot, if it can get to the volume-weighted average price, to look for one of these topping tail candles and then jump into the short on Apple. But we got the trail in. We're not going to get the reload on SMR because it didn't pull back into 30. Like the dips you got were like 16 was about as good as it got. So now all of a sudden my stop out's going to be underneath the 40 level unless it breaks 31 even, and still waiting on either Tesla high a day or Apple giving me that VWAP trade. 25 cents. Is NVIDIA bullish until the earnings? Yeah, I'd say so. I mean, whoops, that's not going to be split adjusted. There you go. No, like it's a strong trend up. And we said this morning. It's held this consolidation. Not only held it, but look at that bullish candle on the daily chart, providing that we don't actually fall $3 at the close here. Well, you've managed to hold a range on this gap up, and that was into what was bad news this morning. So there's your breakdown that gets bought right back up, and it stays within the range. Call it a bull flag on the daily chart, whatever you want to call that. That's bullish, and as long as it's above 130, then it still stays bullish. We said that this morning, and I think that still holds true. So I'm going to manually move this trail the entire way, because obviously with this trend line, it's going to change, and I keep forgetting to hit save. All right, like every time there's a new bar, a couple of bars, the trend line moves. It's not going to be that big of a deal here, but if it breaks 31, that is going to be a different stop for me. All right, there's Apple.
All right.
Apple just wicked that 96 area.
So I'm getting more out here at 75 on SMR. What's up to Unique Trading Group, man? Awesome comment. Thank you so much for that. He wants to say, at Sean Katina, I just want to say thank you for SMR. No problem banking on this stock. You're welcome, with a little bit of a hot dog cannon there. So we'll fire off the hot dog cannon, because that's what SMR has done for us, right? This one trade alone just put this stock #1 on the day for Trader TV Live. So good job there. Neil's got it. I've got this one. And there it goes. Nicely done. Cooking now to the upside. Bitcoin, big shorts incoming. I don't know, maybe. I mean, 110 there for Bitcoin. We want to thank everybody for that. 50 cents on Tony. I don't know, what do you mean for that one? Oh, how much we're making on this? Look, man, I mean, yeah, we're only in the money right now, 50 cents, but we always talk about trading our own style. I'll take 100 to 200 sometimes times the amount of shares, right? So I'm trying to get out at some of these levels just because, and then, holding out for huge moves up is one thing, but taking profit is another, right? So I'm going to make sure that we do take some kind of profit, and now I'm only holding a quarter of my position. We just got some more out there. So just be careful. Everybody, please trade your own style. We talk about all of us doing different things, right? Buyout trades, pink sheet trading, whatever. Everything that you're talking about right here, everything that we do on the show is going to be different for all of us. Joe will trade different, Sharif, Neil, everybody trading differently. Big shout out to my main guy, Sharif, right there on his birthday on the 25th. So he won't be here. We had a guest appearance there from Adara tonight, or this afternoon, which was awesome. On the Midday show, she came in and gave this guy eggs. Can you believe that Sharif has 12 eggs every breakfast?
What the hell is even that?
Yeah, that does seem a little bit weird there, but anyway, shout out to that one there. He obviously has his reasons. Okay, so just as we go there, Neil will be happy when he comes back, which he's right here right now. SMR just tried to break above and tried to hold, and then it just came back in. Went back in above into 30.80. I'm looking for it to, I thought it was going to break higher there. That's why I was sort of getting excited there. I thought maybe by the time you came back, it would be at 31. But right there, getting close enough to that at 30.75 right now for SMR. Look, I want to talk about some more things. Neil just talked about Apple. Let's just check out AMD. AMD, we've left it alone. It has given 111 short, which look at that, man. Again, like trading doesn't have to be that difficult. There's the 111 top. You could have just waited for it. We messed around with it early when we thought we had the tops. I still like AMD. We're up on that stock. We're down. I can't, SMR, we both have it, but SMR is going to be the #1 P&L name, then IMNN. But I also have the #1 red name by a lot. That's Apple getting shut down on this stock. Not shut down on this stock, but we shut ourselves down on it once it broke through 197 and haven't really looked back, even though it was the #1 idea on here to get short. But we kind of threw in the towel on that. IMNN, I mean, great stock. We already talked. These are only stocks I've traded today. We'll look at a little bit of Fannie Mae, a little bit. We talked about that. I wrote down on the sticky note that we wanted $10 on Fannie Mae. So that's the bottom. This is the top. It should be a $1 winner there. Don't have it. SMR is already now, we just talked about it, going to be P&L #1. And then the Qs. So IMNN, SMR, TQs, here comes SMR. See, that's why we're getting out, man. We got multiple outs up there into the 70s, just so we don't have to worry about this kind of a play happening, because, when you have a big name and you're trading decent shares, just like that Apple, you got to cover when the moves happen. And we probably covered this way too much, right? Like a lot of covers in here underneath 50 that didn't look like it wanted to break. Then when it did, take advantage of some of these plays to the upside. We'll just take a 56 right now. So you're still in it. So that's a good call. I know you're waiting for that trend to break. So we'll wait to see if that does break. We just bounced off of 50 there. I still feel like since we bounced, the next move higher is 31. So I still have an offer up there at 31, looking for that as well. But the TQ's faded, man. I did not short that, though. We could have definitely shorted up there, similar to where we were before. I was waiting for higher. So definitely, look, it's a big winner, but I'll stop a fail on me because we could have reloaded that position instead of just sitting on what we have. But hey, man, sometimes cash and being flat is a position, just letting them sort of work out right now. Like SMR is all the way back to 75 now.
Yeah, it just keeps on. It's absolutely riding the trend at this point. So, like anybody that's like late to the game, it's holding these levels, but it's wicking the bottom now. There's not as much tape velocity here. Like if you see the volume, yeah, you guys can see that. If you see the volume, it's still good, but it's definitely lower. How am I missing a volume bar? That's kind of weird. You know what? I think I know what it is. It's flat. It means that candle was, whatever, it doesn't matter. But it's sort of dwindling in volume. You want to see that start to pick up if you're going to make a run at that high of the day. And I agree, the 31 is the big one. If it does, see this here at 30.75, where it's just going back and forth above, if it does that at 31, like to me, that even dollar isn't out, especially when 30 held. And then I looked over to ask myself, like, what's going on in the other names? Like if you're looking at Oklo, this isn't even moving right now. And if anything, it's starting to come back in on OKLO. What was the other one? It's
which one?
There's a third.
There's NEE.
That's the one.
NNE.
It's NEE is the one that's the one I'm thinking of. Thanks. Next error, right?
I don't know. I thought it was NNE.
And no, it's NNE. Yeah. Right? Nano.
That's what I think it is, yeah.
Yeah, because NEE is next era. But NNE, like this isn't really doing much.
This one's called nano nuclear.
Yeah, look at it. It's holding another even dollar level that's basically just holding. So they're not going. Right now, SMR is kind of the only one. So if it does make a turnaround, I don't want to miss out and not have my stop, which I keep on moving up every candle. So Tesla, it was going. It looked like it was going to break 42s and head into that 43 top. Now you're already starting to head back into the downside. I mean, I'm going to go back over to Apple, which... It didn't even get to the volume weighted average price, so it looks like that's not going anywhere. Yeah, really nothing else is moving. Dan Nguyen says Palantir's dropping.
Yeah, well,
if it's even moving, that's something. But not really. Like you need to already be in this. That was really good. Palantir, yeah, back through 125 on Palantir. That looks kind of good.
Get down, Tiki.
Yeah, I'm now out of SMR. It looks like we just broke the trend line. There you go. So there's the break of trend. I'm not shorting it. The plan of action was never to short. Like it's the one stock right now that is bullish or that had been bullish. So I'm just going to jump out. There's always a chance, like I said, the first time if it loses 30, that you pick up something underneath 30 because there'll be a bunch of stops at the $30 level and then look to pick something up maybe like 29.80 if it can hold that prior wick at 29.73. So that could still be a play on SMR. If the other ones were going, we'd take a shot at that. INFA is the halt, apparently. Oh, it's open. Yeah, it must be. Oh, goodness. What's the story? Whoa, what's the story here? I'm going to look this one up here because something must have just happened on. Like this stock First of all, I don't know anything about this right now, and I didn't hear anything in my ear, but it looks like it was already going here. I don't have a news story for it today. Like nothing. I don't have a single news story. There's something for yesterday, which
we can throw to Satya. Satya, please. INFA.
yeah, there's got to be something on it. It just opened back up, and it's now 25% to the upside. I mean, you can look at it on a higher time frame. Yeah, clearly they got rinsed, and it's just filling in the gap. So bottom of the gap is here at 24. Top of the gap is 26. Both of those could be some resistance levels on what is even the name of this company? Informatica. It looks like here. So they're AI-powered cloud data management company. So that's what they are. Don't know what the story is, but it just opened back up in a huge gap to the upside. Would be blind here. So, and you just showed it's at resistance spot. So I'm not going to touch this. That also means I'm not paying for shorts to try something stupid on INFA. Good luck if you happen to be in this thing. All right. It looks like a buyout. Like this is what a chart looks like if there's a expected deal, or like a if someone's saying there's
maybe some interest
deal
on this.
That's what the chart looks like.
All right, well, what the chart looks like when you're doing this kind of stuff is what it looks like right here on the TQQs, because here's a push down, man. Now 60 cents in the money as we get to go lower and lower and lower. Yeah, man, I mean, this is what we talk about it, like having multiple abilities to get out of shares down near levels that you like, right? So I'm never getting out of everything at all at once or anything like that. SMR, we get some out at 50, it just pops back up into 60s, and we take some more out right there. But we do understand that we are starting to get a little bit lower now on SMR. I'm still reloading this at $30 if it comes back in. So we'll wait for a $30 reload, then we'll get out some at $29.75.
Okay, I think I got it.
Okay,
that's what it is. It's Salesforce is said to be in talks to acquire them. Oh, that might not be good for Salesforce here. Yeah, Salesforce down $10 on this. There you go. Yeah, so that's the rumor. Salesforce is in talks to acquire INFA. That seems like that'd be a pretty decent sized deal. Let me just for myself, I'm going to pull up the data on this. How big are these guys? Like what? Because they're really, if you're down like $10 on Salesforce, you got to figure that's a pretty hefty. Yeah, $6 billion market cap for INFA. So yeah, Salesforce taking it on the chin. I like these. Like if this deal gets announced and it takes Salesforce down to like down in maybe like the 240, 250 range, that could be an interesting little buy for them. Yes, so Salesforce down to the 50 period, down 3% on this speculative deal. Like there's no announcement of price or anything like that.
Yeah, exactly. So good look there. I mean, whenever you see something moving like that, there's always going to be some kind of a story.
I knew that's what it looked like, but
yeah, it's like it's either that or a Chinese name or something. All right, what about Mara or some Bitcoin related names here coming through again? So let's go look at Marathon Petroleum. I almost said Marathon Digital right now. Okay, so here's Mara. Like Bitcoin's at all-time highs. Right, so I think we can finally now squash the idea of Marathon and Bitcoin sort of moving hand in hand, right? The thing about this is, and I remember when Michael actually was on the show, Michael Noss, and he talks about a lot of different names, so he probably won't even remember, but we talked about this with relation to Bitcoin. Sorry, I don't mean to look up the news for Mara, actually. I meant to look up what the short float still was on this name. Yeah, 34%. So that was really the case. And I thought it was lower than that. So I thought I was going to call this up and show you guys that it's actually a little bit lower than that 34% rate there. But that's what it is on Marathon Digital right now. And this is, again, according to Benzinga Pro. But what I was getting at with all of that, again, is the fact that I thought that we were at some point.
U.S. Steel's halted now downside.
Yeah. I think there was, didn't I just see some news on that or something?
Yeah.
Trump is now talking about U.S. Steel. Yeah. And so President Trump there obviously halted. I don't know. I mean, Satea's at the desk is all I can tell you. So if she sees anything about it, hopefully she'll get back to us on this. But there's U.S. Steel now halted. There it is.
There it is.
So I have it right now.
Yeah.
Okay, so U.S. Steel will remain in America.
Oh,
so there will be no, I mean, heads up to that, failed.
They should not open this stock
Yeah,
back
so
up.
this will not open back up,
should not
hopefully in a
open this
minute.
stock back up.
So there it is, man. We'll break the news there for you. But there it is. So we can have a look back in here. And I'm not sure. I have to ask ChatGPT, or I can ask Satya, I guess, when that a deal was announced with Nippon, because this was definitely going a lot lower. And so the Nippon Steel will not go through, according to Donald Trump. And we'll wait to see now. There's going to be regulatory hurdles. There's going to be breakup fees and all this. I'm not even sure the president can even squash a deal like that. But again, not good news here for U.S. Steel, as it's very, very choppy on the daily chart, and about to get a hell of a lot choppier. And maybe if you're looking for a downside push, it's probably coming pretty soon on U.S. Steel.
Well, if he's like, this is the thing. He's the president of the United States. Like the regulatory approval, like. Ultimately, at the end of the day, if he's like, this deal shouldn't be approved, do you really think the regulators are going to do it? And throw in the fact that it's not just, like, both sides of the aisle were against this deal. So, like, if he says it, it's not happening. And I'm pretty sure the deal price was, like, way above here. It's not like it was trading anywhere close to it. So, it does have a theoretical, it has a tap right now. But what's crazy about this is I would not be surprised, even if it opens up again. Seems to me like it's a volatility halt. If it opens up again, just be careful. Ask yourself, if it halted news base on a reopen, would you want to hold it for 3 days over the weekend? Like, I wouldn't touch it. Just personally, I've been in that position before. Like, I was in Spirit Airlines, and they halted it, and it opened back up because the news was disseminated. Then they halted it again, even though the news was out, and said it's halted for news, which was already out, and they didn't open it till the next day. Well, the next day is Tuesday. So just be careful with this, because it does say volatility halt. So in theory, U.S. Steel is opening in 1 minute, or less than 1 minute now. So I'm going to have it up. Let's see what it's currently indicating about flat. I'd like to think if it tries to pop back in to like this prior resistance, like 45 or the volume weighted average price, I might take a shot on it. But it's going to open in a minute or so, at least according to the regular rules of halt. I assumed there would be a news-based halt, but it's not. It says volatility.
But how much did it go down?
It dropped like.
It's news. But I think that's a mistake.
That's what I think, but it says on the
Unless
NASDAQ
there was a
website.
crazy dark pool somewhere.
Like, I checked the halt page and it said volatility halt. So
the thing is, it's not news pending.
Because the news is out.
Yeah, but there is no news. This guy's talking like they didn't know that he was going to say that, right?
Yeah,
so
it's probably going to open up here.
Very, very interesting story they're developing for sure right in front of our face. All right, like the weekend says, I can't feel my face. If you're SMR, man, you can't feel your face today, man. It's been a nice move straight there to the upside. Giddy up, man. Huge move there for SMR continuing. We just got a 65 fill there. All right, so Snow. Again, a great trade yesterday, great earnings. Snow's been just an absolute ripper, man. I got out of all of this yesterday at 199.50. May look bad at some point, but I don't really, whatever. I'm raising some cash. I want to see this I don't want to see the market fall down, but I do want to get invested into some more indexes and less names, because I just honestly, Joe had a joke yesterday about, as I said something like, I want to get involved with Webull, and he said he wants a list of all the names I'm involved in, and I said, dude, it's way too many, because I talk about that on the show. But look at Snowflake right there. That was 200. This was 200. This was 195, and that's 200 again. So I just took the opportunity to get out of all of it right there, just because if it continues to go up, fine. It only spent maybe a couple weeks above these levels in the last 3 years. So I'll take advantage of that, especially if I'm a little bit anxious about this market, like we all are. Take advantage of trades that are actually in the money and making money for you. There goes SMR, another break lower. Okay.
Whoa.
I'll take out another fill there right now. X just opened up, and what?
And it's flying.
Okay, so there we go, man. Maybe
it's going to halt up at 49.80. What is going on?
I don't think it will halt up, will it?
No. Will it halt? No, it's at the band, but it's trying to halt at 49.84.
I could go long here.
We have that story right?
Yeah, we do. It was just that it's going to stay in America. I mean, that's what he said there. He doesn't want this going anywhere. But you still have Nucor. I mean, NUE could be a play there. Like I said, I mean, I've already sort of I should just ask ChatGPT. I just wanted to know when that deal actually happened, and then maybe I can look up some. All right, when did Nippon Steel offer for U.S. Steel? I'll find out that, and we can look at the chart and figure that out.
It was December 18th, 2023.
Okay, December. So you already asked. Okay, so
no. There's a look. I trade. There's a website that I use for trading buyouts that kind of has all the December. So the announced date was December 18th, 2023. It's been on for a long time.
Yeah, here it is right here. Look at here it is right there. Yeah, $55 a share, 14.9 billion right there from ChatGPT. So, 2023 December, right? So, so there's the little gap. That's August, but I guess it's right here. Yeah, so this is the gap there. So
it's just
basically, so that's where it gapped up to on the offer of $55 a share. So for some reason, it just gapped right back to $50 again. Right here. So we'll have to wait to see. This is, I just want to go back. Ooh, Salesforce. There it is. Yeah. So that's that story that you gave.
And their downside.
Salesforce with Informatica, that INFA.
No, that's Infosys.
Yeah, it's right here. So there it is right there. So apparently, yes, that is that talk. We've already brought you this story as we're breaking all of this here. Again, normally Adara would be breaking the story. We want to thank Satea, who's just, I guess, getting some of her bearings over there on some of these stories. But there's INFA. We're breaking it to you live. Story from Salesforce and INFA back in talks right now. So again, a nice rise up there, $28, the high for INFA. But yeah, there goes SMR, man. Another move back higher. I'm pretty happy with this. US Steel halted at 50. We'll see where it goes after this. But CRM may be going downside as normally the acquirers do.
Yeah, it's tanked. So
let's have a quick little look at this. This is another name that I've been in probably for like 15 years, man, Salesforce. Anything that was a favorite of Kramer's like 20 years ago, I'm in. Thank you for Apple, Kramer. Thank you for NVIDIA, Kramer. Thank you for like all the big banks and everything, man. It's been a good run. But yeah, there it is on that same rumor, downside and volume picking up on Salesforce. Oh boy, we always talk about different styles, but we got a good style right here. There goes SMR right back into 70 again. Take that opportunity, punch some out at 70. Now let's see how high we can fly, man. I'm waiting now at, actually I'm gonna cancel all of them. I was waiting at 31. I'm going to cancel, see if we can get through $31 here at the end of the day and watch this name go a little higher, man. Buying the VIX, this is another strategy I think is great. Buying the VIX down here, $16, $17, $18 seems to be great, man. The VIX bottoms are like 12 or 13. If you could pick that up and just wait for a pop, the market always corrects. It might just be temporary, but those are those pops you're looking for on the VIX.
Yeah, and it's a great way, like for those of you that, if you're not like super active in terms of sell, if you never want to sell, is the best way to think about it, then you're gonna there's not a lot of options available to you. You can either hedge yourself with like an inverse ETF. You can hedge yourself with covered calls, like things like that. You can always do, but then the VIX is going to be an interesting one. It's absolutely wild. Like I'm still trying to digest. Like in my head, I'm like trying to figure out why X is doing what it did. But in the back of my mind, like I have a decent understanding of how usually like arb traders work on this, and I can't see any way that they didn't just get screwed pretty heavily here. So yeah, it's a weird one to contain how it could be squeezing people like this. Like I don't know if X just doesn't turn into some kind of a squeeze here, but like Sean said, like it's this high in here into the 52 that we'll see if it can break out. It's indicating it's going to open higher on that volatility halt, which should be open in about a minute or so. Like absolute insanity.
I do have another story here about this one. Not that I'm trying to steal some fire here from U.S. Steel, but Trump, after much consideration, will remain in America. This will be a planned partnership between Nippon Steel and X.
So he's going to improve the deal then?
Improve it, I don't know. But
approve it.
Approve it, yeah. Well, I don't know. He wants to make sure that it stays here in the United States. So, I guess there might be some sort of,
I think this
guarantee about jobs, guarantee about where the steel does wind up getting produced and things like that. But hey, look, again, there it is, $53. Siren it up, man. It looks like that deal will get approved near 55. So there, I should have just gone long. we could have just made the month right there. Remember, I was like, I'm going to go long. But again, we didn't really have the story correct, that's for sure. And there's the move upside there. It's too bad, again, that we don't have it. But we'll be watching out for this. 44, 47, 53, 52, going higher right there. There it goes, man. Bye-bye United States Steel. Now remember,
it's 55 cash, the deal. So,
right, so
it shouldn't break that price.
Right, so as long as that keeps going through there, watch out for, I don't think it'll go to 55, but maybe even a pullback now, right? So that's a pretty aggressive move. Even if this deal gets done at 55, probably not enough time value here, probably 52 a good short against that 55 if you did want it. Not that you're trying to risk a reward.
The estimated completion date, like the most recent one was June 30th. So like if that were to happen, you're talking about 1 month. So if you were trying to find the risk-free rate, like you'd have to, the time value of money for 1 month to 55. Like that's not down here at 51. So, but at the end of the day, like this is way too wild. What you're seeing now is like unraveling of ARB's positions that have been betting on this one with a different set of circumstances. So like it's not trading based on any of those types of fundamentals that you'd normally look at, but it shouldn't be able to get through that 55 for sure. But yeah, this is insane volatility. I can't believe we're going to miss this one next week. Because if this does get firmed up, this is a gigantic deal. Gigantic. And everyone's been waiting for this to firm up. And it actually might be, finally.
All right, my kids are done school and they are off to Starbucks. Hey, look, I just called this short at 52, by the way. There it is, man. But like I said, calling something and talking about it is one thing. Putting the trade on is completely something else. But there it goes, man. I was just liking that $52 short. We should have done that. We should have bought the halt as well. Coulda, woulda, shoulda. What are we supposed to do? We've got a great trade on SMR, which is now breaking through. $31 it's trying right now. So I'm going to take advantage of that. I said we wouldn't do anything about it, but up to 92. Great trade there on SMR. Let's go, man. This is what we're talking about right now for new scale SMR. But if you want to look at charts, there's no better way to do it than on eSignal. So you can scan that QR code right there. Yes, calls on Starbucks. That's probably a good point there. Go Cubs, go, says. Check it out. I mean, you can check out Starbucks on these award-winning chart platform that is eSignal. I want to thank our good friends at ICE for hooking us up with the one free month. You can scan that signal right there. It's a very easy to use platform. Great customer service, man. One of the most subscribed to services for charting out there. Get, again, Blue Ocean, Moon, ATS, all those kind of different exchanges, the Nikkei, anything in Hong Kong, anything in Europe, any of the futures pits, anything like that, all subscribable through eSignal platform. Also connect your API to that. All of that jazz with the eSignal platform, one of the best in the business. And look, here comes 31 right now. There goes 30-1 right now on SMR. All we wish for was that we held a little bit more, but right now it is a Dollar Club winner there, breaking through 31. Great trading here on SMR. SMR Neil now will take over the #1 spot on the board today from IMNN, and AMD is there as well, but we need to look to see if we can get something going. The TQs, we got some great outs down there. We're in less than 10% of this trade, and we're now in just 15% left of SMR as we take advantage of that one. Good trading there through 31 and higher and higher and higher. I did trim SMR just now and earlier. So we got out at $29.75. I got out of half of my SMR position, so for the long term. But there it goes. It's a beautiful break there today. SMR up above $31. Let's see where it wants to go. It's now $3.40. So there it is. You welcome, Tony, man. Everybody that joined, man, that trade. So, you know, congratulations on that. It looks like Basketball Boy is saying GameStop. Thank you, Tia. Mr. Sean is so good. Just Sean is fine. But I do appreciate it and say thank you so much for that one. There has been a couple face slappers today, that's for sure. SMR, one of them. IMNN, one of them as well. And then the futures have been okay, but not the greatest. So we'll wait to see if there's anything else popping off right now, man. This is just such a great market with President Trump in it. Like, you never know. Like, today we weren't thinking about this U.S. Steel. All of a sudden, boom goes the dynamite, and this name gives you plenty of trading opportunities just in the last 20 minutes. So there it goes, man. SMR still flirting with $31. It's been great. It's going to be hard to slap this or get the smile off my face. Lilo and Stitch tomorrow night, baseball tonight, baseball all weekend.
You're going to get baseball this weekend, which I'm jealous of.
Yeah, we have.
They cancel our business. I just took a couple of shots on.
Yeah, but you're out of here tomorrow anyway. So.
No, well, we were going to play the morning game.
Okay.
They canceled my daughter's tournament.
Right.
Yeah, which is ridiculous because they canceled it yesterday for rain. How do you cancel a tournament that's Saturday and Sunday on Thursday? But
especially
they did.
when we're practicing tonight.
Well, it's just like, and now they're expecting way less rain than they were before. Anyways, I'm disappointed. But at the same time, we were only going to play one of the 4 games.
Right.
So now all of a sudden we'll get to come back and play. Just very quickly, I took a shot underneath 52 here on U.S. Steel, just looking at that lower high. It did go down, and again, everyone's like, it went down to 51.5. So yes, it went 40 or 50 cents in the money, but I was thinking down to 50 to 50.5. But at the same time, I don't want to get whatever. Like in this stock, there's no chance I want to get caught with an overnight, right? Because I'm not even here on Tuesday. So like it would just get flattened wherever. I do still think there's almost a 0% chance, like a non-zero chance, that you should be breaking any of these highs, 54 into 55. So I might, if it does a fail break, a topping tail up there, that's where I would take one more shot. But with 7 minutes to go, there's just not that much time left. The imbalances are going to be coming out. There's no early look except for Ford, 3.5 million to the buy side. A couple of penny stocks in there.
Oh, boy.
And then somebody screwed up on that. There was an IPO today at the NASDAQ, and they screwed up the symbol, so we can't even look at that thing. Yeah, it doesn't really matter. But I'm going to be eyes on only X at that high. So if it breaks this 54, the deal price is 55, I take one shot into that. It does seem to me like this, he's basically saying the deal's going to go through. So that's the way I would trade it.
Oh boy. It's 3:44. Just thank you, everybody, for being here. And what we're going to do right now is something that we love to do. We'll do it on the after show as well. Let's do a little bit of a roll call just so I can say hi to people that are here right now. I know a lot of you are on this SMR trade, man. We told you this was going to be the trade that we wanted here this afternoon. So now that it's $1.20 here and starting to go a little bit higher, we want to say thank you to everybody for watching. So right now, let's do it, man. If you want to put some waves in here, then I'll be able to see you. And I hope that we could get that going. We have over right now, how many watching? 5,500 of you watching. 500 likes right now. If you're going to wave, I want to see that like count go up as well. So what's up to Bristol? What's up to CompuCare team? Okay, here we go. What's up to David? What's up to KK? What's up to Bora? Dexter did it. Yes, he did. What's up to Philip again? Dexter's there again. Sharif's left bicep is here. Oh, gosh. Tony's here. Cowboy Mike is here. Farm Trader Joe. Everybody, thank you so much. Waving back at you. Caleb, what's up? Bush. Butch Conception is there as well. Christopher Jones, I like that one. Miami Dragon, great name there for Miami Dragon. Yeah, happy weekend to everybody else as well out there this weekend, man. Lilo and Stitch tomorrow. If you're going to go see any movies, Mission Impossible should be fun too. The Piper's here. Nephew is here. Broke Bay is here. Bears vs. Bulls. What's up, my guy? Glad you're back in the building as well with us. What's up to Freddie? Mike the Stock Impaler. We like that name. The Stock Professor is there. What's up, Dick Chan? Unlimited potentials right there. Jose Canseco? No. Jose Carando. What's up to you? Mac Grivo, Julia C. Small Trader Nick. Yeah, what's up to that, man? What's up, Small Trader? Nothing wrong with that. What's up, Rick? Boss City is here as well. Everybody just shout out and congratulations for anybody still in this trade. We are now officially in that club. What's up, Ozan? There's that for you. Bang, and there's the Dollar Club for you now officially on SMR as it just continues to go higher. But that's a good trade there at the end of the day along with X, US Steel. I know Neil was on that one a little bit. AMD not doing much. Let's check in on our boy Tesla. Your boy might be picking one up very soon. All right, so 340 to the downside right now if Tesla can break it. We were waiting for that top. Doesn't look like it happens. Join me, myself, and I for the recap show tonight. It should be a fun one. We should have Steve Tileman, I believe, coming through from Trade the Pool, and I will ask him many random questions, and he will give many random answers. And we'll go back and forth, and that'll be a lot of fun. And then you could join him. He always has a sort of a stream after that as well. So join us with Trade the Pool. It should be a lot of fun. We do have a lot of fun with Steve. And
yeah, Steve's a lot of fun.
You were there with him last week.
We had a great time with Steve, and what I like about it is he looks. It's kind of like when we get Mitch on, right? Like Mitch will look at a wide variety of stocks. It's the same thing with Steve. Like he'll pretty much have eyeballs everywhere. With only 3 minutes to go, remember, imbalances, I'm not sure it'll be that big of a deal, but it is a long weekend. So it might not take as big of an imbalance to move the market because volumes in a general sense are lower. So like 3 million today on NVIDIA might be the equivalent of like 5 million yesterday because you have lower overall volumes. But at this point, yeah, it's way too late in the day to take any shots at US Steel. If it did break that high, I'd only be looking for the fade, and you just can't do it at 350 because if it goes into some kind of a move or a halt, there's not enough time for like the reversion or anything like that, and you wouldn't want to get caught over the weekend. Certainly not. I see Greg Moore says NVIDIA is set up to rip if you're already in calls. We had that conversation. Well, a few people have asked the same thing. And I tend to agree. Like you're in a bull flag, and this is a very bullish look going into earnings for NVIDIA, which should be Wednesday of next week. Like you dumped this morning through support, and then what's the first thing that happened? It got bought right back in, and it never stopped back through 130, or I call it 129, 130. So as long as it holds on to this going into the earnings, that's the key level support. And the next thing you can do is go to the upside. Nick, asking about Reddit. Fabian and I were talking about, well, not Reddit in particular, but how we both can't wait for Discord to come because I like them better. That's all. You know, Reddit has been, forget it at this point. There's just nothing looking that great about this stock. So, I mean, I'm not feeling it. It's weak when the market is making a bit of a rebound. And until buyers start to win, I'd stay away from Reddit. And it could give you a great opportunity. We always talk about when a stock breaks out the IPO high. When this finally got going past that, that's around the $75, $80 level. So if you get down there again, it's significant. It's bounced before. So unless you're waiting for that level, I'd say I'm going to stay away on Reddit. A little more excited for the Discord IPO when it comes out. But I'm sure it'll just come out at some price. It's so ridiculous that I'll not want to buy it then.
All right, so we're covering the imbalances that are coming out in less than 1 minute here. You can be able to see what's going to pop off right now. These are all old ones. We'll wait to see at 350. They'll all populate. I'm still in the TQs, but we talked about a very, very small position left on this. I ain't worried about that at all. We'll hold it and see if it gets to the downside. Hopefully it does, but I'm going to cancel my offer because I don't really care about that. All right, and then SMR, same kind of thing. When that comes out, we'll see if there's a bid under this or not. Again, we have less than about 10% or so left of SMR as it continues to make some moves around and around and around again. What is my wife sending me? Oh, they have that shaker sauce now at, where is she? Oh, Costco. Okay, yeah, we knew that. Okay, there it is, 350. So now the imbalances are now out. Again, we'll figure out where it's going. It looks like SMR trying to go to the downside as well. Our TQs trade does go lower here. So yes, man, there is the face slapper for you on that. Let's get some 61s out right there. 57 cents as a winner right now on TQs, cashing out a little bit of that one. And you could see some downside pushing there for SMR. I'm not even sure where it is. I'll ask questions, get out and ask questions later. So we'll punch a little bit out there at 31. Small buys, yeah.
Apple's 1.2, NVIDIA's like 800,000. It's very, very small buys. Intel's a sell of 1 million if you happen to be into that. But pretty much a nothing burger. Ford's kind of a buy at 3.8 million, but Ford's going to pair off 99 times out of 100, and that's not going to be a big time mover there. And Lucid, even some small stocks in there, like Lucid 700,000 is not going to move the needle. So a bit of a nothing burger on the imbalances, but you did just have, that was an interesting move on you're still in SMR, right?
Oh yeah. Wow.
Did that have an imbalance? That's an odd coincidence.
It didn't. You said it was a small buy.
No, was that something else?
Oh.
But like right when the imbalances hit, this did drop like 50 cents. Did we miss it?
What, SMR?
Yeah. It just did a huge move right at
Yeah. I've been getting out of it. Yeah, that's what I was talking about. Like I just got some out at 31 there.
I don't see it.
Yeah, I don't know. It doesn't really matter. The move is almost over, right? So there goes SMR. We told you we're less than 10% on SMR and on the TQs. So I wish we were a little more than 10% on the TQQs. Look at this trade to close the day, guys. I mean, that's going to be a good one there. If you just rocked with these trades, and thank you to Bears versus Bulls, man. I'm getting your private messages. It means a lot. Just about, you know, talking about some of the success of the trades that you're seeing here. Thank you so much. It does mean a lot to me right there. And like I said, man, anybody can ask us about any of the trades that we've been in. We're very, very transparent with everything. So, all right. So there goes the TQs again. You know, we just covered some more down there. Is what it is. I don't know how low it's going to go. We don't have very much left on anything right now. A couple outs. We basically emptied the clip up here. Most of my outs, though, we talked about this, all into here before 31. We actually, as it was going through 31, we got really excited and took a bunch more out. My best out is 31.31. So coincidental, to be honest with you. I didn't even realize that when I was doing it. So there it is, man, as we go. So thank you so much to Bears. Thank you to Ozan. Thank you to everybody. We've already sort of done that roll call there today. So yeah, just cleaning up here as the day goes. I mean, there's not much else, just these two trades to go. And then I'll be talking as I throw my pen everywhere. I'll be talking with Steve.
Speaking of Steve.
We'll figure out what he wants to do.
Speaking of Steve.
Minecraft?
Well, that's one thing. Steve, Trade the Pool.
Okay.
Is redefining what risk means for traders. No more risking your life savings to prove yourself in the market. They're going to give you access to company capital up to $200,000 to trade real stocks, no CFDs, and your downside is limited to a single one-time fee that starts at just $47. It means no blowing up your personal account. You get to trade with Sirius BP, all while knowing your loss is capped. All you have to do is pass the evaluation, and that's it. You are funded. Scan the QR code and get 10% off to start your journey at Trade the Pool. And you can ask Steve about it tonight in the Aftermarket Show. I know he will be obliging for sure. So shout out to them. With only a couple of minutes to go in here, thanks, Bears versus Bulls. Appreciate that. You're awesome. And we say this, and we were talking about it this week, like Bears versus Bulls. I want to say 3 days, but maybe it is only like 2 times. Took a day off, and everyone's like, hey, where's Bears versus Bulls? But, you know, always hardworking and a great member of our team here for sure. Manny Fresh says dump time. You know what? Even if the market pulls back here, even like load, PC load letter. There you go. There you go. See, like my chart's on vacation mode already. Even with a pullback, we were down at 503 this morning on that Apple story, or the truth from also EU as well. It wasn't just about Apple, and we've managed to rally back. Maybe not to go green, but it still has shown that when we gap down, it gets bought up at the open, and when that happens, what it usually means is you're in a bull market. So it's just true. Like bull markets where when you gap down, there's eager buyers willing to take it back into the upside. So even with this looking pretty bearish on the Qs, breaking this channel down, why do I like NVIDIA? Because NVIDIA didn't break the channel and this did. You know, that shows relative strength in NVIDIA. But at the end of the day, we're still maybe just gently pulling back in. And I know what some of our guests would say. A lot of them, when you pull back, you like resistance turning into support. So I'd watch out pretty closely in the Qs for just above the 200 period if we get it. But that's all going to be determined, I think, by NVIDIA. Because it might be winding down earnings season, but you haven't ended earnings season until we get the big daddy. And don't forget and don't sleep on Marvell. That's one name that gets oftentimes missed. And it is so far down that's starting to look very appealing on Marvell. It's a risky stock, but been taking on the chin big time.
Yeah, this market's taking it on the chin right now, down 1% as we just start to cover out more of our position, man. I mean, the TQs has been a great one to end the day there now, just touching down into VWAP. We have the high of the day into VWAP. I mean, looks like the market will hold above VWAP right now, shutting down around down 1%. Like I was saying, I'll be there on the recap show. We'll try to recap some of this for you, and then we'll kick off a very long and well-deserved long weekend there, which will be filled with some excitement, hopefully for many of you, including hopefully barbecues, grabbing a nice cold beer, playing with your kids, being with your family, watching some Mission Impossible, which
Well, that's the
I
thing.
haven't seen any of the last like 5 Mission Impossibles or something. By the way, these apples are actually pretty.
I actually, well, I've seen the last one. What's weird is I haven't seen them all, but I watched the last one, so it's like, whatever, I missed a movie or two. But I don't think it's that kind of a thing. Like, this is the only one where it's literally like a part 1 and a part 2. I think the rest of them, you can miss the middle.
Part 2? I don't even know.
Yeah, well, it's like the last one, Dead Reckoning, or I think it is, and then this one's like a
Day of
sequel
the
to
Reckoning
it,
or something.
or whatever.
I don't know.
But the other ones are all like very separate movies. Like, it doesn't matter that I missed a couple in the middle. Like, I think it's perfectly fine. I think it looks.
Yeah, I think it's one of those things where you don't really need to know the storyline. You're just like sort of there for the action. It's crazy.
I wouldn't do any of that stuff, but like, good for him. More power to that dude.
Yeah, I don't think we have. That's.
man,
the
like-
shape that guy's into is pretty incredible there for
That's
65-year-old.
remarkable.
However old
That's
that guy
insane.
is, Tom Cruise. But yeah, shout out to that, right? More money than brains, maybe, but have your, shoot your shot there. He loves doing it. All right, so again, more covers down there on the TQs. We're almost out of this one. Have a great weekend, everybody. All right, so there it is. Ford with a small little buy, just to see if there was anything. I know, Neil, we sort of talked about this. Above $10 right now, but the small buy downside there for Ford. Some of these names are going to be in trouble. But, you would think that with Ford already having said plants and everything set up in the United States, maybe they, if they could get their, together, which I guess, just produce more EVs, get that going. Ford, GM do have the advantage. Rivian possibly there with their plant being built in
What's interesting
Georgia.
about Ford? I don't know how much you still look at swaggy stocks.
No, never.
Well, they're like the Wall Street bets, mentions,
what
and all
they
that
are,
stuff.
yeah.
Well, just for the viewers that might not know swaggy stocks, of course we know it. Ford still is consistently one of the most talked about names.
That has to be some sort of a.
Which is,
It's like they put on corn.
is it a troll? Like, is it a
yeah,
troll?
Yes.
Or do people actually think this is a good buy?
Troll.
That's what kills me. Look, I'm surmising that it's a troll.
It's a troll.
I'm surmising it's a troll.
Okay, there it is. What's up, Long This right now? Thank you so much for that super chat, man. We're going to get ready to go over to the other side right in a minute, but with only a minute and a half left. Long, I have no idea what you're going to say here. So you've been watching for 5 years. First of all, whatever your super chat is, we want to say thank you for that.
What up, Long?
And $50 too, man. Great super chat. Thank you so much. I've been watching for 5 years. I love the show, but the QQQ is not the futures, right? No, it's an ETF, right? The E-mini NQ. Yeah, we could definitely trade that. Well, you're not calling me out, and I don't think it sounds bad. Trading the TQQs is the same as trading the futures as far as the moves are concerned, everything like that. And I've already explained why I use
They're
this.
identical.
Is because this is the way the NQ looks on all this. And if you've been watching for that long, obviously we really do appreciate it. But I'll just show you, like, it's a completely different game as far as the level 2 looks. But risk and chart and all that, it's identical. That's why
One more thing you should say.
Yeah.
Order entry is also different if you're an equity trader here at Real Trading.
There's only one gateway.
Well, I'm just saying order equity is so different in the way that you would actually trade it with stops and order entry. Any trader here, most traders here, I shouldn't say any, the vast majority.
The underlying of the Qs is the NQ.
Most real trading traders prefer, if they're equity traders, to trade the Qs or SPY than the futures. Well, sorry, it's the bell right now, Mike.
No, it's kind of like, now we're closed. It's kind of like just saying this. Oh, I still have some SMR right here, by the way. My stop, I just canceled. It was going to be, it doesn't matter. No, but it's just kind of like what we talk about when you're in IBIT, and these guys will be cheering on Bitcoin. It's like, obviously we know that IBIT is not Bitcoin, but the underlying underneath IBIT and what moves IBIT is Bitcoin, and that's the same thing with what moves the Qs.
Yeah.
I mean, it's the same thing, right? Trading the Qs is like when people say they're trading SPY.
But I'll say all the time, I'm going into IBIT here.
Juan's here.
And then I'll mention the price on Bitcoin because I know it's different. Like if I'm sitting at whatever price, I'll be like, oh, and by the way, that's 106 on Bitcoin.
Right.
To give you guys an idea, but you're still trading IBIT. And that's what everyone, or the BITX. That's another one that everyone loves to trade it. And it's whatever it might be. You just have to, it's a comfort zone thing. There's only 1 or 2 people, I think, that only exclusively trade the futures because they tend not to be equity traders. And just whatever you happen to be comfortable with.
Before I go, thanks there. We did miss Satya on the bell there. Thank you, Satya, for ringing that bell. And she's, like I said, going to be here next week as well, learning the ropes there, filling in for Adara. We want to thank her. This is the thing. Like if someone asked me, do I want to fill in for Adara? I'd say, hell no. You know, the way Adara, she's an absolute machine. We want to thank Satya for trying to keep up. It's a very, watching those news stories and all of that kind of stuff, especially when we're covering it.
I hated doing, I used to do it for Brendan.
No,
to be honest, I struggled badly doing it when I had to fill in for Brendan. It was
No, it's not it's not struggling. I'm just saying it's.
No, but it was so different. It's a different world. I think she's doing a fantastic job, but a big shout out to her. I do want to say one last thing here, everybody. Make sure you buckle up for next week. Earnings are going to be huge. The last time I missed NVIDIA earnings, it was like the biggest move ever in the history of NVIDIA earnings. That was 2 years ago.
Oh.
I missed
not the most recent one.
No, I missed the NVIDIA earnings, the one that was insane. And then Marvell the same week was it went like 40% or something. So if that is any kind of an indication, me being away during NVIDIA's earnings weeks means it's going to be absolutely gigantic. Well, I hope it is for everybody.
Have a good weekend. We'll see if Obi can fill in for you fine. Hopefully he can.
Obi will be just fine. His station over there is all wrapped up anyway, so he'll want to sit here. Big shout out to the entire crew and everybody. But remember, you got Steve Talman coming through to be able to join Sean. He's always a fantastic guest, so make sure you give him a hootie. Ask him anything you want, for sure. He's always pretty accommodating and can talk about a wealth of names and a wealth of different sectors as well. So shout out to him from Trade the Pool. And a big shout out to the entire crew, not just Andre, not just Fabian, not just Ramin, not just our team, the boys on the Midday, the Bash Brothers, Satya, Adara, Brendan, Sean, Bears versus Bulls. But big shout out to, we have a contractor in here. I didn't catch his name. Unfortunately, I feel bad about that. I should have got his name. And to Mark, and to Rob, and to Randy, because there's a lot going on here for Studio 8. I'm imagining when I come back in a couple of weeks, there's going to be a hole in that wall, and all kinds of stuff is going to be different. So all these changes so we can make a better show for you guys. That's what it's all about. It's about making it bigger and better, and we got some pretty exciting things coming through. So hopefully when I see you guys in 2 weeks, it's going to be really, really, it's already cool around here, but even more amazing. So everyone enjoy. But for now, you don't really have to do anything. You just got to sit back, relax. Hey, it's the start of Memorial Day weekend. If you want to crack one, you can do that as well. Might as well enjoy it, and we'll fire you guys off to the market recap with Sean.
Hi, what's up, everybody? Thank you for sticking with us here for the night. And as Neil said, man, I'm not sure how many of you are going to be here with us because it is Memorial Day weekend. So shout out to everybody. Thank you for being with us all week long. And it's been a pretty doozy of a day, that is for sure. Lots to talk about. We have uranium names moving. We had SMR taking out all-time highs on that name. So that's absolutely fantastic. We had, is everything okay, Andre? Yep, okay, good. We had gold upside today again, another 2.9%, 2.19% on gold. NASDAQ, we'll talk about where that finished the day. The S&P 500 as well. Some of the banking sectors moving around. We had oil. We had the new news there. Here's XME right here. The metals and mining ETF. We're just having a quick look at that. Up 3% there today as we continue to go. And then U.S. Steel, the news story here where Donald Trump says, hey, you know what? The deal's fine, but we're not going anywhere. Everything's still going to be manufactured here. So I don't know what Nippon and what exactly that story is. We're going to figure that out heading into next week. But we all got nervous that that deal was squashed, and then it was kind of confirmed upside there that, hey, the deal is fine, but U.S. Steel is staying right here in the good old USA, according to Mr. Donald Trump. So again, thank you all for joining. It's just myself here tonight. We will have Steve coming through pretty soon from Trade the Pool, I hope, and we'll be going over some ideas. Maybe he has some that we can talk about. Today, SMH, big move down there as we get worried about sort of those chip curbs, as Trump started today talking all about Apple. And what we were talking about there was, hey, look, anything not produced in the United States, and yes, we're looking at you, the largest taxpayer in American history, Apple, you're not getting a break on anything either. And that's going to be 25% on everything brought back here and sold, all electronics. So there goes Apple to the downside. That happened about, I think I was just getting ready to come in here, hopping out of the shower, I looked at my phone and was like, oh God, we have a problem here. And then the NASDAQ and Apple, nice downside play there. I thought Tim Cook and Donald Trump were going to start playing nice a little bit, but it looks like no. And all day we just kept on. And it's funny because we'll be underneath our posted 196 level to go short on the note, but we still wind up putting this in a big time loser column because we were trying to short it early, but look what happened early. The market really got going. I almost thought the NASDAQ was going to go green at one point. There, we'll review the NASDAQ in a minute, but Apple continued its downside push pretty much all afternoon and goes out, I'm not going to say at the low, but at the open market low besides that very first candle where we started to go up the upside and just rip up upside. That low of 193, let's see where we open up on Tuesday. And just some cleaning up here. We are, even though we are located here in Toronto, Ontario, Canada, it is a holiday for Trader TV Live. We take off all U.S. Holidays, so we are not here for Memorial Day. We'll see everybody on Tuesday. I've got brunch planned with the wife. Send those kids to school. That's sort of the best part about having, got some apple stuck in my teeth here. That's part of the best part. That apple was really good. Those plums have been, but I'm going to say thank you to Randy for hitting up that apple there. Ramin and I were filming a little bit during lunchtime there and didn't get to have it. So we had it right there, a little bit, a couple bites. Okay, who cares about that? At the end of the day, enjoy your day off no matter what you're doing. We'll say bye to Neil as I hear him sneeze one last time. He's going to be heading off to Budapest one last time this week. I mean, not one last time forever. We're not getting rid of Neil for at least another year, okay? So there it is, but downside action there for Apple today, needless to say. Okay, the Qs, right? Here goes the triple Qs. So again, the NASDAQ will go down out about a 1% here today. Nice downside action there. And it all just started early, right? The NASDAQ has been really bullish and in a bull market from those lows. I take this out of my ear right here. We're not going to be having any earnings. I don't need Benzing in the air. From $400, all you need is 20%, right, to consider a bull market. So if that bottom was 408, well, you're at 5 something now. So you don't even have to use the 20%. You're almost 30% higher right there. 400 to 520 is 30%. So that's a huge move to the upside right there for the NASDAQ. I was writing down on the sticky note last week that things were feeling a little toppy there, but it doesn't really matter. It's a little bit of a pullback. A lot of that started this week, though, right? So some nice pullbacks into this week. You can even look at its brethren here, spiders, same kind of move to the downside now. It's still a big play on the overall market. Let's see if we can hold the 200 period. I'm going to ask Steve about this, but I'm sort of already know what he's going to say because we've talked about the 200 period before a couple times. Yeah, Fabian, turn it on so he can call in here. Again, he's probably knocking on the door right now. But that 576, let's just see if it holds. Next week's going to be, as Neil said, we've got NVIDIA earnings. And there's one more big name. There's Marvell, but I think, Neil, there's one more too that we talked about. It was a day or two after NVIDIA. It might be Marvell, but I think there was one more there, not just in the chip space, but another big name coming through. It's not Uber, is it? But anyways, another big name coming next week as well. So we'll wait to see what happens with the spiders, right, on that play. We talked a little bit of XLF. It was nice to see them starting to go a little bit, but there's the pullback again. If you're ever looking, I got out of some SMR, and we're going to talk about that in a minute. Some of these plays, today's the news, right? Donald Trump signs there. You check out URA, the biggest day for URA that I've ever seen, gapping up here 11.5%. This is a big ETF holding names like Oklo, like SMR, like Nano Nuclear, NNE. A lot of these names going to the upside there today. Here's SMR. We have making some jokes. I guess it didn't take out all-time highs. Sorry, I said it did. That was 32.25. We didn't get that high. We got as high as 31.30. Look at it right now in the after hours. Now back down below 30 or in and around $30. This is officially where I got out of, I think it was 3/4 of my position. We've just seen it hit these highs before. Remember, these guys still a negative EPS. We talked about that. Minus 11 cents. So if you're a stock right now in this environment and you're getting some executive orders, you're getting some push throughs, I think it might be time to maybe think about, hey, take advantage of this most recent bump. Let's wait for their next earnings call, which we already had May 12th. So they're already through. There's that big line right there. It wasn't a great call, but you're getting upside there from their earnings play. And we did have Money Mitch on here talking all about nuclear names a while back, saying it might have been the next play, nuclear and quantum. My question is, for everybody else, what is the next play? Right, most of these names have already jumped up many, many times here over the last little while. I do want to thank all 3,300 of you, man. I know it's 4:11. I'm doing this by myself. We definitely are been missing Adara the last couple of days. She'll be back on Thursday. We want to big shout out Satya for joining us. Welcome back, Bears vs. Bulls. You were definitely missed as well as we go through, just vacation time here again. Adara on vacation now. Neil next week. I don't have any time booked off at all. I have a couple weekends in the summer where we have baseball tournaments. I'll probably take something off in November. I don't know. I want to go somewhere warm. Like my kids are now, they've only been to the beach once in their life, and they're 10 and 13. So I'm definitely missing out some opportunities there. I saw Brian Shannon was down at the Florida Keys. He was sending me some pictures there. How about that? That's not a bad place to go. I think we'll do that there. So yeah, Neil's going to Budapest. So I was in Budapest about 25 years ago. My journey started here at Real Trading 25 years ago. When I was fresh out of university, I came as a prop trader, worked prop for about a year or so, then was plucked by management off the floor, trained on risk management systems, trained on back office stuff. That's where I hired Neil, brought him back in, brought him into the business, as well as many other traders, hired them and started training everybody out, and then traveled the world. And that's where we went to Budapest, opening up one of our first offices outside of Canada in Budapest, and still an office over there. So what our owner does here at Real Trading is sends all of us that have been working here for 5+ years various vacation spots around the world where he owns property. So one of them is in Budapest. So that's why Neil's going there, and I'm going to be going there soon as well. Bring the kids, right? We went to Rome, Paris, Budapest. Did not take the kids to Paris. Would love to go back to Paris. I don't know. One of the ideal spots for vacation, though, I do want to go to Thailand. I think that'll be awesome. I visited Singapore back in my young days, and I helped open a Real Trading office in Singapore. That was a lot of fun. No better seafood ever that I've had, obviously. I think that's pretty obvious and easy to say than Singapore. Man, those shrimp there, incredible there. I still have that. There's the lion with the spitting... There's it's not merlion, but I think maybe it is mandelion there in Singapore. Great times. Anyways, okay. I did want to look at Eli Lilly. Nice downside push there. Everything all good, Fabian? Yeah, it looks like he's okay. Okay, good. Looks like Steve is going to be in the building here in a couple minutes. Eli Lilly. So I did put some money to work, a complete fail, taking some money out of Google and putting it into Eli Lilly, just overweighted in the space as far as tech goes. Eli Lilly, a bad week, right? A bad couple weeks here for Eli Lilly as we get right back into some of these lows. I believe that they do have that wonder drug, performing much better than Novo Nordisk. And then Hims and Hers, again, there was an announcement there with Wegovy. For Hims and Hers, they're able to do a certain amount of dosages now per month or per week. And I just think that as we get going and more discoveries about some of these GLP-1s, Eli Lilly in the right space right there. If they can ever get the oral going on that, I do believe that that just makes it just such a big runway to the top end there for Eli Lilly. Whether or not we get back to $1,000, I don't know. But there's so many topping charts out there. Eli Lilly, definitely one of those, man. I mean, to have gotten out at 1,000 and rebought back here at 700. The idea is these levels go all the way back into November of 24. So it's still not that long ago. But then if you push back later, it goes back to about a year. So if you closed your eyes, this is why I got out of some SMR, out of some Google. I got out of some Palantir as well. Like if you just bought Eli Lilly, basically, not even, this is sort of when we just started to get going, you were long at 720, right? Thank you, Fabian. And then you didn't get anything out. Now you're right back to 720 again. So I do think that there has to be some topside magic, and you have to cover up some of your positions. That leads me to believe, like a Palantir, we got out at 130.30, which turns out to be one of the tops. But I just kept on seeing these tops happen and was like, I'm not letting this happen again. We held our position from 125 down to $60. All the way back to 125 again. We got to get something out if that happens, right? No matter how much you love a name, there's always other opportunities out there, which is why I go into Big Bear AI. We talked about Big Bear AI. I'm in this name. I actually like this name, and I just think it's coiling up, right? I'm going to get Steve's opinion on Big Bear AI in a couple minutes. So, Steve, if you're listening, get ready for BBAI. I do want to talk a little bit about that as well. All right, and then just on a runner, I see some people in the chat talking about IMNN, and there it is, man. This was a good trade for us today, but I don't have any outs up here. If you held this into the after hours, take advantage immediately of this trade. Some brokers will let you trade through 5:30. Most of these names will go into the night. I don't know what a blue ocean or anything like will look like. They probably won't have this symbol on it, but I would think about looking to get something out because, again, it's a long weekend. Is this name still going to be on people's mind on Tuesday? IMNN, a great move higher right now. So, yeah, there it goes, man. Nice move there to the upside on this name. So, all right, I mean, I'm ready if he's ready, Fabian. All right, let's bring on our guest trader of the evening. Hey, Steve, how are you doing?
Hey, doing well. How's it going?
It's not going too bad. What a wild week, man. Like, I don't know, I'm losing more and more hair, which is never a good thing. Like, just like we're breaking tops, then we're fading back out. We've got a nice little level now on the S&P 500 at the 200 period moving average. I want to talk to you about that as well. Different names, NVIDIA, like President Trump today on U.S. Steel, just dropping some stories there about letter X today. Amazon the other day, Apple this morning. It's like if you go to bed thinking there's going to be nothing to trade, well, you may have nightmares because every single day this market comes in and gives us something else to play. I don't know about you, but how was your week going? Ours was pretty chaotic.
Oh yeah, chaotic is a good word for it. Let's call it chaotic good on the the axis there. A lot of moving parts, like you're saying, a lot of really interesting sectoral rotations and things coming out that are really, really setting up nicely or breaking out right now. So I'm having fun. I don't know about you.
Yeah, no, we're having a lot of fun, and we want to thank you for coming on again. We did record number of viewers, over 100,000 unique views daily here on Trader TV Live. So we want to thank you for coming on here again today and helping with that. And hopefully everybody, are you still doing your stream after the show?
Yeah, I'll be doing a webinar on trading psychology this time, so it'll be fun. But congrats on
I think I need to see a psychologist, that's for sure. Okay, so I don't know if you heard me about Big Bear AI. I do see that you have SPY on your screen as well. This is a name for me on Big Bear AI on the daily chart. Here they did have a decent report. They did fade into the 200 period. For me, it's an interesting name. I don't want to call this a baby Palantir, but again, they have AI in the name, so we think that this could go. It does have a good short float as well, 25% on this. I just want to get your opinion because for me, I've been buying it. I bought it at 5, I bought it at 4, and I bought it at 3. So I have an average price a little under where we are right now in and about this $4 mark. But it's scaring me because we keep bumping our head against $4. Still not making any money. I do like to buy a stock once they turn profitable. But you seeing anything on the chart here that I might be missing? Is it a buy yet? Is there a level you want to look for here? Any opinions on Big Bear AI? I don't know.
Yeah, no, absolutely. It's a fun name, right? These AI basket names. You have BBAI, you have AI, and you have SON, and what is it? SON, SOUN.
Yep, SoundHound.
So yeah, these trifecta are a really fun basket to keep an eye on. They also have a lot of interplay, so you can watch price action between them and see where the money's kind of flowing. As for this chart, I like it. I think that it's basing nicely. So essentially, we kind of had this breakout from this long base. We did the parabolic move up.
Yep.
And now we're kind of rebasing on this level of support. If you look on the left side here, you'll see this giant volume shelf that we're just starting to kind of try to push out of. Looks like 1, 2, 3 attempts, and it's still holding. So to me, this is very constructive. It's holding the 9-day EMA, caught the 200 very nicely. I think this is a buy.
Ooh,
whole sector.
I like it. All right, I definitely like that one because it's a buy for me too. I do like it in this area. Okay, look, we talked about a little bit of wreckage, not wreckage, but this wasn't a great week as the market did pull back down in. If we come over to and we are sharing your chart, so great, thank you for showing that right there. And I know you have an idea for spiders, but here's my chart right here. We did get as high as 594, and then really just fell off of there, right? There is some green days in here, but we do get covered up by a big red day that that happened, of course, on the 21st. And now today, we do come right into 576 and hold this 200 period on the SPY. So we do have a lot of traders here that are using maybe, weekly dated contracts to maybe calls, puts, things like that. Are there any levels that you're looking at right now? I'm thinking we can hold this 200 period, but that's kind of what the 200 period is, right? It's a decision mark. So we're going to wait to see if we can go over under that. Let's talk about the SPY and what does Steve think?
Absolutely, I love it. So a few really important things happened this week that a lot of people aren't talking about that I kind of want to put on your radar here.
Yep.
So there was a couple very key cyclical indicators, not cyclical indicators, but cycles that are playing out. And what I mean by that is we are 90 calendar days from the last all-time high. 90 days was the 20th, and then we are 45 days, calendar days here, from the low, and that was on Thursday. So very often these kind of levels or time cycles are very pivotal. It's kind of like Gann theory, but
right.
The gist is that you'll often see rotations then or reversals then. So I mean, lo and behold, we hit the target. This was in my newsletter. Watch for a reversal on this day, and we started to get it. So now we're at the 200. Like you said, it's a pivotal moment. It's very much we got to wait and see what the market does at the 200. So far, it opened right there and posted a decent candle off of it. But zooming in here, I just want to highlight, ever since this trend change, we've had top wicks every single day. So I'm sticking with my thesis that I think we need to pull back a little more. Mm-hmm. The structure on the way up was not very solid. We have a big gap to still refill under the 200 and even some more underneath. So I'm not calling for new lows, but I am saying that I'm not ready to buy the indices here.
Yeah, no, and I think that was part of the story that I was talking about live on the show today is trying to get out of some names, build up a little bit of cash because I do want to buy into either the S&P 500 or the NASDAQ or even something like a Berkshire, right? Something that is very index related. You talked earlier, and I'm going to leave it up to you, open book here, for you to talk about whatever you want. But you mentioned that there was some interesting sector rotations happening this week and maybe something that had caught your eye. I know there's a big sector that was booming today, and pardon the pun for the booming part of it, because we hope that doesn't happen to too many of these reactors and things like that. But is there a sector that you want to talk about? Any highlights that maybe you had seen that our viewers may be interested in?
Absolutely. So first, I'll really briefly talk about the sectors that I think have been popping and for me are time to take profit in. So if anybody recalls, last week I was very bullish on QBTS. Yep. And I'm gonna take my little victory lap here. We just about hit my $20 target. We came a little short and posted top wick, so I took profit at let's call it the 19 handle, right around there. Okay. So I'm out of this trade. I think that it could still have legs, but just for me, when the market is running hot and the market is looking for areas of underperformance of laggards to kind of dump money into to catch up, and you get these massive moves on stuff like quantum, let's be real, it's very speculative. This is not the immediate future. And then you start to see the indices start to waver. So for me, this is kind of like potentially last push of this wave up. And now I'm starting to look into the new areas that are coming up. So as you mentioned, nuclear, very hot. I'm very interested in it. I like CEG as the kind of blue chip here. Okay. It broke out of a really tight flag. It's got nice targets above in these all-time high levels. And on a higher time frame chart, this thing's just getting started. I think that this is going to be a megaphone breakout. So I'm a big proponent of CEG. I also like NNE. This one's pretty nice. And one speculative one to put on your watch list is GSRT. And this is it's an interesting one. It's actually trading relatively close to NAV, which is, I believe, 1030 to 1040. So the risk actually isn't that high. And there's a lot of upside. As you can see by this candle, there's going to be some volatility and some shake and bake. But I took a starter today, and I also have a CEG as well.
So do we know what GSRT is? Because that's just a SPAC. So I was just wondering if there was, because it's an acquisition corp, right? That's why it's trading at that $10, which is why it's so close to NAV there. So we'll do some more research on GSRT, but obviously looks like some nuclear names are going to be taking over that symbol. So yeah, good little look there. Yeah, I like quantum. I think you're right about that, but it is many, many years down the road. And we did see also another bump up in Google this week as well. So maybe I can ask you a little bit about that. I do think that there is some negative stories about Google, which is why I did trim my position. I am worried about the changing search watch environment, right? I mean, most of us now are using I mean, I don't know, I don't want to say most of us, but many people are using large language models, using a ChatGPT or Perplexity or something like that to answer simple questions that we may have used Google before in the past. And we're not seeing any ads right now too much on these LLMs. So Google did have their Google I/O event. I don't know if you were able to see anything there. There were some pretty cool things. I mean, but I don't know if it was a needle changer at all. And right now, in order to participate in a lot of this, it's like $250 a month to get part of their environment and into their ecosystem. So Google right here on a daily, it does turn almost around from that 200 period moving average. If we can go to this, Fabian, that's it right there at 171. That was, look, it broke through, right? It went to 176, but we do cover that up and now go underneath. Did I make a mistake selling some Google up at these levels? What are you thinking about this name, as it's been pretty hot lately?
No, Sean, I think you made a great call to trim some there. So basically my outlook on Google is I do think the event was bullish. I didn't get to catch the details, but my friends who are more macro oriented or fundamentals oriented seem to respond very positively to it. The market seemed to respond positively to it initially, but then, as always, technicals took over. Don't you love it when you have an old line on your chart and it just responds perfectly? So this is basically the base of a big volume shelf, and it tried to surge above and break out, and it got kind of bopped down there, tried to hold the 200-day and rejected just to fill this gap, though. So for me, I use, whoops, wrong indicator there. I use a sort of trigger system. There it is. And essentially this jagged purple line represents the weekly kind of support or resistance. So this is the level I'm watching here, this 168 to 170 handle. So just kind of that area between the 200 and this current level. Right. So I personally think longer term, we are starting to base out here. Let me clean that up for y'all. I think we're starting to kind of cup out here. And essentially we will be seeing a large cup and handle play out. I think that it's kind of sloppy with this overshoot. I think it's similar to Uber's handle in that regard, where it'll probably do something up, down, and really mess with people before it really makes the move. But I think long-term it's great, but short-term, you recognize the top, you were weary over the 200. You got a gold star from Steve there.
All right, good, we'll take that. All day. There's people that are in BBAI now, so I hope we didn't send them into this. Hey, look, guys, we're just talking about stock, okay? You can buy it on your own risk or not here. All right, I'm going to get you into another name. Like you said, you nailed Quantum last week. We'll see if there's another one. CEG, it sounds like you're very positive on. But one quick thing before I let you go, because we got to talk a little bit about Bitcoin. Bitcoin cranks through that all-time high, and depending on where you're looking, it looks like right here on Binance, they're indicating 11,198 right there, so almost into 12,000. Again, just yesterday, overnight, I guess it made that move. I don't know, man. I mean, just looking at a daily chart, which is what we have right here, this looks pretty good to me. Breaking out the highs, basing out right here between 100. I bought some on Monday at 103, which turns out to be a pretty good buy, it looks like. And right now, although we fall back in today, we're at 108. I just think like we based out here, right, for about 2 weeks. Then we did the same kind of a base a little bit higher, and now we're breaking through the all-time highs. So for me, I think you can buy maybe here at 100, look at 90 if it comes back in. I mean, Bitcoin looks pretty healthy to me at these levels, regardless of what everybody thinks. If we just look at this as a chart, what are you thinking about Bitcoin? Forget about all the macro stuff, but the chart looks pretty healthy. You can go macro if you want, but I think chart-wise, it's a pretty good look right now, breaking higher. As a bull and a hodler, I don't plan on selling any. I just want to buy more. I think Bitcoin's a winner.
You're speaking my language, brother. I couldn't agree more. I think that it's an amazing chart, an amazing asset to hold at least a smaller percentage of your portfolio in, or larger. You know, you define your own risk. I love it. I've been pretty oversized, and I'm loving life right now.
Right.
But I'll be honest, this expansion happened faster than I thought. It's really explosive. So I took another quarter of my position off at all-time highs, and I'm just letting a quarter run. But I'm in from 75 or 79. So
yeah, what a great.
That's where I'm at.
Yeah, what a great level down there. I mean, we were actually talking about that on the show. There's a funny bet here with a couple of the hosts on the show. Would it get before Sunday night, which is this coming Sunday, over 125? The guy thought he was cooked when it was down there at 70, right? And now all of a sudden, there's like 2 more days to go. I don't think we get to 125 this weekend, but, you know, it would be very, very interesting to do that. All right, look, it's 4:30. Is there a name that maybe we didn't get to, or one more thing? And I'm going to let you plug your stream and anything you do want to as well. If there's nothing, I mean, I think we covered a lot. Is there anything you want to leave with, another idea maybe that we could talk to you about next Friday, or anything in that realm that we didn't cover that you want to look at?
Sure. I mean, I know I'm a broken record, but the top of my focus list right now is the nuclear space. I think CEG's chart looks incredible.
Perfect.
And the fundamentals are amazing. So if there's one name, it would have to be CEG there.
All right, we like that one. And I did hit that little, you see on the screen there, we have some calculations going through. I loved what you were talking about on the chart there with CEG, so we'll do that again. All right, so you're here representing Trade the Pool. I'm an analyst with Trade the Pool. We want to thank Trade the Pool for having you on, and thank you for coming on as well. You mentioned there's a stream. Let's do that. Let's talk about that and maybe where our traders could find you.
Absolutely. Thank you. So on Trade the Pool's YouTube channel, you can look right under the live tab and you'll see my webinar. It'll be up in about 9 minutes.
Okay.
If all goes as planned, 9 to 15 very tops. And yeah, we'll be going for about 45 minutes to an hour talking about trading psychology. We're going to get into a lot of the kind of what makes us tick, and kind of we're tackling the 80% of trading that goes on between our ears, right? So I think it'll be really good for everybody. It was great for me to refresh this stuff as I was working on this. So you can catch me there. You can catch me Tuesdays on Trade the Pool's live trading stream, and you can always catch me at my Discord as well. My Discord server, you can find it on my Twitter. My Twitter is Justy Trades, JUSTY Trades. Thanks so much.
Perfect, Steve. Thank you so much. Have a great weekend. Happy Memorial Day over there, and we'll sure that some of our followers will follow you over to that stream. Thank you, Steve, and that's your Trader Talk for the week. All right, man, quickly here, let's just do a quick little roll call. I want to thank everybody for staying with us real late right now. Again, a big thanks to Trade the Pool. You know, Steve just has some great ideas, and I mean, I love the chart talk with a guy like that, so thank you so much for coming through one more time. Look, it's the same people. Thank you to Mike DeRider that's still here with us, and I know we're losing some viewers, that's for sure, as we get on the day. I'm tired. You must be tired as well. Come over to the screen, Fabian. I just want to say hi to a couple people here. What's up, Tia? Thank you so much for always your kind word, right? I mean, that's for sure. Thanks to Wisp Away. Norm Special is here as well. Bears versus Bulls, you nailed that one. Traders stay late, right? Whether or not it's Neil, myself, Adara, any of us, we want to thank you for staying late, because there's better things that you could do once this market is closed. But thank you so much again to everybody. Learning with Care, God Emperor as well. Michelle Mir, hey, haven't seen you in a while, but you're always here as well. Thank you, Michelle. Halim's Damien is here. Mike DeRider is always here. The Tranquil channel's here. Dijon Mustard here as well. Bob Curran, Jennifer Sierra right there. Mike DeRider, Finch Jane, Cowboy Mike, Zion Lala. What's up, Zion Lala? Again, I see you on Twitter, all that kind of stuff. Eerie Pages as well. Mean Gene, Pug Life, everything like that. I'm seeing my wife is calling. That must mean I have to go. Thank you so much to everybody. Again, Fabian, thank you for staying late. Thank you for everybody's this week, man. I'm not going to name everybody again. Thank you to our Trader TV family. It's been a great one. No matter what you do this weekend, make sure you have a lot of fun and do it safely. It's going to be a great 3-day weekend. I hope the weather stays nice, and I hope you're able to enjoy it. For everybody here at Trader TV Live, my name is Sean, and I'll see you guys bright and early on Tuesday at 8:30. Ciao. I'll see you then. You found the best trading show on the planet. So what are you going to do now? Simple. Hit the like, subscribe, and share it. It's Trader TV Live. We're here, baby.